What if you were reborn into a world where martial might decides everything, yet you're born weak and frail, with no talent for cultivation? Li Mo, once an ordinary man from modern Earth, awakens in a land where three suns blaze in the sky and legends walk among mortals. Just when he despairs of his fate, a mysterious voice echoes in his mind, granting him an investment rebate system. Every act of kindness, every calculated risk, every investment he makes in others brings unimaginable rewards in return. But destiny doesn't stop there. At his side is Ying Bing, a cold and stunning girl with a tragic past and a fate so extraordinary it rivals the emperors of old. She carries the body of the Tying Moon Phoenix, destined to soar to the highest heavens. The question is, will Li Mo's newfound system help him turn from a spoiled young master into someone worthy of standing at her side? As they set out for the legendary Yuan Sect, where only the most gifted are chosen, Li Mo faces rivals, hidden geniuses, and the brutal reality of survival in a world ruled by power. Each step he takes, each investment he makes, could change his fate forever. This is the story of investing in the rebirth of the Empress. She called me husband. A tale of second chances, destiny-defying love, and the rise of man who gambles with fate itself.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
East Desert, Ziang Mansion. The blazing sun scorched the official road, where a long motorcade of over 100 people thundered forward. Dozens of carriages rolled across the dusty path, their wheels rattling against the stones. Inside one of the carriages, a young man in fine silk slowly lifted the curtain, his pale face yearning for fresh air. Huff! He coughed lightly, his throat choked by the dust. Traveling in ancient times is really exhausting. From a driver's seat, the housekeeper smiled. Master, we'll reach Yuan Sect in 2 more days. And this carriage is already one of the most comfortable. All right, Li Mo replied softly, though his heart longed for the high-speed trains and airplanes of his previous life. For just 2 days ago, he had awakened memories from another world, Blue Star, a modern land of science and steel. But this world, Dayu, was entirely different. Here, martial strength ruled above all, and power decided fate. At only 16, Li Mo found himself being sent by his father to the Yuan Sect, one of the 3 great sects of Ziang Prefecture, to take part in the entrance examination. His gaze lifted to the sky, where 3 blazing suns hung proudly overhead. Martial arts, he whispered, a flicker of fascination in his eyes. Legend said those suns were the transformed bodies of 2 ancient emperors. This was no myth, but history etched in blood and stone. By nightfall, the convoy reached a post house. As Li Mo stepped down, another carriage door opened. A girl in indigo robes emerged, her skin pale as moonlit jade. 16, graceful, yet carrying the delicate weakness of illness. Despite her plain clothing, her beauty was so striking it made the phrase 6 palaces pale seem inadequate. Her name surfaced in Li Mo's mind, Ying Bing. Their families had been close for generations, and whispers of marriage between them had long existed. But tragedy had struck. A beast tide destroyed the Ying family, leaving her the sole survivor. She now lived under the Li family's care. Li Mo managed a casual smile. What would you like to eat? I'll have the kitchen prepare it. Ying Bing brushed past him without a word, her cool gaze never meeting his. Only a faint fragrance lingered behind. She's been through misfortune, young master, the butler murmured carefully. Don't make excuses for her. It was my fault, Li Mo admitted with a sigh. In truth, his past behavior had been childish, spoiled by wealth. He had teased her cruelly, even though he secretly admired her. Before long, dinner was served. As Li Mo muttered in frustration, we've lived 2 lives, Yet why don't I have a golden finger? A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Hello, I have one. Startled, Mo nearly jumped. Who's there? Since the host asked sincerely, the mysterious voice replied, This system shall appear. A system? This is the investment rebate system. Invest in any person or object. The stronger their destiny, the greater the rewards. If your investment leads to a major breakthrough, you will receive extraordinary returns. Mo's eyes widened. Then can I invest in myself? The destiny has been granted to you. Judge for yourself if you're worth investing in. In that instant, a translucent panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Mo. Age, 16. Root bone, none. Realm, mortal. Destiny, gray, frail, ill-fated. Evaluation, weakened body, unfit for martial arts. Handsome face and a good father aside. You have nothing. Recent encounter, system activation. Too honest, Mo grimaced. Scanning the inn, he peeked at other youths' destinies. Most shown white or green at best. Only one, Wang, who showed a blue destiny, some talent, but arrogant and vindictive. Not an ideal investment. Then, carrying a bowl of chicken soup laced with rare mountain ginseng, Mo paused at a quiet room upstairs. What kind of destiny does she hold? He knocked. Come in, a soft voice answered. The moonlight spilled through the window, illuminating Ying Bing's delicate figure. Mo froze as new text appeared before him. Name, Ying Bing. Age, 16. Root bone, tying moon phoenix body. Destiny, red, the emperor's bones born of frost and autumn waters. Though plagued by calamities, she shall rise above the 9 heavens as a phoenix. Mo's breath caught. Red destiny, rarer than gold, equal to the founding emperor Wu himself. Could the cold girl he once teased truly be destined to stand atop the world? Next door, Mo lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Good news. His childhood sweetheart possessed a destiny so radiant it could rival emperors. Bad news. She treated him like air, and their relationship was nothing short of icy. Once they entered Yuan's sect, she would surely shine brighter than anyone. He could already imagine the scene, her test exploding with brilliance, shocking everyone, while the so-called geniuses and arrogant bullies who mocked her would have their faces slapped in disbelief. At that moment, a crisp chime echoed in his mind. Investment successful. Target, a bowl of 10-year mountain ginseng chicken soup. Calculating reward. Congratulations, host. Reward obtained, Tianling Bun pill. A jade box appeared out of thin air on the table. Inside lay a crystal-clear pill, wrapped in purple mist, radiating divine light. Mo froze. His breath caught. Tianling Bun pill, and a 6-pattern one at that. He had heard of it before. In fact, he had dreamed of it countless times. He was born a premature baby, frail since birth. Growing up, he was always weaker than his peers, earning whispers and ridicule behind his back, a tiger father, but a dog son. Even though his father never said it aloud, Mo knew the man was secretly burdened, spending years searching for this very pill. But even with half the Li family's fortune, they might not have afforded a 2-pattern version. And now, a 6-pattern Tianling Bun pill sat before him. The value of such a pill was immeasurable, beyond anything he had ever dared hope for. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. The moment the pill dissolved, a surge of warm current flowed through his veins like 1,000 fish swimming freely in his body. His frail frame, once like a barren wasteland, bloomed with vitality as if a dead tree had suddenly come back to life. Exhaling a long breath, Mo opened his eyes. His vision grew sharp, his body felt light, and an endless stream of energy surged within him. It was as though a heavy shackle had been lifted, revealing a new world. The 6-patterned elixir, truly deserving of its name. He clenched his fists, marveling at the strength now coursing through him. And all this just from a bowl of chicken soup. The system was terrifyingly generous. But he knew the truth. The real key was Ying Bing. Red destiny. If he let this chance slip away, he might never see such a miracle again in this lifetime. "Subo," he called softly. The butler hurried in. "Yes, master." Liamo lowered his voice. "Tell me, does Missing have any favorite food?" The butler hesitated. "I don't think so. Miss Bing rarely eats much. She doesn't seem to have any special preferences." Liamo's expression softened with guilt. In the past, he had gone out of his way to make her life difficult, never once caring about her likes or dislikes. No wonder she had always looked at him with such coldness. The butler, still uncertain, added, "By the way, Master instructed me that when we arrive at Ziang City, we must take Miss Bing to see a doctor. He gave me 200 taels of silver for the consultation." "Then we'll go," Liamo replied firmly. "If the money isn't enough, use what I have saved privately." The butler blinked in shock. His young master, who used to waste money on childish pranks, now spoke with such calm generosity. He scratched his head as he left. Strange, he really seems to have changed. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight crept into the frosted chamber. On the bed, Ying Bing curled up, her delicate figure like a snowbound elf. Her breath was faint, her skin as pale as moonlight. In her dreams, memories of her past life unfolded. She remembered the humiliation of being deemed talentless, the despair of broken meridians, and the miracle that had unlocked her path half a year later. She remembered leaving her peers in the dust, overwhelming even the Yuan sect leader by the time she turned 18. She remembered conquering the 9 heavens, her name carved across every ranking list, until she stood shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Wu himself, one of the 9 heavens, hailed as Huangtian. She opened her eyes. Rebirth. This time, she would rise higher. A faint glow shimmered before her. Strange text appeared, visible only to her. System binding successful. Host Ying Bing. System type, peerless genius system. Goal, to aid the host on the road to invincibility. Her eyes remained calm. The road to invincibility? She had walked it once already. This time, she would walk it even faster. Then came the next prompt. Clearing certain milestones will grant the opportunity to become immortal. Her breath halted. Immortal. That word belonged to legend. Since the founding of the Yu dynasty, the path had been severed, a dream beyond the reach of even the 9 heavens. Yet this system dared to promise it. The rules flashed quickly in her mind. A monthly ranking among the geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness, rewards issued by rank, punishments for failure. No shortcuts, no outside interference. Perfect. Her lips curved faintly. When asked if she wished to activate the punishment mechanism for greater rewards, her answer came without hesitation. "I couldn't ask for more." Loser's punishment activated successfully. With that, she pushed open the door. Not far away, Li Mo emerged from his own room. His eyes shone brighter than before, and his once frail aura had been replaced by a confident warmth. "Good morning," Ying Bing said softly. Li Mo smiled, the corners of his lips curving like a spring breeze. For the first time, Ying Bing thought perhaps he wasn't exactly the boy she remembered. The inn was bustling early in the morning. There were many other young men and women traveling with us. Some were practicing outside, and some were eating breakfast with big mouthfuls. On the table in the middle, there were various breakfasts. Liamo picked up a meat bun and glanced at his side. There was only a bowl of plain porridge in front of the girl, as light as her face. How can this be enough for the morning? Liamo pushed the plate with eggs over. Ying Bing didn't say anything, just raised his eyes and looked. The girl seemed a little weak. Even her lips were bloodless, but her sickness added a little fragility to her beauty. But anyone who stared at these beautiful eyes would probably feel guilty unconsciously. Ahem. Liamo was a little embarrassed. He felt so ashamed when he thought about the things he had done before. It was right to apologize to others. "I'm sorry about what happened in the past. I don't expect to resolve the past with just a few words. If you're still angry, then it's okay." Ying Bing peeled the eggshell and spoke lightly. Liamo was stunned. He didn't see any insincerity on the girl's face. Rather than tolerance, it's better to say indifference. Those things don't seem to be worth taking to heart. Since you never care, there is no need to be tolerant. Okay. Liamo smiled bitterly. He still read too many novels and took it for granted. It must be said that Ying Bing's reaction is more in line with the evaluation of the God's Eye of Destiny. People who are not surprised by praise or criticism often go further. This is also the fact. Ying Bing's cheeks moved slightly, and she never paid any more attention to Liamo. She has seen countless magnificent and wonderful things. Apart from her family, the memories of her humble days were not even a page of her life, and had long been swept into some unknown corner. In the distant memory, Liamo had mediocre talent and barely entered the Yuan sect. After wasting a year in the outer sect, he was eliminated from the sect. At that time, he had become the most dazzling existence among his peers. Liamo seemed to have changed a little, but it didn't matter. His name might not be found on the ranking list of the East Wilderness in the future. They might not even be considered passers-by in each other's lives. She never distracted by irrelevant people. On the opposite side, Liamo paused slightly while eating. Investment successful. Investment. 1 egg, 1 bowl of white porridge. Rewards being calculated. Congratulations to the host. Reward. 1,000 taels of silver notes. 1,000 taels of silver notes. Issued by Hungtong Money Bank. Can be used in all major banks. Liamo sighed inexplicably. It would be great if she could eat more. 3 meals a day can make you rich. Midnight snack. I must prepare midnight snack tonight. 2 days later, a majestic city appeared in the distance, like a giant beast lying under the sky. Ziang Prefecture is one of the 12 prefectures in Dongwang, with 9 counties and 36 counties. It is said that before the establishment of the Great Yu dynasty, this place was the ancient capital of the previous dynasty, and it was also a prosperous time with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Later, an unprecedented disaster beast tide lasted for hundreds of years in Dongwang, making its glory a thing of the past. Until Emperor Wu ascended the throne, pacified the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and conferred titles on meritorious officials. The first-generation ancestor of Yuan Mountain followed the dragon and was awarded Ziang for his meritorious service. After thousands of years of governance, this place has recovered its vitality and regained its prosperity. The Ziang Prefecture city under Yuan Mountain was rebuilt on the ruins of the ancient monuments of the previous dynasty. It is really extraordinary to see it from a small glimpse. 50 miles beyond the city, there is the famous Yuan Mountains. We are finally here. Is this the city? It's so big. Standing under the city gate, I feel like an ant. It's so lively. It's a very important place in the city. It's really popular. Recently, the Yuan sect is going to open a mountain to recruit disciples. How can there not be a lot of people? There are a lot of convoys coming and going. The huge city gate is like a floodgate opened, and the noise of carriages and horses is endless. Looking at Yuan Mountain from afar, many people are yearning. Dayu established the country with martial arts and ruled the world with sects. In the sky of Ziang Prefecture, there's only one cloud. That is Yuan sect. The young men from various counties and prefectures have been very excited and shouting. The passers-by did not show any strange colors, and it is obvious that they are no longer surprised by this. It is indeed extraordinary. Liamo couldn't help but sigh. I have seen various international metropolises in my previous life, but I still cannot hide my shock when I come here. Compared with those high-rise buildings made of reinforced concrete, this magnificent ancient city with carved beams and painted buildings is obviously more spectacular. A city that can accommodate 5 million people and an ancient city that can accommodate 5 million people are not the same concept at all. Passage. The soldiers guarding the city were armed with sharp weapons, their silver armor gleaming in the sun, standing there like an iron tower. The housekeeper quickly handed over the iron plate and paid 100 yuan for the entrance fee. So the carriage was put into the city as if stepping into another world. Everything Liamo saw was new, like a bumpkin entering the city. His wallet has been filled up a lot in the past 2 days. The 3 meals a day of the ice-cold girl cost him tens of thousands of taels of silver notes, and even 1,000 taels of gold. But once he entered the city, where every inch of land is worth gold, Liemo felt that he was not so rich. Master, we are in Ziang City, which is not like the county. The housekeeper drove the car and reminded in a low voice. I can't stay in the city for 2 days. Liemo smiled. When going on a long journey, my father had to ask the housekeeper who had watched him grow up to accompany him, which showed how much he had been a worry in the past. This was because he was afraid that he would have a perverse temperament and cause trouble. Young master is right. The housekeeper breathed a sigh of relief and said yes repeatedly. This troublemaker has changed a lot recently. He can also save some trouble. The carriage passed the vermilion-painted bridge and past the dense ships below. Not only was the city bigger, but the residents here also looked very different. There were obviously more people wearing silk and satin, and all kinds of luxurious and extraordinary carriages could be seen. For example, the one coming from the opposite side was pulled by 4 red, scaly foals. The carriage was several times larger than the one Liemo was riding in, inlaid with gold and jade, simple and elegant. Cousin! Suddenly, someone shouted from behind. It was Wang Hu. He got off his horse with a happy face and ran to the front of the car. A young man got off the car. He was tall and wore a white brocade robe. His arms were slender, his lower body was steady and powerful, and he walked with a bit of dragon and tiger steps. There was a waistband hanging from his waist, with 2 words written in iron and silver. Inner Gate. Inner Gate of Ching Yuan Sect. Everyone looked at Wang Hu with more caution. Although there were many people traveling together, only a few could enter the outer gate, let alone the inner gate. The difference between the inner and outer gates is only one word, but it is a world of difference. When the inner gate disciples went to a certain county, even the county magistrate had to respectfully invite them. Shiao, I guess you're almost there. The young man smiled and swept through the crowd. His eyes lingered on Liemo for a moment. You are new here, and I guess you don't know where to start. There's an innkeeper I know well. Why don't we go there? The young man smiled and got on the carriage. My cousin is Wang Hao. He is in his early 30s and is already an inner disciple. Follow him. You will never suffer any loss. Wang Hu raised his head. A look of arrogance emerged on his face, as if he was the one who entered the inner sect. Everyone naturally complimented him. He was unfamiliar with the place, and following a Fulong Valley inner disciple could save a lot of trouble. What is he looking at? Liemo was stunned for a moment, then reacted. The other party was not looking at him, but the cold girl beside him. That's right. Even in the capital city, Ying Bing's stunning beauty did not diminish in the slightest. She was dressed simply, but she made the women in the big city who were dressed in silk and satin pale in comparison. After feeding each other for a few days, the relationship between the two should have made some progress, right? After all, they were not strangers. As thoughts surged, a restaurant by the canal appeared in front of him. It is 7 stories high, and the air of luxury is overwhelming. The scenery of this ancient city has reached its peak here. The waiter was sharp-eyed. When he saw Wang Hao, he immediately called the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper respectfully served tea and negotiated with Wang Hao. The others were a little embarrassed. I just saw it. The most ordinary room here costs 20 taels of silver. The upper room is more expensive. Moreover, because Ching Yuan Sect is about to open a mountain gate, there are many guests and the price has risen. 100 taels for the upper room. Liemo glanced and walked straight to the counter. There is nothing to save with this little money. Excuse me, 2 upper rooms. 1 for him and 1 for Ying Bing. The housekeeper and his entourage had just put down their luggage and had already returned with the escort agency. Sorry, sir, we don't have many rooms left. The person who came with us can only open 1. The gentleman at the counter apologized. Okay. Liemo thought about it and nodded. Ching Mei room on the 2nd floor. Please keep it. Just after paying the money and taking out the sandalwood room card, Wang Hu sneered. If someone arranges it, just stay there happily. 100 taels of silver can't make you rich in Ziang Mansion. Money doesn't always work here. Liemo? Question mark. I remembered. This guy is the son of the leader of the Liuha gang in the county. My father is the county lieutenant, in charge of the public security of the entire county. One of their fathers is a rat, and the other is a cat. so naturally the two younger generations don't like each other. Similarly, time. Not far away. Wang Hao also walked back to the nervous boys and girls, pretending to apologize. There are only 13 upper rooms left. Since you are all from the same hometown as my cousin, you can just stay there. No problem, no problem. We could just squeeze in. Thank you, Brother Wang. You are such a good person. The group was overjoyed and thanked him again and again. Lian Mo laughed dumbly. How can you apologize to someone with your hands behind your back and your chin up? There are only 3 things that a man thinks about most in his life. 1. Find a way to show off. 2. This girl is so beautiful. 3. This girl is so beautiful. I have to find a way to show off in front of her. As expected, Wang Hao then looked at Ying Bing and said, Miss, there are not enough rooms. Fortunately, I have a private room here. It is usually unoccupied and is clean. If you don't mind, why don't you stay there? The tone was quite confident. This trick was used for a girl from a small place like this. It always worked. Didn't you see the envy and jealousy in the eyes of the country girls next to them? Few people can resist the kindness of a person with a higher status who can help their future. No room. Ying Bing glanced at the shopkeeper. That's right. That's right. The shopkeeper felt a chill on his back and nodded repeatedly while wiping the sweat off his face. Wang Hao smiled and was about to say something, but the smile froze on his face the next moment. The girl took the sandalwood room card in front of Lian Mo and went straight to the second floor, the Ching room. With a snap, the wooden door closed. Oh, looking at Wang Hao, whose face was turning pale, Lian Mo subconsciously found it funny, but couldn't laugh. Watching for fun, looking in the mirror, shaking his head, he also went upstairs. Chevron_left. In the room, Lian Mo packed his luggage, stood up, stretched, and opened the window. The river breeze blew, and across from him was Qingyuan Mountain, which was surrounded by clouds and mist. The buildings on it could be vaguely seen, like a silent giant, overlooking the city below. The scenery up there will probably be better, Lian Mo murmured. Once he traveled through time, how could he be willing to be an ordinary person? But with his current situation, he might not be able to go as far as Wang Hu in the entrance ceremony. The shape of a tiger and a leopard with superior roots. Among his peers, he can be said to have the best talent. New disciples are divided into inner and outer disciples according to their talents, and even true disciples, and a last-place elimination system is adopted. Obviously, with a good starting point, the stronger the destiny of the people you come into contact with, the higher the return on investment. Apart from anything else, if he's classified as an outer disciple, Ying Bing will definitely not see him. By the way, Dad said there's a doctor he knows in the city who's very good at medicine. Lian Mo turned around and whispered, Why don't we go and see him today? At the tea table. No need. Ying Bing sipped the hot tea and shook his head. Lian Mo said helplessly, It would be good to go there and relieve the symptoms. Ying Bing said nothing, raised her eyes from the teacup. The hot air could not cover up the faint spirit. She looked at Lian Mo as if she wanted to see something on his face. Since Dad gave me the silver, I have to report to him. Sanyang Clinic is not far away, just 2 streets away. Lian Mo frowned deliberately. Sanyang Clinic? Ying Bing took a sip of tea, as if chewing on these words. She lowered her eyes for a moment, then nodded. Okay. In the evening, the city of Ziang Prefecture was brightly lit, and there were flower boats and lanterns near the river. On the wide streets, nobles in silk and satin were passing by, and there were also outsiders who could be seen at a glance. Qingyuan Sect opened a school to recruit disciples every 3 years, making the city more lively than before. Among them, the most lively is Jinhuan Street, where the things sold here, including medicinal materials, weapons, and horses, are all used by warriors. Sanyang Medical Clinic. Please pass on the message. Lian Mo took out his father's handwritten letter from his sleeve. The medicine boy saw the recipient on it, and his expression became serious. Please wait for a moment. My master has gone out to see a doctor, and it will probably take a while. Excuse me. Lian Mo and Ying Bing sat in the hall and waited. After a while, footsteps were heard in the hall. A middle-aged man walked in, dusty, and his linen robe was full of patches. His features were thin, his beard hung down to his chest, and his eyes were particularly bright. "Master," the medicine boy took out the unopened letter and handed it over. The middle-aged man took it out and glanced at it, and his face became more smiling. "Dalong, this kid, he still remembers me, an old man." Ying Bing's eyebrows moved slightly. Liamo heard something wrong. This guy looks about the same age as his father. Why does he speak so old-fashioned? The medicine boy next to him said proudly, "Master is 96 this year." 96? Liamo opened his mouth. It is said that studying medicine makes you old easily. So how come some people get younger and younger as they study? Did they practice some kind of kung fu or learn the art of health preservation? This world really cannot be judged by common sense. It's just a little trick, it's nothing. Your father said that the doctor is this little girl. Come forward. The middle-aged man in the linen robe waved his hand. When Ying Bing sat down opposite him, he flicked his fingers and flicked out a golden thread, which was wrapped around her white and slender fingers. Liamo watched with interest. Seeing that he was worried, the medicine boy said, "Don't worry. There are very few diseases in the world that my master can't cure." The middle-aged man in the linen robe raised his lips slightly when he heard this, and it was obvious that he was very pleased with this sentence. But the next second, he let out a light exclamation and frowned. Buzz! The golden thread trembled slightly. A touch of frost emerged, spreading rapidly along the golden thread from Ying Bing's fingertips. Snap! The middle-aged man in the linen robe broke the golden thread on his own initiative, as if he had been electrocuted. He exhaled with lingering fear. So domineering. Ow! Liamo took a deep breath and asked. The middle-aged man in the linen robe had his brows twisted into a character. He pondered for a while, shook his head, and said, "Unbelievable, unbelievable. You wouldn't have lived to this day." He has been practicing medicine for 80 years, and he has seen all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. But it is unheard of that the coldness in a person can be so overbearing. Little girl, you should have been diagnosed with dead pulse, right? Yes. Ying Bing nodded. The middle-aged man in hemp robe pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, "I'm just guessing. This may not be dead. It is not a pulse, but a special constitution. As for what it is specifically, I have to look up ancient books. If it is not a disease, there is no way to treat it. I can only prescribe some medicine to relieve the pain." Ying Bing was surprised for a moment, and then returned to calm. To be able to see this layer, the other party's medical skills can be ranked among the best in Ziang Mansion, including herself. It was later that she went to Zhang Shen's house and found the answer in a long-standing hidden sect secret place. Time in Yuan body. In that ancient book, there are 10 unprecedented constitutions recorded, and the author named them the 10 absolute bodies. Including Tien Yuan body, 9 of the 10 absolute bodies have disappeared and only exist in legends and conjectures. The only specific one that can be verified is the great Wu Emperor, who could suppress the country and carry the country's destiny. This is the pure yang pill I refined. It should be effective. 200 taels of silver. The middle-aged man in linen robe took out a porcelain bottle. That's not expensive. Liamo nodded and prepared to pay. However, the middle-aged man in linen robe slowly raised a finger. 1. Liamo, can you stop breathing so hard? The medicine boy wiped his saliva and said repeatedly, "It's already a blood-spitting price. If Master hadn't felt embarrassed today, he wouldn't." The middle-aged man in linen robe glared at him, and the medicine boy stopped talking awkwardly. "Not expensive, not expensive. I want 100 pills, thank you." Liamo, like a magician, slapped a stack of silver bills on the table, and even a few gold ingots. Medicine boy, the middle-aged man in linen robe. Ying Bing raised her eyebrows. You could hear a pin drop in the clinic. The thick banknotes looked like they were worth more than 10,000 taels. The gold ingots were even more valuable. Although gold was sparsely circulated in the market, it still had a market price. If you exchanged them for silver, it would be much higher than the market price. At least, it would be 20,000 taels in total. Even in Ziang City, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. It would be enough to buy a luxurious house. I have some private money. Liamo smiled shyly. It should be enough, right? 100 pills, you come me to buy goods, buy the back to eat? Just one bottle, 12 pills. The middle-aged man in the linen robe twitched his mouth slightly and pushed the bottle forward. That's fine. Liamo nodded reluctantly. He bowed and left with Ying Bing. Watching the two disappear in the night, the middle-aged man in the linen robe touched his chin, suspicious. Didn't they say that the relationship between these two little guys is very strained? Why are you still worried about spending less money? He picked up the frosted gold thread on the ground, his expression thoughtful. If it's really a certain physique, this child's talent is probably unimaginable. Master, there's a message from the Sect. The medicine boy came back with a falcon, took off the bamboo tube it was holding, and fed it with dried meat. The letter clearly read. Sixth Elder Shui Jing wrote in person. After reading the letter, he smacked his lips and glanced at the backyard. Go back to the Sect and bring the alchemy furnace with you. Yes. The delicate and elegant medicine boy nodded, ran to the backyard, and exerted his strength. The dragon tiger copper furnace, as tall as two people, spun and was carried on his thin shoulders. On the other side, the bustling night market was about to go out, and there were fewer pedestrians. Only the street lights that had not yet burned out were swaying. The smoke and fire of the street market disappeared, and the starry sky above the head just began to twinkle. What a pity! I heard that there are many snacks in Ziang Prefecture's night market. I have to come earlier next time. Holding 2 skewers of Ziang Prefecture's specialty grilled fish, he took a bite, and it was delicious and fragrant, without any fishy smell, and even the bones were crispy. Try it. Liamo turned around and handed the fish. Ying Bing looked straight at the boy with oil stains on his mouth, and doubts arose in her heart. After being reborn, she thought everything would develop as expected, but he seemed to be an exception. What? Ying Bing asked a question for the first time. Liamo was in a good mood and grinned. Hard tactics don't work, so we can only use soft tactics. What if you're a donkey that gives in to others' wishes and you just throw yourself into my arms because you are touched? After the words fell, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Ying Bing, who didn't get a satisfactory answer, looked calm and obviously ignored his joke just now. Sure enough, you can't expect Bing Tuozi to have any humorous germs. It's okay. You have suffered a lot of grievances from me before, so you can think of this as compensation or investment. It's only more than 2,000 taels of silver. When I join Yuan Sect, it will be a small amount. Liamo waved his hand, looking like a wealthy man. We'll talk about whether we are strong or not, but we will never be poor in the future. Ying Bing frowned slightly. How could he be so confident? In his previous life, Liamo had only entered the outer sect, and it was very reluctant. His physique could be said to be quite ordinary. The young man still knew nothing about this, and seemed to be fantasizing about shining in a few days. The night wind blew, and the lights swayed, making the high-spirited look on a young man's face flicker. Ying Bing was suddenly stunned. In the dusty memory, a distant and unfamiliar figure flashed. That was her in the past. In the eyes of countless people watching a play, she bowed to an elder of the Yuan Sect and vowed to open her meridians within half a year. Where did I get the confidence from at that time? I accept this favor. The pleasant voice just fell. Investment successful. Investment, 12 3-pattern pure yang pills. Investment successful. Your words change the other party's state of mind. This investment successfully changes the life trajectory of the investment target, and the feedback reward will be a critical hit. Congratulations to the host. You have received special feedback. Change your state of mind. Liamo didn't understand, and he didn't say anything special. The girl of destiny is the girl of destiny, and she can understand this. Special feedback, reward, critical hit. No matter how you look at it, it's a sign of a big product. Do you want to eat grilled fish? It smells very good. No. Is the little flying fish coming? Chevron_left. Qingmei room. The boy and girl, who have known each other for many years, are in the same room for the first time. The curtains of the big bed were lowered by bare hands, covering the girl's figure. "You become an ice block again." Liam retracted his gaze and lay on the soft couch with the quilt in his arms. "No matter how you look at it, she doesn't look like someone who could be changed by a few words. Forget it. Who knows what she is thinking? Investment doesn't necessarily have to be an item." Liam looked thoughtful and looked at the reward he had just received. Shinfong, immortal body. The immortal body has been transformed into immortal after the rolling red dust, and many mysteries have originated from this. Do you want to receive it? The reward is very simple, only 4 words. But this very discordant word made Liam raise his eyebrows slightly. The style of the painting is not right. Okay, this is clearly a martial arts world. Is it just an adjective to make the system look high-end and classy? Anyway, it sounds pretty good. With a thought, he received the reward. Instantly, a thunderclap that only he could hear exploded in his ears. It seemed as if the thunderclap tore apart the dark clouds in his mind, and he fell into chaos. He couldn't even feel himself. Buzz! Buzz! In the chaos, it was like a violent storm. The world was just beginning, and there were countless colors and sounds. Liam couldn't see clearly, let alone hear clearly. At this moment, he felt that he was as small as dust, but also as tall as a speck of dust. It was as if he no longer existed, but he was everywhere. I don't know how long it took. Liam lost consciousness. Not far away, on the bed, the satin curtains were gradually covered with frost, as if they would break if touched. The girl hugged her slender legs, her lips were white, and her eyelashes were stained with snow. Even the breath she exhaled carried an eternal chill. She seemed to be placed in an extremely cold ice prison, but she had long been accustomed to it, without any pain or panic, only calmness. Ying Bing knew that this torture would end when she mastered the power of tying. Before that, she had to open her meridians first. Pure yang pill. Jing is considered the best alchemist in Ziang Prefecture. Ying Bing picked up the pill and swallowed it. A little warmth rose from the dantian and slowly flowed into the meridians. Before the entrance ceremony, it was not a problem to complete the opening of the meridians. Suddenly, she remembered something. Ying Bing lifted the frozen curtain and looked in the direction of the soft couch. "I saw the boy lying there peacefully, snoring. Is he sleeping soundly? Is he okay?" The next morning, Liam opened his eyes on the soft couch. His eyes were deep, as if hiding the stars in the sky. Calm and clear, but like a clear spring in the mountains. On the surface, he is still himself. But even if he just stands there, he gives people a feeling of being integrated into nature. Name: Liam. Age: 16. Root: Shinfong, immortal body. Realm: Destiny. Evaluation: with an immortal body, the fate is chaotic and the future is unknown. Recent experience: the relationship with the childhood sweetheart has eased, and it is finally better than a stranger. Liam thought that his destiny would turn purple or even gold. Who knew that it would become 2 big question marks? There must be changes. But where is the difference? It is hard to explain for a while. He thought about it and stopped struggling. The current investment return given by the system, at least from Bing Tuozi, has never disappointed him. I haven't even started practicing martial arts yet, so I can only experience it slowly. Liam took the kettle to make some tea, only to find that the water inside had frozen into ice. The root of all this was because of a lump of ice on the bed. The amazing chill was radiating, but he didn't feel cold at all. At least he became immune to cold and heat. I don't have to worry about being rejected at the entrance ceremony. At least I can enter the inner gate, right? Liam felt relieved. Nothing to do, and I couldn't practice. He decided to go out and try his luck to see if he could meet a suitable investment target. 2 days passed in a flash. Ever since he got the pure yang pill, Ying Bing has always stayed in the room and never went out. He didn't eat or drink water. Liam was not worried. With a heaven-defying luck, he wouldn't starve himself. It was probably caused by his physique, so he didn't interfere. So after 2 days, the chill in Qing Mei continued for a long time, and the furnishings inside were probably ruined. Mo paid 500 taels of silver to settle the matter. During these 2 days, Mo also encountered various investment targets. Most of them were it is more common, and it is rare to see blue. The recent encounters are also strange. For example, the private school grades are not ideal, and they want to find a rich woman. For example, they have too much money and feel that life is boring, and they want to experience poverty. There's even a burly man who longs to wear women's clothes. For these encounters, Mo wants to invest, but can't help. Of course, normal people are still the majority. Mosquito legs are also meat. Therefore, I have received a lot of feedback, among which very few are useful for martial arts practice, and most of them are strange and weird things. Calligraphy and paintings, toys, food, fine wine, and even belly bands for virgins. This way of casting a wide net has really little benefits. The morning of the 3rd day. Quality is more important than quantity. In the future, unless there are special circumstances, I will not take the initiative to invest in white and gray. Mo pushed the door and entered the room. I saw a beautiful back, combing her smooth black hair in front of the mirror. Are you okay? Better than before. Ying Bing's porcelain-like face seemed to have become a little rosy. Her pulses were opened. Successfully opening the pulses means that the pulses are no longer blocked, and it also means that the hidden talent can be seen again. This is inseparable from the bottle of pure yang pill. Coming out breakfast. Mo smiled. Ying Bing picked up the bowl and said softly, "Thank you." "What?" Mo paused slightly, his eyes widened. Bing Tuozi actually said thank you? Shocked. I didn't hear clearly. What did you say just now? Mo was not sure. Ying Bing was silent and drank the porridge. When the sky was bright, the two had breakfast and went downstairs together. Today is the day when Yuan's sect opens the mountain. When the carriage traveled dozens of miles away, it could not move because there were too many people all crowded on the official road. I can only walk down. The scene makes Mo DNA a little excited. There are young people all around, and it feels like doing morning exercises in the playground during school days. I walk for about half an incense stick of time. In front of me, I can see the mountain gate of Yuan's sect, and there are many Yuan's sect disciples wearing various costumes. In front of the disciples, 7 deacons are sitting in front of the big desk. Ding, ding, ding. 3 morning bells rang. Root bones are the first level of martial arts training. If the root bones are too poor, it will be difficult to move forward in the martial arts. Even if you make all kinds of efforts, it will be a drop in the bucket. Those with low root bones should not waste time. You can leave on your own. An old man with a short and fat figure and red cheeks passed by with a thunderous voice. No one left. Anyone who comes here either has a plan in mind or won't cry until they see the coffin. Now they have reached the mountain gate. Now they are here. Seeing this, the short and fat old man waved his hand and said, "Then line up and come up one by one to touch the bones." After the words fell, countless young men and women, under the management of the Yuan sect disciples, consciously lined up for testing. The deacons seemed to have practiced special methods. They stretched out their hands and patted the shoulders of the testers, and they roughly knew the other party's root bones. Wu Ping, C level, go over. He Haikua, D level. Qian Ningning, D level. The root bones are divided into 4 levels of A, B, C, and D by the Yuan sect. Anyone who is C level is qualified to enter the mountain gate. There are many factors that determine talent, and root bones are just one of them. Having C level root bones means that you have the entrance ticket to martial arts. Even so, only 1 or 2 out of 10 are above C level. Only the first level, I'm afraid 80% of the people will be screened out. Above Class A? Then they can only be classified as Class A. It may not be accurate, but most people with a blue destiny or above have successfully passed. Mo stood in line, and his destiny I was always open. "Little girl, come up." The old woman in front waved. Ying Bing walked out of the crowd and welcomed countless eyes. Just because she was too beautiful. Standing there coldly, it seemed that everything around her was silent, making it impossible to ignore. Mo touched his chin. According to his experience of reading novels, if nothing unexpected happens, there are two possibilities. Either a complete monster or a complete loser. With great luck, it is impossible to be lost in the crowd. This, as expected, the old woman's brows frowned instantly. She became more serious, her chi sinking into her dantian, her robes moving without wind, and she was actually planning to use her internal energy to check the opponent's bones. The movement here made everyone look over. Even the other deacons became curious. It wouldn't be so difficult to test the A-level bones. The next moment, the voice of the old woman deacon spread throughout the venue. Ying Bing, A-level. Her tone was complicated. She was surprised and excited. The crowd was in an uproar. Those with A-level qualifications are rare in the history of Qing Yuan Sect. Murong Shiao, who was just known as the Qilin son of Ziang Mansion, was only A-level. Even so, Murong Shiao was rated as the first genius in 10 years. Liemo, it seems to be the former. Being stared at by various eyes, Ying Bing became the center of the crowd. The girl herself was neither sad nor happy, because she knew that this was nothing. The reason why she was A-level was because the highest level in Qing Yuan Sect was only A-level. You are not surprised by praise or criticism. This kind of mentality is really rare. I look forward to your performance on the steps to heaven. The short and fat elder couldn't help but admire. Touching the bones is just to eliminate those who are not qualified to practice martial arts. The real comprehensive test of talent is the second level. Steps to heaven. Genius is not the whole of talent, but based on the genius on the armor, this girl's performance in the second level cannot be bad. The entrance ceremony has just begun. The champion may have appeared. Ying Bing nodded and stood among the passers-by. The complacency and pride on the faces of the boys and girls who had passed the first level disappeared silently. They were still thinking about how to enter the inner gate. Ying Bing at least has a true disciple. On the high platform, it's really extraordinary, maybe the only one I've ever seen. Jing was still wearing the patchwork clothes, twisting his long beard and his eyes flickering. He was not surprised by Ying Bing's armor-like bones. Is this the good seedling you said you met when you went down the mountain? Not far away, a lazy voice sounded. The woman was wearing palace clothes, her cheeks were red, and she leaned lazily on the chair. It's her, but I don't know how far she can go on the stone steps to heaven. Jing glanced at the woman, his eyes showing helplessness. I like this girl. The woman in palace clothes drank a sip of wine carelessly. The elders, are you sure you didn't see that the little girl was so beautiful? She is not suitable for your martial arts. Jing said helplessly. Why is she not suitable? The woman in palace clothes raised her eyebrows. What are you trying to do? You've trained yourself like a furnace. This girl shouldn't be your disciple. A slightly cold voice spoke. Hanhe, do you want to fight? The woman in palace dress clenched her fists, eager to try. Elder Hanhe subconsciously took a half step back and snorted coldly. Be quiet. The voice was full of majesty. After the master spoke, the woman in palace dress picked up the wine gourd with reluctance and drank 2 more gulps. The elders looked at each other. Could it be that the master was interested in the girl? Unconsciously, another stick of incense had passed. There were 500 people who had experienced bone touching. Finally, it was Limo's turn. The old woman grabbed his shoulders and felt a force rushing in, ready to flow through the meridians around his body. But soon, the force disappeared. The old woman opposite frowned for the second time. Internal chi can stimulate the internal organs, meridians, and bones of a person. The better the bones, the stronger the reaction to this stimulation. But the body of this young man did not react at all. It would have been fine if it was just like that, but his internal chi disappeared directly like a drop in the ocean. If she hadn't seen the young man standing in front of her with her own eyes, she would have thought it was a stone. The old woman hesitated for a moment, but still took a pen and wrote down his name. Liemo, Bing Deng, go over. Thank you. Liemo had expected it and bowed to the old woman. Then he passed through the mountain gate with a normal expression. Oh, Bing Deng, Dad will be unhappy. You have to help me speak up when the time comes, Dad. Your words will work. Liemo smiled heartily and touched the girl beside him with his shoulder. Ying Bing was slightly surprised. Grade C aptitude. Not much different for what he remembered, but he didn't seem disappointed. Lian Mo looked indifferent, still cheerful. 3 points are determined by fate. 7 points depend on hard work. Many people can't even enter the mountain gate. I'm already very lucky. There was another sentence he didn't say. What are you panicking about? I have a hang. Ying Bing looked at the boy's carefreeness and didn't seem to be fake. Whatever. At least his bottle of pure yang pill helped me open my meridians in advance, saving half a year. This mentality is worth a little help. How far he can go depends on him. At this time, not far away, a deacon's report once again attracted everyone's attention. Wang Hu, tiger arms and leopard waist, B middle. The field couldn't help but make a noise, excluding the 2 grade A monsters. Wang Hu is already the best talent. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is 1 in a million. Enjoying the compliments from the people around him, Wang Hu laughed defiantly and cast his eyes at the crowd. What are you looking at? Lian Mo fell in a deep thought. At this time, a figure landed in front of the mountain gate. Tiger and leopard shape. The middle-aged man, like an iron tower, stretched out his hand and pinched Wang Hu's shoulder. Wang Hu was shocked, but he saw his cousin walking out from the disciples and winked at him. Yes, it is indeed a tiger arm and a leopard waist. The middle-aged man with an iron tower smiled with satisfaction. Master, this is my cousin. Wang Hao saluted respectfully. Not bad. Not bad. He is more suitable for practicing the tiger and leopard thunderhand of a certain family than you. His laughter was buzzing, shaking people's eardrums. Buddha, wait until he enters the inner gate. It will not be too late for you to accept a disciple. The short and fat elder frowned and reminded. Buddha? Wang Hu was stunned for a moment. Then he was ecstatic. This was a very powerful inner sect, deacon. If it weren't for the fact that the position of elder was so narrow, he would have been in charge of the peak long ago. I know the rules. Fu Tu bowed indifferently. At the signal of his cousin, Wang Hu hurriedly greeted him. Hello, master. You must pass the entrance first. Heavenly Stone Steps, right? Fu Tu did not correct the address. After Fu Tu left, Wang Hu raised his head even higher, almost writing the word arrogant on his forehead. After passing through the mountain gate, he came straight over and clasped his fist confidently. Miss Ying, we will be fellow disciples in the future. Then, he was ignored. This kind of talent is only acceptable in a small place like Ziang Mansion. In Ying Bing's eyes, there is no essential difference between Wang Hu's B grade and Li Mo's C grade. They are both stubborn stones, so why bother to distinguish which one is flatter? Wang Hu was held in place, his face flushed. He could only look at Lian Mo again. Haha, we are from the same hometown. How could I forget you when I became successful? No, there is a difference between the inner and outer gates. It will be difficult for me to come down. And maybe, after some time, I will be the real disciple. It's more convenient to meet Miss Ying than to meet you, right? He smiled sinisterly. He got the inner door steward as a backer. Wang Hu, who was young and arrogant, was so inflated that he almost floated to the sky. Several young boys and girls from Ning'an County all looked aggrieved, but they couldn't do anything. Wang Hu was already arrogant enough in the county, and now he has risen to the top. They didn't have a good impression of Lian Mo at first, but now, compared with Wang Hu, they thought the former was a little cuter. Right. Li Mo's destiny has never been closed. Since Wang Hu finished testing his root bones, the originally green destiny began to show a hint of black. Just when he was showing off, the black color became a few points darker. Even the evaluation became. He is stubborn and self-righteous. He was used as a test subject by the inner door steward Fudu without knowing it. His future is bleak. He didn't like to argue with Irby, and he was even more lazy to argue with a half-dead person. Another disregard. Wang Hu was choked in his throat, and a nameless evil fire surged in his heart. However, the short and fat elder seemed to notice this. He retracted his gaze from Li Mo and Ying Bing and sneered in his heart. There's a long way to go. Anyway, there's a huge difference between the outer door and the true teaching. They can't get along. 3 suns were hanging high in the sky, and the sky was clear. The bone-touching session had ended, But the scene was still noisy, and many people who had not yet entered the sect also stayed to watch the excitement. In front of the disciples who had already entered the sect were two mountain paths leading to the top of Yuan Mountain. One was used by the disciples to enter and exit the mountain. The other was overgrown with weeds and was simple and extraordinary. This was the famous stone steps to heaven. It was said that it was a rare treasure accidentally obtained by the founder of Yuan's sect. It was not complete and was suspected to be a thing used by the ancient sect a long time ago to test the disciples. Those who climbed 10 steps can enter the outer gate. Those who climbed 50 steps can enter the inner gate. Those who climbed 80 layers were true disciples. The short and fat old man stood in front of the stone steps to heaven and said loudly, "What if you reach the top?" Someone asked confidently. Who else could it be but Wang Hu? The short and fat old man's mouth curled up slightly, and it seemed that this was not the first time he answered this question. The ancestor said that the one who reached the top is the true disciple of the head of Yuan's sect. However, looking at the history of the sect, there are countless geniuses, but only 2 or 3 people can do it. All of them are of Class A aptitude. Don't be too ambitious. You could go higher, he said, and paused again. Those words are said to most people. This year, isn't there a little girl with excellent talent? Elder, those who are strong and healthy, or even those who have practiced martial arts in advance, don't they have an advantage? Someone else asked. The short and fat elder said tirelessly, "Don't worry, the stone steps will suppress the blood and qi." After popularizing science to everyone, he waved his hand. 1 hour is the limit. Let's all start. As the voice fell, a disciple inserted a long incense stick as thick as a finger into the bronze incense burner. The timer started, but everyone looked at each other, and no one was the first to step forward. "A bunch of cowards, I'll go first." Wang Hu climbed the stone steps with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. In an instant, he felt that the blood in his body was no longer boiling, and it could no longer provide him with extraordinary strength. However, he still stepped out proudly. 10th step, 20 steps. At the 30th step, his body began to shake. At the same time, the sound of a tiger roaring faintly came from his body, resisting the tremendous pressure. It also supported him and stepped over the 50th step. Others followed with exclamations. Inner gate. With someone testing the water, the latecomers followed one after another. After all, the incense was still burning there, and the wasted time might be enough to climb one more step. The speed of climbing the mountain was fast and slow, but none of them looked relaxed. The pressure from all directions became greater as they went up, and it was simply suffocating. That's Lin Jang, right? He's walking so fast. Murong Shiao is even faster. How come they're so relaxed? The people who were talking were a minority after all, and most people were working hard to climb. Until Ying Bing stepped on it. Everyone's attention was unconsciously shifted to her. After all, everyone was curious. How far can this cold girl who was rated as having a bone structure above the top armor go? The complete stone steps can also test one's character. Feeling a little pressure, Ying Bing shook her head slightly. Moreover, this stone step to heaven is too old. I'm afraid it will lose its effectiveness after some time. The figure like an ice lotus is getting higher and higher. 10th step, 20 steps, 30 steps, as if walking on flat ground. The height had almost no effect on her, and she quickly left the others behind. Everyone couldn't hold it anymore. This is not a question of whether to reach the top or not. This is clearly to refresh the record of the time it takes to reach the top. Her qualifications are probably the best among the top-ranking people in the history of Yuan's sect. Ying Bing climbed up the steps. Soon, she reached the 54th step. Wang Hu found that it was suddenly quiet behind him. He looked back and suddenly felt his hands and feet cold. The girl's eyes were like snow under frost. It was as if the one looking at him was the cold moon hanging in the clouds, overlooking the world. At that moment, he instinctively did not dare to look at her and moved away. Everyone is paying attention. Liamo sighed inexplicably. Some people are cold on the outside but warm on the inside, while others are warm on the outside but cold on the inside. It's the first time I've seen someone like Bing Tuozi who is cold on the outside, but domineering on the inside. Thinking of this, he also moved. Hiding his shortcomings? Not possible. The higher you climb, the higher your status in the sect will be in the future, and it will be easier for you to come into contact with people with excellent destiny. He hadn't gotten enough of Bing Tuozi's wool. Moreover, he also wanted to see how far he could go. He found a C grade after touching his bones. He didn't know his aptitude for a long time. The immortal body in the martial arts, what is the level of the Taoist world? Waiting online, very anxious. One step up. Isn't this just an ordinary stone staircase? Li Mo tilted his head and stepped up to the third floor. On the high platform, the character of the little girl Ying Bing is just what I like. The eyes of the woman in palace dress lit up as she looked at the girl like a snowstorm. The movement was too big, making the already evil figure even more evil. Can these two little guys get together? Jing twisted his long beard, thinking. In the letter sent, his former disciple, that is, Li Mo's father, said that he wanted Ying Bing to be his future daughter-in-law. Now it seems, this disciple's grandson's wife is probably not very stable. How can a sea-level root bone become a true inheritance? Jing suddenly saw the figure of the young man walking briskly on the mountain path. Master, why don't you let me take care of that little girl? I will definitely teach her well. The woman in palace dress patted her chest drunkenly and promised. The senior leaders couldn't bear to watch and said, Come on, you sleep for 6 hours and get drunk for 6 hours in a day of 12 hours. Sister Shangwu, please let her go. Don't teach such a good genius wrongly. No, absolutely not. Even if you beat me to death, I won't agree. The elders all wanted to accept disciples. But on this matter, they all remained consistent. It didn't matter who taught him, but he couldn't be a disciple of Shangwu, the elder of the ninth peak. At this moment, suddenly, a clear phoenix cry resounded through the sky, only to see Ying Bing was already standing at the end of the stone steps to heaven. Crows, magpies, wild geese, hawks, countless flying birds swept in from all directions and circled around her obediently. Countless people in the field stood still, not knowing what was happening. But on the stands, the senior leaders of Qing Yuan's sect felt something. Behind Ying Bing, they seemed to see a moon-white bird. Its feathers were brilliant. Its momentum was clear, noble, and mysterious. The leader of Qing Yuan's sect, who had been silent all the time, stood up suddenly. This woman can condense the form of hundreds of birds, gather the phoenix spirit, show the scene of tying. Shangguan Winsong's eyes were burning. Others on the stone steps to heaven could not see the strange phenomenon, but they also heard the amazing sound that resounded through the sky and saw hundreds of birds surrounding. Wang, who was even more unbelievable. The fairy-like back was only 40 steps away from him, just as he was about to rush up a few more steps with naked possessiveness in his eyes. Step. Footsteps were heard behind him. Li Mo, how'd he get here? You must have used some tricks to sneak up the stone steps. Still want to stand next to her? Get off. Wang, whose eyes were bloodshot and his face was gloomy. He was about to pull Li Mo's collar and throw him down, resisting the pressure. Li Mo? ? The other party's movements were as slow as a turtle in his eyes. Why don't you stop now? Li, really has no interest in slapping someone in the face. The rules don't say that you are not allowed to fight on the stone steps. Oh, what did you say? I said, bang. Little Li kicked him in the crotch. There's a kind of pain that hurts just by looking at it. All the young men who saw this scene felt cold in their lower body. Ugh. Wang, whose face instantly turned the color of liver. The severe pain made it impossible for him to stand steadily, not to mention that he was on the stone steps, bearing great pressure. The screams and rolling sounds gradually faded away. Get out of the way, someone shouted to remind them, and fortunately everyone dodged in time and was not hit by Wang, who was rolling on the ground like a gourd. It's quiet now. Li Mo shrugged and continued to walk up. A deacon looked at him just now, but didn't say much. It seems that Wang, who was right. There is indeed no rule that you can't attack others on the stone steps. It's just that everyone is not in a competitive relationship, and wasting energy to disgust others is completely hurting the enemy 1,000 times and hurting yourself 800 times. So no one has ever done this. That guy has a sunny smile, but he's really evil. No, that's not the point. Isn't he a sea-level talent? Someone suddenly spoke up, and everyone realized it. Yes, that's not right. How'd he climb to more than 50 floors? No, it's already 80 floors. The way he strolled in the garden was actually relaxed and carefree. If everyone was shocked and envious of Ying Bing's performance, then Lin Mo was completely stunned. Why do you call this great sea? Deacon Han, did you feel the boy's bones wrong? The short and fat middle-aged elder was in doubt. The old woman who had just touched Lin Mo's bones changed her expression and could only whisper, "Maybe I'm old and my eyes are blurry." After this, the senior executives were all silent. The deacon had a sharp eye and was experienced. How could he make a mistake by feeling the bones? Just a few words. Over there. The figure on the top has changed from 1 to 2. Ying Bing's eyes were full of strange colors. Reach the top? In her eyes, this is not difficult. Even if it is a complete stone staircase, she has met countless people who can reach the top. But he is not among them. The breeze blew. Lin Mo's robe fluttered, and he smiled and said, "What a coincidence. You are here too." Looking at the mountains, the open-mindedness in his heart was ready to burst out. It was a beautiful day, but there was a crow who didn't understand the situation. It landed on the boy's head with a snap. He also reached the top. If I hadn't been struggling to stand, I would have suspected that there was something wrong with the stone steps. But he has reached the top. Why didn't he make any special noise? Who cares? He walked up so easily. His bones must be more than Class C. The crowd had already started talk. Ying Bing had attracted hundreds of birds to come, and the scene was very grand. When Lin Mo went up, there were no strange movements. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He must have cheated. Wang Hu rolled down from dozens of steps and was already dizzy. When he saw the shameless Yu who attacked him reach the top, he was so angry that his eyes turned black. His back teeth were almost broken at this time, and he wanted to rush up and pull Lin Mo down. Unfortunately, he couldn't even stand up now. "Cousin, this kid is so vicious and ruthless that he is not worthy of being a disciple of Ching Yuan's sect." "Shut up. The elders will make the decision." Wang Hao also felt embarrassed, but he interrupted his cousin's outspokenness in time. How to judge that kid is the business of the higher-ups. It is not their turn to question the fairness of the entrance ceremony. Of course, Wang Hao also felt that Lin Mo must have used other means. The sect has records. The 5th generation of the head of Ching Yuan's sect had the image of the Milky Way falling down 3,000 feet, and the 16th generation of the head of Ching Yuan's sect had the image of thousands of trees blooming in spring, including the current head Shangwen Song. Countless swords shook and bowed their heads. All those who reached the top had extraordinary momentum, different from the people who were climbing the stone steps. On the viewing platform, all the higher-ups fell silent. They were at least in the realm of observing the gods, and could see things that the naked eye could not see. Therefore, in their eyes, the young man with the crow on his head was an extraordinary sight. Behind him, there was a figure with his back to the world. That back seemed ordinary, but extremely profound. The fisherman on the river bank, the scholar reading by lamplight at night, the general who entered the throne. It seemed that the back had changed without noticing. When he came back to his senses, it returned to its original state, still the elegant young man in brocade clothes. Lin Mo's back. He reflected himself on the stone steps to heaven. What the hell is this? The elders looked at each other and saw absurdity and astonishment in each other's eyes. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. But there was one thing that was beyond doubt. This young man was extraordinary. Since you have climbed the 100th step, you could be considered a true disciple. What do you think? Jing let go of his hand calmly and threw away the beard that he accidentally tore off. Yes. Well, I also think we should observe it. But both of them have reached the 100th step. Elder Hanha put down his tea bowl and said hesitantly, "The ancestral precepts say that the one who reaches the top is the candidate for the leader and is to be trained as the future successor of Qingyuan Mountain. How can a sect have two successors? The main reason is that it has never happened before that two people reach the top at the same time within 100 years. For a moment, the elders all looked at the sect master. Shangguan Wensong was silent for a moment. Ying Bing is the true successor of the leader, and Li Mo is the true successor. In this regard, the elders were not surprised. One reflects himself as an ordinary person. The other reflects the noble and mysterious phoenix bird like the dark moon. The latter obviously has more potential. Dang! A long bell sounded through the mountains. The long incense in the huge copper furnace burned out, and an hour passed. When the time came, the young people who were climbing on the stage all stopped working. Some were overjoyed, some were calm, and some were unwilling to give up. But now, everything has been settled. In the second round, only 700 or 800 people were able to enter Qingyuan's sect. The elders of each peak of Qingyuan's sect also stepped down from the high platform. Shangguan Wensong took a step forward, and the noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Those who enter the outer gate go to the outer courtyard affairs hall to collect the way certificate and sundries. Those who enter the inner gate can choose a peak to join. Each peak has different functions, different emphases, and different martial arts. You have 3 days to understand. Whether you join the inner gate or the outer gate, you must not slack off. You are all still young and the world is uncertain. The voice of the sect leader was shocking. Li Mo looked at the elders, but was slightly stunned. Shui Jing blinked at him. Well, Li Mo was curious before. How could a barefoot doctor in a clinic come up with something like the pure yang pill? Ying Bing is the true disciple. Please join me. Shangguan Wensong said again. The people who had not yet left everyone had expected this, but they still couldn't hide their shock. Accepted as a disciple by the leader of Qingyuan's sect, Shangguan Wensong. Step over the stone steps to heaven, and ascend to heaven in 1 step. Just now, everyone received the initiation ceremony together, and in the blink of an eye, they were already worlds apart. Life is unpredictable. Li Mo, Lin Jang, Murong Shiao, they all have the potential to be a true disciple. Is there any elder willing to accept a disciple? The true disciple is also 1 person per person. Each elder can only accept 5 true disciples at most. What a pity my sect is full. Lin Jang, you have mantis legs, magpie shoulders, and green snake spine. I am good at using long weapons. Are you willing to follow me? TSK, TSK, TSK. This kid Murong Shiao is not bad. He actually has the blood of a lucky beast. He is a good seedling. Lin Jang was soon accepted by an elder. Murong Shiao even attracted 3 elders to fight for him, and finally became the disciple of Elder Hanhe. These 2, Li Mo was also looking at them. Name, Lin Jang. Age, 16. Root bone, mantis legs, green snake spine, magpie shoulder. Realm, Qi in blood realm, 4 meridians. Destiny, blue. Evaluation, this person has decent talent, but he is eager for quick success and is too hard to break. If he wakes up in time, he may be able to reach a higher level. Recent experience, just became the true disciple of Qingyuan's sect and wants a weapon that is more than a sharp weapon. Name, Murong Shiao. Age, 16. Root bone, Ming Jiao body. Realm, Qi in blood realm, 5 meridians. Destiny, evaluation. His father is a human. His mother is a transformed dragon. He has a good temperament, but is deeply affected by his own blood. If he can combine the advantages of the 2, he will have a promising future. If he combines the disadvantages of the 2, he will be a disaster. Recent experience. He has long suppressed his instincts, hoping to calm the bloodthirsty intentions in his bones. This. Li Mo took a breath of cold air. Doesn't he have the blood of auspicious beasts? His father is a human, and his mother is a dragon. Murong Zhao's father is a ruthless man. Su Xian has to serve tea when he sees him. He silently memorized where the 2 went. By the way, what about me? Li Mo came back to his senses and found that the elders looked at him with some difficulty. This child is extremely talented, but how should he be taught? This is what the elders were thinking at the same time. For a moment, the scene was actually quiet. Suddenly, a lazy voice broke the silence. "Boy, hiccup, are you willing to become my disciple?" Liamo looked over. He saw a woman in palace dress standing there with her hands on her hips, trying very hard to look serious and solemn. Her facial features were graceful, and her loose palace dress could not hide her amazing figure. Standing there, she looked like a peony flower that was blooming freely. Of course, Liamo did not hesitate for long and bowed. "This, Shangwu's nephew." Jing was stunned and was about to speak. But Shangwu glanced at him with a threatening look and clenched his five-fingered pink fist. "Well, becoming her disciple is also very good. You'll be the only one in the 9th peak in the future." Jing followed suit and changed his face at the speed of light. "Hello, master." Liamo stepped forward to become a disciple, feeling strange. Why did the elders look at him with a bit of sympathy? He couldn't help but look at it with the eyes of destiny. Name, Shangwu. Age, 27. Root bone, Nanming fire lotus body. Realm, inner scenery, 7th heaven. Destiny, purple. Evaluation, the youngest elder of Yuan's sect. You can doubt her character, but please don't question her strength. She has an extraordinary origin. Recent experience, no money for drinking, thinking about how to get some money from the elders of other peaks, very interested in the master's true teaching Ying Bing. Liamo? Question mark. No wonder the senior leaders looked at him strangely. No matter how you look at it, Shangwu is not a good master. And it turned out that he was not accepted as a disciple because of his own clear bones, but because he was interested in Ying Bing. Those evaluations. Liamo was a little suspicious of the value of purple destiny. At least it's my first time meeting purple. It doesn't matter if I can't learn anything. There will always be a return on investment. Thinking so, Liamo relaxed. Hee, from now on you will be under my protection, and when you are outside, tell me my name. Shangwu slapped him on the shoulder, as if she was touching his bones again. Liamo took a breath of cold air. Her hand was really strong. Not far away, Ying Bing, who had already become a disciple, looked at the woman in palace dress and the helpless boy. "Are you a disciple of Shangwu?" Ying Bing nodded slightly. If Liamo could learn Shangwu's skills with some real skills, maybe he can have a place among his peers in Ziang Mansion. Of course, he is not considered a genius in the East Wilderness, and he should not be able to be on the system list. 4 true disciples have emerged in one class, and our Yuan sect will prosper. Let's go. Follow me to complete the entry procedures. The short and fat old man looked at the few people with a smile on his face. The entrance ceremony ended. 2 geniuses who reached the top of the heavenly steps were undoubtedly unprecedented since the establishment of Yuan sect. The news spread quickly throughout the sect, as if it had wings. Yuan Mountain Main Peak, Internal Affairs Hall. We have 4 more true disciples this year. I heard that he hasn't accepted any disciples for 50 years. Could it be that he has been so quiet that he wants to train a successor? You were not there, but that girl is as beautiful as a fairy. Well, that's not the point. The main point is that she reached the top of the heavenly steps in just a few dozen breaths. She is a monster. Isn't there another person who reached the top? That person worshipped under Elder Shangwu. Several inner disciples in the Internal Affairs Hall were drinking tea and talking enthusiastically. When they heard that someone had worshipped at the 9th peak, they all retreated strategically, with strange expressions and a hint of pity in their eyes. This kid is finished. Alas, if he wasn't in the same class as that girl, he might have been trained as a leader. He has a good talent, but a bad fate. Someone sighed. The other inner disciples nodded, agreeing with him. As they were talking, they suddenly put down their tea bowls, stood up straight, and shouted honestly, "Hello, Elder Qian." The short and fat old man nodded. "I will bring a few new disciples to receive things. In addition, the first month's salary should be paid in advance, according to the standards set by each peak." The short and fat old man's name is Qian Bufan, the Internal Affairs Elder of Yuan sect. He is one of the highest-ranking elders in the sect, because internal affairs also include finance. This is a favor, mainly because of Ying Bing. Li Mo understood, but he also bowed to Qian Bufan. "Thank you, elder." "Alas, you don't have to thank me." Qian Bufan turned sideways and didn't accept the gift. Li Mo was confused, but he soon found out the reason. The entry items were quickly distributed: 2 sets of cloud-patterned robes with exquisite materials, and a way certificate made of red copper, which were uniformly distributed by the sect. The monthly salary was very particular. Murong Shiao, move into Shunbing Peak, 500 taels of monthly silver, 100 refined forging hammer, and 2 bottles of jade bone pills. Lin Yi, move into Rui Peak, 300 taels of monthly silver, and 2 bottles of Jingxin pills. The disciples of the Internal Affairs Hall brought 2 trays. Then he looked at Ying Bing again. His expression became much more respectful. "Ying Bing, enter the main peak of Ching, 1,000 taels of silver per month, a top-grade cold iron sword, 2 bottles of pure yang pills, 10 plants of shimai grass." The Internal Affairs disciple said a long list like a string of bullets. The other disciples who came and went were envious when they heard it. The treatment of the true disciple of the sect master is enough to make people drool. "It's not over yet," the disciple said again. "The sect master has ordered that you can choose another villa as your residence, which is exclusively for the use of junior sister. You can choose it yourself. A private villa. This is the treatment that only deacons have. And it's not an ordinary deacon. It must have made contributions to the sect. In addition to having an excellent martial arts training environment, it is also a symbol of status." Xiao Shui Pavilion. Ying Bing said, without hesitation. Okay, I'll help junior sister record it now." The Internal Affairs disciple was stunned and nodded. "What about me?" Li Mo pointed at himself, thinking he had been forgotten. "Junior brother is from Kunyu Peak. Your peak prepared it for the true teaching." The Internal Affairs disciple took out a thick booklet and handed it over. "Is it a secret manual of divine skills or something? This is too thick." Li Mo flipped it open in confusion, and then saw the following words written on it. "In February of the 162nd year of Jingtai, Kunyu Peak advanced 3,000 taels of silver. In March of the 162nd year of Jingtai, Kunyu Peak advanced 10 jars of apricot wine. In September of the 164th year of Jingtai, the beast cages of Jinshou Peak were demolished, causing the exotic beasts to escape, and a total of 52 exotic beasts of various kinds were lost. It was densely packed, and it was all bills and IOUs. Li Mo? Question mark. A bunch of question marks appeared on Xiao Li's head. "Did you get the right one?" "Yes." Elder Qian Bufan sighed and said, "The resources of each peak are provided by each peak, not distributed uniformly by the sect. Kunyu Peak does not provide any resources to the true disciples. Not only that, Junior Sister Shangwu also advanced a lot of things to the Internal Affairs Hall. When you have time, take this bill and let her fill the famine as soon as possible. This thick book is full of bills." Student Li's mouth twitched slightly. "So everyone else gets the benefits, but I have to bear the debt." Qian Bufan nodded and reminded him friendly. "By the way, there shouldn't be a place for you to live on Chuanyu Peak. You better make plans early and build yourself a reed or something. You can ask the Internal Affairs Hall for the materials." Li Mo fell in a deep thought. He never thought that after becoming a true disciple of Qing Yuan's sect, he would end up homeless. "I'm afraid it's a false teaching. Live at my place." Suddenly, Ying Bing's red lips parted. Li Mo's body trembled, and he turned his head in a daze, but he couldn't see any strange color from that cold face. "Is this still the Bing Tuozi I know? Xiao Shui Pavilion has an excellent environment. You two could be a couple of gods." Qian Bufan stroked his belly, with a little more ant smile on his face. "Our Elder Qian is actually a Kowtow scholar." Elder Qian, you think too much." Li Mo shook his head. You two little guys, aren't you a couple?" Old Qian was stunned. "I heard that the two were childhood sweethearts and entered Qing Yuan's sect together, and were both true disciples. Ying Bing even specifically asked Li Mo to live with her today, so they're now living together. These days, how can ordinary people live in the same room together?" Liamo hasn't spoken yet. Ying Bing's voice has already sounded beside him. No. The tone is very casual, but makes people feel cold. You misunderstood. Liamo waved his hands repeatedly. Then both of them stopped talking. The atmosphere in the hall was a little weird for a while. You are old and like to gossip. Please forgive me. Qian Bufan laughed, smacked his lips, and even looked a little disappointed. Liamo smiled bitterly and took his eyes off Ying Bing. Is Bing Tuozi pretty? It's not an exaggeration to describe her as stunning. But too cold. She's cold in both character and body. Thinking of this, Liamo couldn't help but sigh. It's more appropriate to say that he feels pity for this childhood sweetheart, rather than admiration. In his memory, she didn't have this kind of personality at first, but became like this after something happened in her family. If he were in her shoes, Liamo would not be able to be optimistic and gentle. Opposite, Ying Bing shook her head imperceptibly. Heaven and earth are unkind. The martial arts are long. In a last life, I don't know how many outstanding people pursued her. But if she hadn't cut off her 7 emotions and 6 desires and concentrated on going upstream in the long river of martial arts, she would not have been able to reach the top. In this life, she also maintained a firm heart toward the Tao. Qiushui Pavilion is located not far from Kunyu Peak. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers and has beautiful scenery. The attic is 3 stories high and also has a separate courtyard with a clear spring flowing in the middle. It is simple and elegant without losing the beauty of nature, and it stands out among other attics. At this time, the door of Qiushui Pavilion was opened. 2 people walked in one after the other, and the boy was carrying large and small bags. This house is well built. Liamo was very satisfied with the new living environment, but also a little emotional. In the past, Ying Bing lived in Li's house and lived under someone else's roof. Now it's the other way around. He turned around and saw Ying Bing looking at the courtyard in a daze. It seems that no one has lived here for a long time. Let's clean it up first. Liamo looked around and said. He walked around but couldn't find any cleaning tools. Ying Bing suddenly said, the broom is under the stone bench in Huapu. Liamo bent down and actually found a broom. Go boil some hot water. Ying Bing tied up her black hair with a bandage and spoke naturally. It seemed as if she had lived here for a long time, and she seamlessly became the mistress of Qiushui Pavilion. She didn't mean it, but in her every move while sweeping the floor, she actually had the ease and composure of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Well, I have become a hard-working babysitter. Liamo curled his lips and saluted. Obey the instructions of the superiors. Although I know that Bing Tuozi has always been like this, why am I still a little unwilling in my heart? Well, as a male with a strong sense of self-esteem, this is normal. The steaming hot water was boiled and poured into the mahogany barrel by Liamo. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested a bucket of bath water to help the investment object clean the body. Get investment feedback, a gold bar. The gold bars fed back by the system are very sufficient. Liamo was silent for a while and shouted to the yard. A bucket of bath water is not enough. I will boil some more for you. At night. The next day, Liamo woke up as usual, looked at the frozen next door, and went into the kitchen to make breakfast. The wide investment a while ago provided him with a lot of strange feedback, including a lot of food that could be eaten hot. When the sun rose completely, Liamo took when the soy milk buns came out. Bing Tuozi was already sitting there. Her lips were still bloodless, and her face was white as snow. It was most appropriate to describe her as beautiful and freezing. Not long after breakfast, a strong voice came from outside. Junior brother Ying Bing is here. Open the door. The old man was sitting in an ancient and majestic carriage. The 4 eaves of the carriage were all carved with 4 figures, which were exquisite and ingenious. I'm a master's groom. The old groom smiled and said, I am here to lead the nephew up the mountain by the order of the master. I will pick you up in the future. There are many buildings on Qingyuan Peak. I am afraid you can't find the right place. Wow, the master's carriage. Liamo thought, no wonder it looks so grand. Look, this is the treatment of the true disciples. He was afraid that he would have to walk up the mountain. Thank you. Ying Bing nodded, got in the car, and lifted the curtain, saying, "Liamo, before you go to Kunyu Peak, you could prepare a few pots of good wine." Leaving this sentence, the carriage drove away. The top of Kunyu Peak. It seems that Elder Qian has no intention of asking my cheap master to pay back the debt. He is reminding her not to borrow again. Liamo looked at the furnishings on the top of the peak, and his mouth twitched slightly. A simple wooden house with some broken walls and ruins. That's it. If he didn't know that this was the Qingyuan sect, he would have thought that this place had just been attacked by a disaster beast. "Master, master!" Liamo shouted twice, but no one answered, so he pushed open the wooden door. The whole room was filled with the smell of alcohol. On the bed, the woman was covered with a blanket, sleeping in a sprawling position, with crystal tears faintly flowing from the corners of her mouth. "Master!" The woman hummed twice like a lazy pig, turned over, and continued to sleep. Liamo had no choice but to lean close to her ear and whispered, "Elder Qian is here to collect the debt." The effect was outstanding. Shang Wu jumped up suddenly, but when she saw Li Mo standing in front of her, her drunken eyes were confused again. "Who are you?" "I'm your apprentice," Liamo said helplessly. "Apprentice? Oh, I remember now." Shang Wu scratched her head, as if she had remembered something. Her almond eyes were still confused. "What do you want from me?" "Woke up, but not completely." Liamo was silent for a moment, and said, after entering the door, "Should you teach me something?" "It seems to make sense." Shang Wu's shoulders were exposed, and she seemed to be completely unaware of how indecent her current posture was. She stood up, her palace dress drooping, revealing half of her shoulders, and she was actually taller than Liamo. "Yesterday I was thinking about teaching you something. I didn't drink, my memory is just not good." She frowned slightly in distress. As soon as the voice fell, there was a pop sound, which was the sound of the cork opening. Shang Wu's nose twitched slightly, and she immediately listed all the treasures. "Green ant wine? It is specially made by Shalippo Winery. It needs to be stored in the cellar for 5 years. The wine is amber in color and is a good product. 10-year wine is even rarer." "Where did you get it?" She took the wine jar from the unlucky disciple and drank it. The wine flowed down her chest, outlining an amazing curve. "Your memory is not bad." Liamo was simply embarrassed to watch. Shang Wu wiped her mouth and said, "I remember that I made a bet with Han He yesterday. How dare you say that I can't teach my apprentice? Can I tolerate it?" "Liamo." It seems that there is nothing wrong with what he said. "I'm afraid that no matter who you worship as a master, you won't receive an account book. He just accepted Murong Xiao, and he dared to show off to me, ugh. So, I made a bet with him. In the next 9 peaks martial arts, if the disciples of Kunyu Peak rank higher, he will help me settle the debt with the Internal Affairs Hall. What if he loses?" "Lose? As my disciple, can't you have a little confidence?" Said. Shang Wu turned around, rummaged through the box, and took out a booklet. She said confidently, "This is my unique mental method. I will take you to the entrance today." Liamo took the booklet and saw the name of this mental method. Fire Heart Lotus Method. It sounds pretty powerful. What's more, even the system has evaluated that Shang Wu is very strong. Well, so many debts should be owed by ability. The fact that she owed so many things to the Internal Affairs Hall and Elder Qian could only tactfully remind her not to borrow again is already very telling. Liamo calmed down a bit and opened the book. After reading it, he asked, "Master, I didn't understand something just now." Snoring. "Master?" Liamo looked up. He found that the heartless and beautiful master had fallen asleep again, and the jar of wine had been drunk by her. She was completely drunk and couldn't be woken up even if she was pushed. "Sister, can you be more reliable?" Liamo was frowning. "Investment successful. Investment. 1 jar of 10-year green ant-aged wine. Rewards being calculated. Congratulations to the host. Reward. 10 years of martial arts enlightenment. 10 years of martial arts enlightenment can be used on any martial arts, allowing the host to increase its attainments by 10 years. 10 years of martial arts enlightenment? The realm of a martial art is divided into 6 realms. Entry, initial maturity, minor success, major success, perfection, and transformation. Even for ordinary martial arts in the martial arts world, there are very few people who can practice to perfection, not to mention the transformation. For example, my father Li Dalong, who practiced the wind-catching palm for nearly 20 years, was barely able to achieve great success. Of course, this is also related to personal comprehension. Don't say that my comprehension is against the sky, but I am at least smart. Liamo simply left go out of the room and sit on the ground. Thinking like this, he put all his 10 years of martial arts insights into the Fire Heart Lotus method. 10 years of martial arts insights injected successfully. In the first year, you carefully considered all the words in the Fire Heart Lotus method and started the experiment. You successfully got started. In the third year, you seemed to have some insights, discovered the trick of this method, and practiced it to the initial maturity. In the ninth year, your Fire Heart Lotus method became more and more proficient and reached the level of minor success. In the 10th year, you seemed to have touched a bottleneck, but after all, the accumulation was insufficient. Instantly, there were countless pictures in Limo's mind. He seemed to have really studied the Fire Heart Lotus method carefully for 10 years and had practiced it to the level of minor success. Ooh, 10 years, minor success. The feeling of sudden enlightenment made Li Mo feel like flying into the clouds. He couldn't wait and started his first round of practice. In the Dantian, a ray of heat rose, and the surrounding grass and trees also moved without wind. The first practice, if you can complete the opening of the meridians, it will be considered a success. Liamo calmed down. In the room, Shang Wu, who was drunk, frowned suddenly. She muttered, "Heaven and man are one. Who is so lucky?" At the same time, on the other side, Qing Yuan main peak, training hall. Several elders stood by and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. What surprised them so much was the girl sitting not far away with her 5 hearts facing the sky. At this time, these old men, who were 500 years old in total, were all doubting their lives. They doubted whether they had lived like dogs in the first half of their lives. Getting started in one day, Jing murmured in disbelief. To be precise, it's a quarter of an hour. Qian Bufan was filled with emotion after reminding him. He turned around and asked, "Han He, you also practiced this method of searching for the source of frost. How long did it take you back then?" Han He's mouth twitched, and after a long time he replied, 1 month. Han He was still very young at the time, and was also a young man who had just entered the Qing Yuan sect. He still remembered that when he took a month to get started with the method and successfully opened his meridians, his master was surprised to call him a genius, compared with the little girl in front of him. When the elders spoke, the hot air they exhaled instantly turned into ice crystals. There are talented people in every generation, and my Qing Yuan sect is going to prosper. Jing sighed solemnly. His perception was very sharp. When Ying Bing practiced, it seemed that there was an endless supply of tying power in her body. Even if she was the master of this power, she would inevitably be hurt. Taking positive herbs or pills can offset a little. It seems that the bottle of pure yang pill he sold to Li Mo a few days ago helped open the girl's meridians. Swish! A light sound. The cold wind seemed to form a vortex with Ying Bing as the center. She has opened a meridian. Han He widened his eyes. He clearly noticed that the first main meridian in Ying Bing's body was unobstructed. In this case, wouldn't it be possible to open all 12 meridians in a few days? This sentence is only half right. Ying Bing can indeed open all 12 meridians in a few days. But she wants to open more than 12 meridians? The elders of Qing Yuan sect are limited in their vision after all. The human body is like a secret treasure, and there are far more than 12 meridians that can be used as the main meridians. Of course, ordinary warriors in the Qi and Blood realm cannot open them, even if they know of their existence. That requires extremely skilled and subtle control. But this is not a problem for her. What Ying Bing wanted to do was to open up the 24 meridians and form a large circulation in the body. When he enters the inner breath realm, he will be more than 10 times stronger. Such a monster. We are superfluous. Jing smiled bitterly. The master was busy with affairs, so he specially asked the three of them to teach Ying Bing, answer his questions, and avoid the situation where one person taught because of habit and mistakes. Now it is not necessary. Watching Ying Bing practice, they felt that they were full of mistakes. Leave this to you, I'll go to Kunyu Peak. Why are you going there? It's unlucky. When the word was mentioned, Elder Hanha snorted coldly. Are you really confident in letting Shang Wu teach his disciples? Jing pulled by Nei. Qian Bufan took a deep breath. Brother Shui, go quickly. I'm afraid it will be too late. A figure flickered in the mountains. Jing couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling when he thought of his own disciple, who was opening his meridians under the guidance of Shang Wu. If he went later, it would not be as simple as misleading his disciple. Maybe he would have to give his disciple emergency treatment. This is not an exaggeration at all. Junior sister Shang Wu had once thought of accepting a disciple. Everyone thought that she had reached the inner realm at such a young age, and even if she was unreliable at ordinary times, it would be easy for her to teach a disciple, so everyone acquiesced. Who knew that on the first day, the unlucky guy went crazy? After that, Shang Wu didn't know whether he felt that accepting a disciple was meaningless or knew that he was not a teacher, so he never mentioned the matter of accepting a disciple again. Unfortunately, Li Mo, the child, was talented, but he gave people a feeling that he had no idea where to start. The other elders didn't know how to teach, and the quota for the true teaching of their own disciples was full. Otherwise, how could he fall into the devil's cave if he was a gifted person who reached the top with Ying Bing? Jing no longer expected Li Mo to be like Ying Bing and open his meridians in one day. It would be a blessing if he could be safe and sound. He sighed. Jing's feet were full of wind, and the whole person seemed to have escaped into the breeze, with a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. In just a few breaths, he stepped into the Chuanyu Peak with his medicine box on his back. However, before reaching the top of the mountain, Jing's worry turned into doubt. Someone is using the essence of heaven and earth to practice. Using the essence of heaven and earth is also called the unity of heaven and man. This state is what all martial artists dream of. People who practice martial arts need to obtain the energy needed to strengthen their qi and blood through food, pills, and other supplements. However, whether it is food or pills, it is impossible to take them endlessly. Under the right circumstances, a warrior may be able to achieve the unity of man and nature. This state is somewhat similar to the external scene, where the small world of the body and the large world of the outside world are reflected and circulated. The speed of absorbing energy is more than 100 times faster. Moreover, there are no side effects afterwards, and there are unexpected benefits. Shang Wu should be sleeping now. Why did you practice martial arts today and achieve the unity of man and nature? Jing quickened his pace again. On the top of the mountain, Li Mo was sitting in front of the wooden house, as if he was integrated into nature. The countless pores on his body seemed to be open, constantly exchanging breath with the outside world. It seemed that his body was already connected to the world. He was like a small depression in the world, causing the purest source energy traveling between the world to come from all directions, as if to fill this depression. It can be vaguely felt. It seems that a lotus seed has been planted in the boy's dantian. At this time, it was madly absorbing the source energy, heading towards the direction of taking root, sprouting, and even blooming. Swish! A light sound. Before Jing could be shocked. Swish! Another sound. After opening the meridians, you opened another main meridian? Jing opened his mouth wide, his two long beards fluttering in the wind, and the whole person fell into a stagnation. Not only did he successfully open the meridians, moreover, within one day, not only did he successfully open the meridians, but he also opened a main meridian with great momentum. Not only did he learn the Fire Heart Lotus method without any guidance, but he also entered the state of unity between man and nature. Jing had already doubted his life and could not describe his mood in words. Elder Shui, when did you come? Limo's ears moved, and he opened his eyes. You don't talk distractedly. Unity between man and nature is something you can only encounter by chance. Jing was so anxious that he blew his beard and glared. Unity of man and nature. Mo was stunned for a moment and said in confusion, "But I kind of want to go to the toilet." Old Shue's eyes went dark. "Is it time to go to the toilet now?" He is now in the state of inner scenery. Unity of man and nature is equivalent to experiencing the outer scenery in advance, which is precious and can only be encountered by chance. If this opportunity is given to him, he can have a better grasp and go to the next level. This kid is completely ignorant of the value and wastes the gifts of nature. Oh, okay. Mo didn't know why old Ziang suddenly broke down. He just felt that the sun was too strong here, so he moved his nest under the tree. Then he continued to practice, and the speed was still so fast. Could it be other people don't do this when practicing? Maybe it's the benefit brought by the Shinpin immortal body. Thinking of this, Mo was a little strange. The lotus growing method of the fire heart says that if you open up the 12 meridians and plant 12 lotus seeds, you will be considered successful and have reached perfection in the Qi and blood realm. But why do I feel that there is more than that? He can feel it. The 12 main meridians are far from his limit. His body seems to be a bottomless pit. The first and second meridians are connected. It's not even a beginning. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. The foundation is very important, and you should practice it to perfection. Mo closed his eyes and entered the state of practicing again. Jing kicked open the wooden door not far away and saw Shang Wu still sleeping soundly, and his forehead throbbed wildly. He took out a refreshing incense from a medicine box and shook it at the tip of her nose. "Ichu." Shang Wu sneezed, and her graceful face wrinkled. After being disturbed twice in a row, she clenched her fists. Seeing that it was Jing, the good man from the sect, she said impatiently, "Old Shui, you'd better be in trouble. Your apprentice is outside in harmony with nature, and you can still sleep? How can you sleep?" Jing said unhappily. "You drank too much, I drank too much." Shang Wu tilted her head, thinking that old Shui was talking about a fairy tale. "Won't you know if you go out and see for yourself?" After Jing said that, he was too lazy to argue with her and walked out the door. Shang Wu's eyes were hazy for a moment, and she also scratched her head and looked outside. "This one, look." Sister Wu stood at attention. Congratulations to the host, demonstrating the unity of man and nature, which made Jing feel enlightened. Congratulations to the host, demonstrating the unity of man and nature, which made Shang Wu feel enlightened. Rewards are being calculated. Investment feedback, 3 gourds of ice and fire wine. Investment feedback, 20 years of martial arts enlightenment, ice and fire wine. After drinking it, the ice and fire will temper your body, which is a holy product that improves the strength of the body. You can invest after watching me practice martial arts? This reward is no different from picking it up. Ice and fire wine. Mo decided not to take it out and try for the time being. Based on his short-term understanding of his master, there would definitely not be any wine left after taking it out. It just so happened that he didn't know how to cleanse his body. Ice and fire wine was a good thing that was just right for him. After practicing for about 2 hours, he really couldn't sit still. The muscle soreness and swelling mentioned in the martial arts booklet did not happen. The bladder was really sore and swollen. Thinking of this, Mo stopped asking for it from heaven and earth, patted his clothes, and stood up. The strange state disappeared. Saw it at first sight. Jing reluctantly came back to his senses, and then his face was full of emotion. "I, an old man, should accept your favor. At their age, the bottleneck is deeply rooted, and it is extremely difficult to make further progress. Observing the unity of heaven and man is also a great benefit to him. Mr. Shui, you are too kind. My father often mentions you at home." Mo bowed his hands in obedience. His father, Li Dalong, was once Jing's disciple. At that time, Jing had not yet served as an elder. It's a good thing that he still remembers me. Jing held his long beard and sighed. It's a pity for Dalong. If he hadn't met with an accident, he would have been an inner door deacon now. Mr. Shui looks about the same age as his father. But Li Mo knows that when his father entered the sect, Jing looked like this middle-aged man. His real age is probably more than 96. Li Mo spoke at the right time. Everyone has his own destiny. Father said that he could save his life only because of Mr. Shui's help. If father hadn't been injured and met mother on his way home, I wouldn't be here. Losing in one place, gaining in another. That's the truth. Little Li is good at coaxing his elders. Dalong is lucky. Jing looked at Li Mo with more relief. This kid is not as naughty as Li Dalong said in the letter. Perhaps a father will be more strict with his son. The atmosphere between the old and the young is just right. Li Mo suddenly smelled the smell of alcohol, and then his neck tightened and he felt suffocated. Shangwu hugged the neck of his only beloved disciple and declared his sovereignty vigilantly. Hey, this is my disciple. Don't think about poaching him, old man. I would like to poach him, but where can I get a vacancy? Jing said unhappily. Looking at the noisy Shangwu, he felt a little headache. His disciple is a good seedling. Will Shangwu lead him astray? It's a small matter if he doesn't learn well, but a good child can't learn those bad habits. Xiao Mo, if you want to verify martial arts or find someone to learn from, you might as well go to the martial arts hall at the foot of the mountain. Shangwu narrowed his eyes for a while and nodded. It's enough to learn some simple moves in the martial arts hall. Li Mo, sister, you are too lazy to teach. However, with the mental method, he is indeed ready to learn some martial arts. Going to the martial arts hall, you can also take a look at whether there are any worthwhile investments. Object, it's a good place to go. Martial arts hall. The martial arts teaching session here today has ended. On the ground paved with bluestone bricks, the outer disciples were practicing their own skills, sweating profusely. Among them was Wang Hu. The result of climbing the stone steps is not to see which level you have stood on, but to see which level you stand on in the end. Later, he climbed up despite the severe pain, but was only assigned to the outer sect in the end. And that was all thanks to one person. He must have used some method to deceive the stone steps. One day, I will expose his true colors. Bang, bang, bang. He hit the sandbag with a bang, as if he regarded it as someone who made him grit his teeth. He could only vent his anger in this way. After all, Li Mo was a true disciple. Even his cousin Wang Hao could not do anything to him. Junior brother Wang, your cousin has mastered the Liuha boxing to a certain degree. His meridians have been opened, so he doesn't need me to teach him anymore. A blue-robed outer sect steward raised his eyebrows and said, Xiao has had some talent for boxing since he was young, and he just practiced with my uncle. Wang Hao had a smile on his face, but a hint of coldness flashed across his lips. He should be an inner sect disciple, just like Xiao Qin. The steward shook his head and looked at a young man in the crowd. The young man had an ordinary appearance, wore a short coat, and his eyes were full of determination. He was practicing meticulously, and his whole body was wet with sweat. Brother, what you said is not right. Hu Zi's talent is not comparable to that waste. He entered the inner sect with me, but he became more and more useless as he practiced. His qi and blood are almost declining to the level of just opening his meridians, right? Wang Hao's eyes revealed a hint of sarcasm. The two were talking. In the sunlight that shone through the gate, a figure suddenly appeared. The young man was wearing a cloud-patterned robe, with a sunny and easygoing smile. Wang Hao raised his eyebrows. Li Mo. Wang Hu saw the familiar face and punched the sandbag. The people who were practicing martial arts also stopped their movements, looking confused. Isn't he a true disciple? Why did he come to the outer martial arts hall? Junior brother Li, Hongfeng, what are you doing? The blue-robed outer deacon stood up and was polite. Li Mo coughed lightly and said, Senior brother, he is polite. I'm here to learn some basic boxing and kicking martial arts. Hongfeng, ? A true disciple, coming to the outer martial arts hall to learn basic martial arts? You must be kidding me. Do the elders know about this? My master went to sleep, and it was Elder Shui who asked me to come. Li Mo nodded. Master, Elder Shangwu. When He Hongfeng thought of the beautiful elder in the fiery red palace dress, he immediately understood. It made sense. The expressions of the people in the martial arts hall were different. Some were gloating, some were sympathetic, and some were dissatisfied. A true disciple had fallen to the outer sect to learn martial arts. This shows that he was not taken seriously. That's right. The elders all have their own true disciples, and Ying Bing is in the limelight recently. Many people have said that she will be the next head of the Qingyuan sect, so the elders naturally revolve around her. Li Mo has another master who hates dogs. It's not incomprehensible to be ignored. In the crowd, the young man named Shao Qin was wiping his sweat at this time and couldn't help but sigh. Isn't his situation the same? A true disciple. Can't you come to the outer sect martial arts hall? The rules don't say that you can't, but the basics of boxing and kicking have been taught today. If you still want to learn, you have to ask the inner sect senior brother who is here to teach you boxing and kicking. He Hongfeng is responsible for guiding the outer sect disciples to open their meridians and condense their qi and blood. The inner sect senior brother who teaches boxing and kicking. Li Mo followed his sight and saw Wang Hao who was drinking tea. Wang Hao didn't even raise his head, and his tone was not very friendly. The martial arts hall has its own rules. I will only train the outer sect disciples for 1 hour every day. Since you are late, no one can make an exception. As he said that, he raised his head and pretended to be surprised after realizing it. Junior brotherly, aren't you a true disciple? If you insist on breaking the rules, I will have to give you a special lesson. This is quite sinister. If you say you want to learn again, it means you are breaking the rules and making an exception. Originally, everyone thought that it was okay to teach him once more, but when these words came out, they felt that it was unfair. Brother, it is great to be a true disciple. Even if you come to the outer sect, you must follow the rules. Wang Hu joined in the fun. Although he has not officially become a disciple, he is almost certainly a disciple of the Buddha's deacon. In terms of identity, not afraid of Li Mo, the unwelcome true disciple. He Hongfeng did not speak. He was guarding the martial arts hall. As long as there was no trouble, he had no intention of intervening in other people's conflicts. All right, you two are doing crosstalk here. Li Mo raised his hand to shut them up and said to He Hongfeng, I'm watching others practice from the side. It's not against the rules, right? Of course it's okay. Okay. Li Mo nodded and walked into the martial arts hall, looking around. He seems to be practicing well. With a fixed gaze, Li Mo walked towards Shao Qin in the corner. TSK, these two are together. Wang Hao glanced at him sideways, with the corner of his mouth curled up. Wang almost laughed out loud. You can learn by watching others practice. Who do you think you are? Moreover, you can't learn from anyone else, and you even found a notorious ways from the outer sect. Brother, is it convenient for me to watch you practice here? Li Mo saluted first. Shao Qin, if you want to watch, just watch. I can't guarantee that you can learn it. Shao Qin said sullenly. Li Mo smiled warmly. Brother Shao, just practice on your own. Don't worry about me. Shao Qin's eyes were complicated. This young man was a true disciple, but he didn't care about his status. On the contrary, he treated him, an outer disciple, with courtesy. After receiving many cold eyes, he rarely felt respected by others. For a moment, he actually felt a little sympathy. Brother, this is Lehiquan. I will start from the beginning. You watch carefully. After Shao Qin spoke, he deliberately slowed down. Lehiquan emphasizes the qi flowing through the 6 directions and the mind reaching all directions. Power starts from the ground. After practicing, the eyes and hands will follow. Shao Qin practiced the boxing moves carefully while explaining the purpose of martial arts. It can be said that it is easy to understand. While watching, Li Mo couldn't help but feel curious. This senior brother has a very good attainment in Lehiquan, not like the level of an outer disciple. After a while, Li Mo remembered the general idea in a hurry. What's your name, senior brother? Shao Qin. Shao Qin stopped. Shao. Li Mo made a random association. This surname simply wrote the word extraordinary on his face. He couldn't help but open the destiny eye and look at the other party. Name, Shao Qin. Age 18. Root bone none. Realm. Initial entry into the Qi and Blood realm. Destiny. Purple. Evaluation. Although his physique is ordinary, he has excellent comprehension and a tough temperament. He looks like a hard stone, but actually has a beautiful jade inside. He will be a great man in the future and will have a bright future. Recent encounter. He has a rare treasure, the 7-star ancient jade. This treasure is very old and needs to absorb a lot of blood and Qi to activate it, which caused Shao Qing's realm to fall from the 10 meridians of the Qi and Blood realm. After reading it, Liamo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Senior brother Shao Qing, it turns out to be a purple destiny. Liamo really didn't expect it. After all, the other party is an outer disciple and doesn't look special. If it weren't for his good boxing skills and his surname that caught his attention, he would have missed it. Well, I'll just collect investment targets by surname in the future. Catch all those with the surnames Xiao and Yi first. It also explains one thing indirectly. Even if you have a very good destiny, your life may not be smooth sailing. You may also encounter various setbacks and disasters. If you rely on yourself to get through it, your destiny may become stronger. If you can't get through it, your destiny may weaken or even disappear. When Liamo's thoughts were surging, Shao Qing's brows suddenly frowned, and he glanced at Wang Hu not far away and said, "Brother Liamo, if you have a conflict with Wang Hu, leave early." "Oh, what does that mean?" Liamo didn't understand. There is another rule in the Sect's martial arts hall. Disciples can challenge each other to learn from each other, and the challenge cannot refuse. Shao Qing's face was not very good. What kind of rule is this? Aren't you afraid of hurting someone? Liamo raised his eyebrows. Meaning, Wang will deliberately come to him to learn from him later? With the deacon brother watching, it won't cause serious consequences. At most, he will suffer minor injuries and suffer a little. Shao Qing shook his head and sighed. Judging from his tone, he must have suffered a lot of such losses. Liamo was thoughtful. It is not difficult to understand such rules. The sect does not need a group of disciples who only know how to fight on paper. Instead of going to the outer sect to suffer losses or even die, it is better to take a preschool class with their own people. So it is understandable to encourage fighting. As long as they don't maim or kill each other, it doesn't matter. Well, if you want to learn boxing, you can come to me tomorrow. Go back today. No, what are you afraid of? Liamo still had a smile on his face, as if he didn't take it to heart. Shao Qing frowned. Could it be that junior brother Li was proud of his true teachings and thought that Wang Hu didn't dare to really fight? At this moment, not far away, you come here and fight with me. Wang Hu rubbed his hands and pushed a certain outer disciple. The outer disciple gritted his teeth to fight. However, after all, it was only the first day of learning boxing, and he had only learned the basics. The punch was not much different from the cuckold punch. "It's so soft, have you not eaten?" Wang Hu sneered. He knocked the opponent's fist away with a chop, and then kicked the opponent's knee, breaking his not-so-solid frame. Plop! The outer disciple didn't stand firmly and was kicked to his knees on the ground. On the stage, He Hong Feng frowned. "Let's spar, and you can use some tricks to win." But Wang Hu's boxing skills were obviously far superior to his opponent's, and he was obviously deliberately humiliating him. But he glanced at Wang Hao and didn't say anything after all. You don't accept it? If you don't accept it, let's continue." "I accept it. If you're new, just practice more. Get out of here." Wang Hu moved his neck, and there was a crackling sound from his bones. He turned his head. "Wow, I forgot there's a distinguished disciple of the true sect here. Come on, let me see where the true sect is strong." He walked over aggressively, knocking away several outer disciples who were blocking his way along the way. Liamo, looking at the momentum, he was furious, but he was not panicked at all. After all, he could add his martial arts insights to Lehiquan at any time. How many years would it be better? If he went all out for 20 years, he would not be able to stop and get beaten to death, right? At this moment, swish, a branch with a chill cut through the air. Wang Hu's face changed instantly, and he dodged without thinking. However, he still couldn't dodge in time, and his neck was cut, and blood was dripping instantly. This is not a branch. It is clearly a sharp sword. Everyone swallowed their saliva, and they felt like they were being stabbed in the back when they saw it from a distance. They all looked towards the door. At the door, Ying Bing's face was as frosty as before, and her expression was calm. Obviously, the sword just now came from her hand. A sword, or a branch picked up and thrown over. Just hurt Wang Hu like that? Liamo! Exclamation point. What's wrong with this damn sense of security? She wants to kill me. Wang Hu's face turned pale, and his voice was trembling. Wang Hao was shocked. Looking at the stunning figure, his eyes flashed with possessiveness. On the first day, he practiced a superior sword technique to the point of proficiency. High talent, good comprehension, stunning appearance, and even such a strong personality. But Wang Hu was still howling miserably. He then asked solemnly, "Junior sister Ying Bing, how can fellow disciples kill each other at will? You'd better give me an explanation." Then he was ignored. "Why are you here?" Liamo asked a little unexpectedly. "I went to the sutra library and happened to pass by." Ying Bing frowned for a moment, then relaxed. It was understood why Li Mo appeared in the martial arts hall. "Has your meridians opened?" "Well, unlike you also learned sword techniques." Li Mo was curious and surprised. The sword just now was definitely not used when he just got started. It was not something that could be used when he just opened his meridians. Bing Tuozi had at least opened another main meridian. Oh my god, the red destiny is really scary. It's almost as good as cheating. Go back to Chioshui Pavilion. Ying Bing opened her red lips slightly. Without waiting for Liamo to respond, she turned and walked out the door. Yeah. Looking at Xiao Qin, who was still confused, Liamo felt that there was no need to rush. Anyway, he couldn't run away, and it would be the same if he invested again tomorrow. The two talked as if no one was around. Not far away, Wang Hao's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. "Junior sister Ying Bing, you almost killed my cousin just now. Even if you're a true disciple, you can't be so reckless." Ying Bing paused. As if she felt that the fly was a bit annoying, she tilted her head slightly, and her voice sounded like a jade falling to the ground. "I never almost kill anyone." After that, she walked out of the door. None of the outer disciples along the way dared to look at her. "Liamo!" Exclamation point. "Yes, it's too right it's like this." "You?" Wang Hao was choked on the spot for a moment, and his gloomy face changed several times. The other party's words that could not be questioned actually made him feel convinced. "Brother are you just looking at it like this?" "Junior sister Ying didn't break the rules. Your cousin howled with full energy, and he didn't look like he was seriously injured. Besides, he said he wanted to challenge the true disciple, and the true disciple is here now." Shinfong said with a smile. "Do you think he is stupid? Even if junior sister Ying demolished the martial arts hall, he would have to help cover it." "Stop howling. Everyone is gone." Wang Hao was in a bad mood and kicked Wang Hu on the butt. Wang Hu then realized that he only had a bloody cut on his neck. It looked scary, but it was actually nothing. But he really felt like his head was separated from his body, and he had brushed shoulders with death. "Liamo, you coward. You still need a woman to protect you. If you dare to come to the martial arts hall again, I will make you look good. She can't protect you every day." Wang Hu yelled at the outside in a rage. Suddenly, he found that Xiao Qin in the corner was shaking his head and laughing. "You, a useless person, dare to laugh at me? You just taught Liamo how to practice boxing, right?" Wang Hu exploded instantly. "You're so good at teaching, come on. I will ask you for advice too." Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and was ready for battle. He didn't have as good luck as Junior Brother Li. He could only rely on himself. Inside the carriage looks low-key, but it actually has a lot of secrets. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the beam is made of golden fragrant wood, carved with gluttonous patterns, solid and not rotten, and has a strange fragrance. It is a martial arts version of Volkswagen Phaeton, and sitting on it, you can't even feel the slightest shake. It is worthy of the master's car. "Old senior, how much does this carriage cost?" Liamo was a little reserved, but couldn't help but marvel. It was like a country boy who entered a rich family, curious but afraid to touch it. My surname is Ba. I'm just a servant. You can call me Lao Ba. The old coachman who drove the carriage said with a smile. If this carriage is calculated in gold, it will probably cost tens of thousands of taels. It was given by the boss of Hushing Commercial Bank. Liam Mo! Exclamation point. Student Li, who thought he had a little wealth, felt poor. Tens of thousands of taels in gold. Even if this thing is made of gold, it won't cost that much money. As if seeing his doubts, Lao Ba smiled and said, This carriage is made of cold iron, and it can't be hurt even by the Guanshan realm. No wonder I can't afford it. Liam suddenly realized and touched his shriveled purse. The dream of getting a car of the same model to travel was shattered. In front of the tea table, Ying Bing sat calmly and drank tea. Casual, natural, those who don't know would think that she is the owner of this carriage. No, Liam even had a vision that she was condescending. Didn't Bing Tuozi used to be a punching bag in the Li mansion? Liam couldn't help but sigh. What does it mean to carry the bones of an emperor? Returned to Chioshui Pavilion. Ying Bing picked up a dead branch and practiced swordsmanship. She was trying to see what level she could perform swordsmanship at her current level. At the kitchen door, Liam asked, What do you want to eat today? Yuan's sect certainly has a cafeteria. However, 3 meals a day can be rewarded from Bing Tuozi, so Xiaoli is also happy to cook. It's all right. I don't have any appetite, so you don't have to spend too much time on it. Ying Bing said without turning his head. That's because you haven't encountered real food. I'm not bragging. If I cook seriously, it will be unique in the world. Liam said confidently. In the wide investment feedback, there are many seasonings that are not in this world. There is even a hot pot base, which he has wanted to eat for a long time. Ying Bing said nothing. I don't know if he heard it. This is too focused. Liam sighed secretly. People are not machines. If you ignore your needs as a human for a long time, your mentality will be wrong. Is senior sister Ying Bing here? At this time, a shout came from outside. When Liam went out, he found an outer sect steward who brought him a lot of packages. There were all kinds of exotic beast meat. After eating, they have the wonderful effect of nourishing qi in blood, which is not available outside. This is also the treatment of the master's true teaching. The outer sect steward introduced. These two are raised in the rare beast peak, namely iron bone cattle, blue-scaled fish, and rock sheep. There are cattle, sheep, and fish. If we use them to make hot pot, it would be great. Liam was drooling a little when thinking about it. Half an hour later, the courtyard was filled with a rich and spicy smell. Liam sat in front of the stove, dipping the iron bone beef that was as thin as a cicada's wing. It's amazing. When the exotic beast meat in this world meets the hot pot base from Blue Star, it is simply unforgettable. Try it quickly. Liam finished dipping the fish meat and put it into Ying Bing's bowl. The girl's lips were stained with a layer of red oil, which made her look even more eager. Is it delicious? Not bad. Ying Bing's chopsticks were moving a little faster than before. Liam saw it all and smiled. Then eat more. Exotic beast meat is also good for martial arts training. Food and sex are human nature. It's human nature. You should enjoy it when you should. The steam was gurgling. The girl's face was also unclear in the smoke. She shrugged her cheeks, and I don't know if she heard it. 3rd floor in the room. Congratulations to the host. Investment. An exotic beast hot pot. Get feedback reward. A black crystal. Black crystal. Contains the purest vitality between heaven and earth. Can be used to refine pills, forge weapons, or provide drive for various instruments, with endless uses. This hot pot is worth it. A milky white crystal appeared in Liam's palm, in a diamond shape, with a little fluorescence. He was very familiar with the breath coming from inside. Wasn't that the vital energy that flowed into his body when he practiced? However, the amount of vital energy contained in this black crystal was very huge, and he didn't know how long it would take him to absorb it by himself. Used for Liam, the difference is not big. However, this item is very precious, and one is worth a fortune. The stone steps to heaven are opened by this item. I've decided to eat exotic beast meat every day in the future. I must feed Bing Tuozi well. Liu put away the black crystal and made up his mind. Suddenly, he remembered something. Seen your brother Shao Qin. Doesn't he have a 7-star ancient jade? Because this 7-star ancient jade needs vitality to open. Shao Qin's realm keeps falling. Isn't this black crystal just the right solution to his troubles? I can't use the black crystal anyway, so I can invest it in him. Liu also summarized some investment rules. The level of destiny is the basis of rewards. And the more helpful things are to the investment object, the better the rewards will be on the basis of destiny. Shao Qin is a purple destiny. The reward of feedback is definitely worth far more than a black crystal. There's no need to learn Lehiquan anymore. With 20 years of martial arts insights, you can master anything. With the experience of the last time, Liu did not use up all his martial arts insights in one go. 5 years of martial arts insights injected successfully. After 1 year of practice, you have fully mastered Lehiquan and can use it against the enemy, reaching the initial level of maturity. In the 4th year, Lehiquan has been integrated into your walking, sitting, and lying down in a long-term concentration, and you're no longer bound by the moves. In the 5th year, your Lehiquan has achieved a small success. A familiar feeling came. But it's not enough to be a small success. 5 years of martial arts insights injected successfully. In the 1st year, you kept practicing boxing and vaguely felt a higher level of boxing. In the 3rd year, you suddenly had a flash of inspiration and seemed to have found the right direction and began to verify and hone. In the 4th year, your Lehiquan has achieved a great success. In the 5th year, you have a new understanding, but this understanding is not real. A familiar feeling came. After completely inheriting the understanding, Liu clenched his fists and felt eager to try. So, he set up his fists in the room and practiced the boxing method vigorously. Each move was vigorous and no different from what he practiced. Crackling, Liu rose from the ground, and the strength of his whole body was combined into one, and he swung it out with a bang. The mind penetrates the 6 directions. With this punch, the sleeves of the clothes on his arm shattered and turned into pieces of debris. Just open one meridian, and you have this kind of power. Liu let out a long breath and changed into a new casual clothes. Now, he can't even fully exert the power of the 6-in-1 boxing. Practice. He sat cross-legged and quietly practiced the Fire Heart Lotus method. With one sword, Ying Bing shook out 9 sword flowers. Flower-seeking sword technique. She knew it in her previous life, but today she watched Elder Han he practice it carefully. After all, this is a secret teaching within the sect, and if she directly said that she knew it, she couldn't explain it clearly. Now, at most, she could do 9 flowers with one sword. In her heyday, she could cause a rain of flowers all over the sky when she performed this sword technique casually, all of which were transformed by sword energy. If the power of tying is added, it is easy to freeze the lake. The current realm is still too low. Ying Bing put away the sword and stood up, preparing to intensify her practice. Suddenly, her eyebrows were slightly frowned. The movement next door, when he practices, he will attract the vitality of heaven and earth. This should not be a method that Shang Wu has. It is more like a special physique. Ying Bing was slightly surprised. She knew a lot of techniques that could directly use the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen herself. But no matter which one it was, it could only be used in the outer scene. Without the connection between the inner and outer worlds, warriors could not directly ask for it from heaven and earth. That could only mean it was brought about by Li Mo's special physique. Source martial body, Changsheng Chimu body, Wuji celestial body. Ying Bing fell into memories, thinking of many geniuses she had met before. Some of them were talented enough to leave a memory for herself. Which one of them would Liu have? Or was it one she had never met? After a moment, Ying Bing withdrew her thoughts. She was just a little curious about why Liu had changed so much. It didn't matter what kind of physique it was. If she didn't know, it meant that he was not strong enough. At least he had never been on the 9 heavens and 10 earths list ranked by the Tianji Pavilion. If it was the defeated opponents in her memory, what would happen? Anyway, it is not as good as the 10 absolute body. She practiced for 2 hours in a row. Her body began to emit an icy aura again. She just sat on the bed. Dong dong. The door was pushed open a crack, and Liam Mo held a copper basin and leaned out head. Ying Bing, the exotic meat needs to be refrigerated. I'll put it in your room. Bing Tuozi brand refrigerator. Everyone who has used it says it's good. Question mark. Ying Bing watched him put a covered basin of exotic meat in the corner and went out again. When he left, he also helped her turn off the lights. If it were in the past, she would definitely throw the copper basin away and warn Liam Mo with a cold look, telling him not to dare to enter her room casually in the future, let alone put anything in casually. But today, the deliciousness of the hot pot seems to still be lingering on the tip of the tongue. If the meat is bad, it can't be eaten, right? Swish. She pulled the bed curtain. The biting cold in the room spread. It became quieter and quieter. She gradually fell asleep. The girl's sleeping face wrinkled slightly. But it was not because of the torture of extreme cold. She was dreaming. She dreamed of the scene when she was Huang Tian and in charge of Gue Palace. Palace Master, I know that the disciples of Gue Palace cannot be involved in love. So, please help me and destroy my martial arts. Master, I traveled around the world and met a good man. Palace Master, ha ha. Ying Bing, it turns out that you don't even know what love is. You are so pathetic. The next day, it was bright. In the martial arts hall, Xiao Qin limped in. He was pale and breathless, obviously injured. Xiao Qin dared to come today. You were beaten so badly yesterday. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Alas, if it was Xiao Qin before, he could beat Wang Hu to the ground with one hand. I don't know what happened to him. If it's still like this in half a year, he should be asked to leave Qing Yuan's sect, right? Several disciples whispered, and their tone was a little sad. When they saw the two brothers Wang Hu and Wang Hao walk in, they immediately shut up. You are a waste. You dare to come today. That's good. I like the hard bones who won't cry until they see the coffin. Wang Hu smiled with interest and rubbed his hands. Bang! Xiao Qin dragged his injured body and practiced boxing one by one, ignoring his words. Junior brotherly, you didn't come today? It seems that he listened to his advice. Alas, it's a pity that he had to come. Half a year, another half a year, he will be expelled from the sect. With his blood and qi declining again and again, he can only pin his hopes on boxing. Senior brother Xiao, are you injured? Hearing the voice, Xiao Qin couldn't help but turn his head. After seeing the person coming, he couldn't help but be stunned. Liam Mo. Everyone was also stunned. He really dared to come? Yesterday, Wang Hu said that if Liam Mo dared to come again, he would find him to spar. Wang Hu started practicing martial arts and boxing very early. Liam Mo must have excellent talent to become a true disciple. But after all, he has no martial arts foundation and has just started to get in touch with martial arts. Does he think that as a true disciple, he will lose face if he is scared by an outer disciple? But it would be even more embarrassing if I was beaten to a pulp. Okay. It seems that you think I dare not ask for advice from the true disciple. Wang Hu narrowed his eyes and turned his target to Liam Mo. His breath became dangerous. He was more of a playful attitude toward Xiao Qin. He hated Liam Mo to the bone. He looked up and looked at his cousin. Don't do anything that is against the rules. Wang Hao said indifferently. Of course. Wang Hu grinned. Meaning, within the rules, do whatever you want? He Hong Feng frowned. Can't Wang Hu be quiet? These two brothers entered the sect late. Haven't they seen how powerful Elder Shang Wu is? However, since they didn't break the rules, he couldn't say anything. Don't stand there, practice boxing. The outer disciples all started practicing boxing, and Wang Hao taught the new outer disciples Lehiquan. Looking at his movements, he actually seemed to be quite relaxed, and it was obvious that he had been practicing Lehiquan for several years. But everyone in the martial arts hall was not thinking about practicing martial arts at this time. Something might happen later. You shouldn't have come. Xiao Qin's face was serious, and his thick eyebrows were squeezed together. You got beaten yesterday, but you came today, didn't you? Liam Mo smiled indifferently. Xiao Qin sighed and said, I have my own reasons for coming here. I have my reasons too. Ah, Xiao Qin was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. Indeed, although they had only known each other for a short time, it could be seen that junior brother Li was easygoing, not the kind of person who was competitive and had to fight for his place. Senior brother Xiao, take this thing as a way to repay the kindness of teaching you yesterday. Liamo took out a jade box and handed it over. Lehiquan is not a magical skill, but Xiao Qin said, and before he completely opened the box, his pupils shrank suddenly. He recognized what was inside. Black crystal. Don't make it public, just tell us. Liamo put his finger on his lips, signaling him not to be low-key. Junior brother Li, this. I can't take this. And this kind of treasure has miraculous effects in any martial arts practice. You should use it yourself. Xiao Qin quickly closed the box and even lowered his voice. I have a special physique, so I can't use it. There was more sincerity in Li Mo's smile. He just saw clearly that Xiao Qin's eyes flashed with desire. But Xiao Qin restrained himself. Not only did he refuse, but he was also afraid that he didn't know the value of black crystal. So he reminded him. Old Xiao is a person who can get along. That won't work either. It's too expensive. Xiao Qin still refused to take it. If you feel guilty about it, just consider it as a loan from me. You can return it when you have a chance. As my first friend, it will be disrespectful to refuse. Li Mo directly slapped the box on his hand. Friends. Xiao Qin held the box and stood there in a daze. He had friends in Yuan's Sect before, but that was when he was still talented. When he lost the halo of genius and was demoted from the inner sect to the outer sect, those so-called friends, let alone helping him in times of need, would have been lucky not to add insult to injury. And junior brother Li only learned boxing from him for one day. This black crystal may change his fate, because just at that moment, the jade pendant on his chest had a strong reaction. Take it, senior brother Xiao. You need it for your situation. Liamo advised again. Struggled for a moment. I will never forget your kindness today. Xiao Qin did not express his gratitude in a long speech, nor did he ask why Liamo believed that he would be able to repay him in the future. Just a firm look in his eyes and a strong fist. Everything is self-evident. Then I will not be polite when I ask you for help in the future. Liamo patted his shoulder. Looking at the look in this guy's eyes, he probably won't frown even if he risks his life for him in the future. Purple Destiny. My cheat master is also Purple Destiny, and now he is the youngest elder of Yuan Sect. One investment can not only gain the friendship of a future strongman, but also get system feedback. Win-win-win. He won twice. It was like a piece of ice-eating pepper. He won so much. They say more friends, more ways. If I continue to invest like this, when they grow up, won't I be the most prestigious person in the whole DU? Liamo couldn't help but diverge his thoughts, and a classic plot emerged in his mind. The disciple of Yuan's Sect returned home and found that his father lived in a doghouse. With a command, 100,000 strong men broke through the air. Please call me Li from now on, the owner of the face fruit. Mo. The picture is too beautiful. By the way, there are rewards. Xiao Qin wanted to continue to take Li Mo to practice Lehiquan, but classmate Li shook his head and declined, just sitting aside. While drinking tea, he checked the investment feedback. Congratulations to the host, successful investment. 1 black crystal. Investment feedback, extreme soldiers killing body. Extreme soldiers killing body, unique skills. Use weapons to kill the sharp spirit, kill your own body, to prove the invincible body of the extreme way. When the success is achieved, all the soldiers will surrender, and the flesh is unmatched, and the power of any weapon can be doubled. The complete martial arts flowed into his mind, and Liamo could recite it by heart in an instant. He closed his eyes and read carefully. This turned out to be a martial arts of horizontal training, and it can also increase the ability to control weapons. This technique requires you to hone yourself with the killing aura of weapons. Liamo pondered. Extreme slaughter body. Just hearing the name, you know that it is full of murderous aura. But this is by no means a crooked way, but an extremely pure and extremely exquisite horizontal training method. It is very dangerous and difficult to practice. But the benefits after practicing far exceed this difficulty and danger. Liamo decided to practice. When you are in the world, you will be stabbed. No matter how good the armor is, it can't be as strong as yourself. For your own safety, you must practice it. A place with a strong killing aura. Is there such a place in the sect? Unconsciously, the martial arts hall stopped teaching boxing. Free practice time. It means that you can also spar freely. Li Jin, you don't have a woman to protect you today, right? Wang Hu grinned and clenched his fists. His eyes were red, and he wanted to eat the boy in front of him alive. He Hongfeng felt something was wrong. However, when he was about to stand up to stop him, Wang Hao held his hand. Junior brother Wang, if something really happens, you and I can't take the responsibility, He Hongfeng said in a deep voice. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes and sneered. Don't worry, my cousin is very measured, and he is only in the Qi and blood realm. If there is any problem, you can stop him at any time. Don't worry about it within the rules. Okay. He Hongfeng hesitated for a moment and thought about it. His internal energy has reached the realm of the great Yuan. As long as he pays attention, the Qi and blood realm will not be able to cause any big trouble under his nose. Wang Hu, Xiao Qin took a step, stood up directly, and walked towards him. It seems that he wants to compete with Wang Hu first. Old Xiao is really going to do something, but someone is faster than him. Xiao Qin only heard the sound of wind whistling past his ears. Wang Hu only saw a group of black shadows rapidly enlarged in his eyes. It's a fist. Bang! Almost all the outer disciples present have not reacted yet. Just when they came to their senses, they heard a muffled sound. Wang Hu staggered back and finally sat down on the ground. The astonishment on his face didn't even have time to dissipate. He opened his mouth, but didn't say he couldn't speak. The pain under his ribs made him unable to breathe. The bones seemed to be broken. You are too weak. I am afraid I can't learn anything from you, Liamo said lightly, still with a faint smile on his face. Xiao Qin beside him couldn't close his mouth. Lehiquan? This is not right. Junior Brotherly just learned boxing yesterday. Besides, didn't he just start practicing? Where does he get so much strength? The huge martial arts hall was dead silent for a while. The outer disciples who saw this scene all thought they were still asleep. Liamo had clearly just learned the boxing technique. Today, he defeated Wang Hu, the bully of the martial arts hall, and with just one punch, he beat him so hard that he couldn't even get up. You call this a beginner? Are all the true disciples so outrageous? On the throne, He Hongfeng's eyes changed. He had already touched the threshold of the God-viewing realm, and naturally saw that Liamo had only opened up one main meridian. This progress was not slow, but it was not this that surprised him. Wang Hu was in the Qi and blood realm with 3 meridians. One meridian beat 3 meridians, and he won like a crushing victory. Of course, this was because Wang Hu underestimated his enemy. But it also shows that the boxing attainments of this true disciple Li were far higher than Wang Hu. He just saw it clearly. That punch was at least a small success of the 6 combinations fist. Wang Hao stood up and quickly came to Wang Hu, passing his inner breath to help him regulate his blood and qi. His expression was extremely gloomy. Since Li Jinchuan is disdainful of sparring with outer disciples, then just join hands with me. Wang Hao, this is against the rules. He Hongfeng put down the tea bowl and cursed in his heart. You are a disciple of the inner breath realm who has been in the inner breath realm for several years, and you are looking for the blood and qi realm to spar? You don't even want to lose face. The other outer disciples couldn't hold back after hearing this. When Wang Hu bullied us, I didn't see you say anything. So he is the only one allowed to win, right? I don't need inner breath. I can just suppress my realm to the beginning of the blood and qi realm. It is against the rules for inner disciples to ask for the true teachings, even if it goes to my master. Wang Hao didn't mean to give him face. He Hongfeng's face became more and more ugly. Using the pagoda to suppress him, the gap between inner and outer deacons is much greater than the gap between inner and outer disciples. He seemed to have thought of something and sneered. Okay, as long as you don't regret it, Junior Brotherly, will you say? If you want to avoid fighting, it doesn't matter. Wang Hao ignored him and looked at Li Mo fiercely. Li Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Since they were suppressed to the same level, it might be possible to give it a try. Moreover, when he was fighting just now, a fighting spirit inexplicably surged in his chest. At this time, as time went by, the fighting spirit not only did not diminish, but became more and more prosperous like a prairie fire. Therefore, when he really fought with others for the first time, he was not unfamiliar at all and fully demonstrated what he had learned. Is this also because of the Xianpin immortal body? Teach me, Li Mo said softly. Everyone was shocked. Junior brother Li actually accepted the challenge? He had only learned boxing and stepped into martial arts for 2 days at most. If it was a fight with other inner disciples, it would be fine. But Wang Hao looked approachable, but he was actually a vicious person. As he said that, Li Mo turned his head again. Brother Shiao, please move aside. Where's Lao Shiao? At some point, there was no one around him. Xiao Qin didn't know where he went. Strange, Lao Shiao didn't look like the kind of person who would run away when things got bad. Haha, you helped others, but they ran away. Wang Hao was afraid that the other party would not fight. He put his hands behind his back and raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. In case others say that I'm bullying the weak, I'll let you go first. Before he finished speaking, the fist wind was already approaching. When facing someone who is looking for trouble, Li Mo will not be polite to him. His back is like a bow, and his fist is like a cannon hammer. He smashed the other party 3 inches below the ribs. Feeling the sharp wind of the fist, Wang Hao raised his eyebrows, but was not intimidated by the momentum of the first attack. Bang! The 2 fists collided with each other. Wang Hao's arm was numb from the shock, but he did not retreat. He thought he had rich practical experience and started to fight back directly. But what he didn't expect was, Li Mo actually seemed very experienced. He ignored the jab toward his chest, but took the initiative to move forward and hit the opponent's shoulder with his arm like a steel whip. The fist was endless, no need to recover. Lehiquan was a minor success? Wang Hao was awed in his heart, but he could not take back this fist. He was also ruthless. The strength of this punch had reached the extreme of the initial entry into the Qi and blood realm, and it was perfectly exerted. He also knows the minor success of Lehiquan. And, Wang Hao snorted coldly and shrank his shoulders. Li Mo's powerful punch landed on the opponent's shoulder, but he found that there was an invisible breath holding it up, and he couldn't hit it down. He himself was hit by a punch on the chest and took a few steps back. Internal breath? Li Mo exhaled a turbid breath and saw that the opponent pretended to release the force, but actually used internal breath. But he didn't say anything, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became stronger. Come again. Wang Hao was surprised at the boy's tenacity, and his sneer grew louder in his heart. After all, he lacked experience and only knew 3 tricks. After a long fight, he was exposed, and this time he used the same trick as last time. If he didn't succeed the first time, he would use the trick the second time. Not only would it be useless, but it would also be countered. The next second, his pupils suddenly shrank. That boy's fist. Li Mo's powerful fist actually broke through the thin layer of internal energy and hit him on the shoulder. Wang Hao staggered back. His face turned pale and his eyes turned black. 6-in-1 connection? Great success. Shinfong lost his grip on the tea bowl in his hand, and the best pre-rain, Longjing tea splashed all over his crotch. But he turned a deaf ear and looked dazed. Lehiquan is indeed a basic skill, but that doesn't mean it's easy. On the contrary, the more basic something is, the easier it is to learn, but the harder it is to master it. Every improvement requires a long time of training. Is this a human? Wang Hao was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. But not only did he not admit defeat, but he trembled all over. Obviously, he was extremely angry. Wang Hao, what do you want to do? Before Shinfong finished speaking, Wang Hao had already rushed up, with a hint of mystery in his palm. He smashed directly towards Li Mo's dantian. Shinfong followed closely behind, and his realm was much higher. But he didn't need to do anything. Boom! Wang Hao flew backwards like a cannonball. Under the terrifying force, all the bones in his body made a crackling sound. He smashed directly into the wall and smashed a big hole in the wall. Hongfeng's hair stood on end, and he turned his head stiffly. Shang, Elder Shang, Master, Senior Brother Shiao. Liu was stunned for a moment, and then he saw two figures at the door. Who else could it be but Shang Wu and Xiao Qin? It was just that Xiao Qin, a burly adult man, was being lifted up by someone's hand, and his face turned pale. Master, why are you here? This kid said that you were bullied in the martial arts hall, so I came. Shang Wu narrowed her eyes. At this moment, she was not lazy and relaxed at all, like a tigress whose territory was invaded. Liu understood. No wonder old Xiao disappeared at the beginning. It turned out that he knew that Wang Hao was a person who could not afford to play with him, so he went directly to Kunyu Peak to get him help. Spiritual old Xiao. Cough. Junior Brother Li is too kind. Xiao Qin was put down, but he was still a little unsteady, and his stomach was churning. It was hard for him, a chi and blood realm being lifted up by the inner scenery realm. Master, you beat him like this, is he okay? Liu retracted his peripheral vision. Wang Hao, who was not far away, had been smashed into the wall like a hanging painting, and his bones were broken. He was foaming at the mouth, breathing out more than breathing in, and he would be crippled if not dead. Of course there's something wrong. Shang Wu crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. You dare to move the people under my protection, and an inner sect dares to attack the true teachings. There must be someone behind the scenes. Ooh, what's your name? My surname is He, and my name is Hongfeng. Hongfeng wiped the cold sweat, and his legs trembled. Damn Wang Hao, this stinky idiot, I can't persuade him. He joined late. Why did you mess with her? The old disciples knew that in Qing Yuan's sect, it would be better to offend the sect master than to offend the ninth elder. Go to Ying Peak and ask Fu Tu to come over. If I don't see him within a quarter of an hour, I'll pay him a visit. Shang Wu sat carelessly on the armchair. Me? I'll go right away. Hongfeng ran out, as if there was a beast chasing him. Liu, he was worried that if he beat the younger one, the older one would come, and if things got out of hand, his master would be held accountable. But Shang Wu's posture seemed to indicate that he was going to call the older one over to beat him up. Xiao Qin coughed lightly and whispered, I heard that Shanbing Peak used to be very high, only slightly lower than the main peak of Qingyin. Liu was stunned and looked out the window. Shanbing Peak is the shortest among all the peaks, and it seems like there's a piece missing from it. Xiao Qin continued. Later, Elder Hanha and Elder Shangwu had a conflict, and the peak was destroyed by Elder Shangwu. Liu, he glanced at the huge gap on the peak, as if it had been bitten by a ferocious beast. Looking back, the delicate and beautiful master was sitting with her legs crossed and drinking tea, with a slight smile on her face, as if she was thinking of something happy. Liu suddenly felt absurd and magical. My dear apprentice, come here quickly. Are you not hurt? Shangwu smiled and waved. Liu walked over before he could be moved. Shangwu said, when Fu Tu comes later, we have to make a lot of money from him. Do you have a confidence? Make a lot of money from him? Liu was embarrassed. No wonder Master came so quickly. Divine Weapon Peak. In the foundry, heat and cold coexist, and the sound of hammering iron tools rises and falls. Hongfeng rushed in a hurry and said, Deacon Futu, go quickly. Elder Shangwu said that if he doesn't see you in a quarter of an hour, he will attack Divine Weapon Peak. As soon as the words fell, a group of naked, muscular men in the forging yard all broke out in cold sweat. It seemed that they remembered some bad memories. They all turned around and looked at the giant iron tower not far away. Futu's face twitched twice. As soon as he loosened his hand, the forging hammer fell to the ground. What happened? Elder Han, he slammed the table and stood up, angrily saying, You summoned my Divine Weapon Peak Deacon and dismissed him at will, and you want to fight me as soon as you open your mouth. Are you bullying me because there is no one in Divine Weapon Peak? A group of tough guys lowered their heads and pretended to be busy. Hey, Futu, you go first. Yes, Elder. Futu's expression changed, and he walked out of the forging yard. Hani then asked with a gloomy face, "Deacon He, what's going on?" Deacon Futu's disciple is sparring with a new true disciple. Shinfong told him everything that had just happened. Elder Han, he was furious when he heard it. An old disciple is sparring with a new disciple. How can he do such a shameless thing? Just do it. It's not done yet. Now it's good. Shang Wu, that evil star, can make trouble even without reason. Now he has reason. What can he do? By the way, you just said that Liu Mo forced Wang Hao to use his inner breath. Yes, Wang Hao actually used it secretly before, but he only used a little bit. He suffered a loss from the great Liuha fist, so he was furious. It's none of your business. Hani twisted a strand of his graying beard, his eyes flickering. Great Liuha fist. One day to open the meridians. Just based on these 2 points, even if Liu Mo is not as good as Ying Bing, he is not far behind. The stone steps to heaven are indeed never wrong. The boy's physique may be reflected in his martial arts attainments, so his progress is so amazing. Such a good seedling actually became a disciple of Shang Wu. It's okay to just learn martial arts, but if he learns the bad habits of that crazy woman, Hani's head hurts just thinking about it. Martial Arts Hall. When Futu stepped in, he saw his disciple trapped in the wall, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive, while Shang Wu sat in the upper seat drinking tea. He took a deep breath, but suppressed his anger. Elder Shang, I don't know why you hurt my disciple like this. Shang Wu raised his eyebrows and spoke louder than the other party. He started it first. As he said that, he raised Li Mo's arm and pointed at the bruise on his palm. If I hadn't come in time, my gifted, precious disciple would have been strangled by your disciple. Li Mo coughed lightly and tried to pull his hand back, but he couldn't pull it back. No, master, the bruise on my hand was caused by beating someone. If it was later, it would have disappeared. Futu took a shot from a distance, and Wang Hao was pulled out of the wall. After feeding him a pill of healing medicine, he turned around. It's just a sparring with fellow disciples. Elder Shang Wu, you're going too far. Wang Hao has the responsibility to teach the new disciples how to fight, or maybe he just teaches them boxing techniques. Sparring? He uses his inner breath. Is that also a guide? Shang Wu said, putting down the teacup, and angrily said, Xiao Mo, what does the sect rule of our Qing Yuan sect say? If fellow disciples kill each other, they can be killed on the spot. Liu Mo spoke at the right time. Waste. What use are you? Futu looked at Wang Hao, who had fainted angrily. Bullying a disciple who had only been in the sect for a day, and still using inner breath. Now, the hat of killing each other among fellow disciples has been put on, and he can only swallow it even if his teeth are broken. In addition to being angry, he glanced at the young man next to Shang Wu without leaving a trace. He knew Wang Hao's weight. He couldn't even defeat the opponent without using his inner breath. Then, thank you, Elder Shang, for helping me discipline my disciples. Goodbye. Futu carried Wang Hao and prepared to go out. But before he took 2 steps, he was locked by the aura, and the hair on his neck stood up. You, Shinbing Peak, still owe me an explanation. Shang Wu spit the tea leaves into the cup, with a look of disgust on her face. Give me 10,000 caddies of cold iron, 1,000 caddies of red gold, and 10 caddies of iron essence. If you give me 1 or 2 caddies less, you can't even think of leaving this door. Everyone present was shocked. This is equivalent to the output of Shinbing Peak in 10 years. Elder Han may not be able to produce it. It can be seen with the naked eye that the blue veins on Futu's forehead burst out. Lion's mouth is too big. Shang Wu, you don't go too far. What if I bully you? A hot breath spread out, making it hard to breathe. I don't know if it's an illusion. Liu Mo was in a trance, and he actually saw a lotus blossoming from the beautiful master's body, burning brightly, as if it would last forever. Futu's momentum stagnated. If it was someone else, he would be sure that the other party would not dare to make a move in the sect. But when Shang Wu, this crazy woman, gets angry, the sect master has to give in. Liu Mo was inspired and tried to smooth things over. Elder Futu is only the steward of the divine weapon peak. He really can't afford so much. My disciple is not injured either. Why not? Ask for less compensation. Shang Wu snorted coldly. That's the truth. My disciple, what kind of compensation would satisfy you? Liamo coughed lightly and said, Pen and ink are waiting for you. He picked up the pen and wrote it down. It took a while to write a list. Fuda took a look. Most of what was written on it were the fine wines that Shang Wu loved to drink, and some miscellaneous precious items. Although it was inevitable to bleed heavily, it was not as outrageous as before. Come to Ying Peak to get it, seeing that the master and disciple sang the same tune. Fuda's expression was uncertain, and he finally suffered a loss. Hey, that's right. It would be great if you had been so smart earlier. Shang Wu's momentum dissipated instantly. When Futu left with a cold snort, she smiled and suddenly gave her precious disciple a big hug, happily burying his head in her chest. If Li Mo wanted to describe Shang Wu's figure at this time, he would say it was suffocating. It's worthy of being my apprentice. You have learned 3 points of my skills. Master, can you give me some? Li Mo shyly asked for a share of the spoils. Shang Wu instantly became alert, and the way she looked at her beloved disciple no longer seemed like she was looking at a caring cotton-padded jacket. 1-9. The beautiful master pointed with her fingers. Master, do you only want this much? 1/10 is yours, and 9/10 is mine. Liamo said helplessly. Actually, I just want some exotic beast meat to roast and eat. Roast meat? Shang Wu's almond eyes lit up. You can also cook? Of course, I'm the best in Ziang Mansion, and no one dares to say I'm second. With modern seasonings in hand, you are so confident. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt himself being lifted up. Then, the surrounding scene began to blur and quickly retreated. When Liamo was about to vomit, he felt the reality under his feet. Where's this? Hearing the sound of iron knocking, Shaoli looked around with confused eyes. What caught his eye was a huge cave with a faint cold light in it. On the left and right sides of the cave, there were 2 rivers, one very hot and the other icy cold, which were led to the yard by 2 canals. And a group of iron-making men were working in this yard. That is Shinfong Cave, which existed before our Qing Yuan sect was established. Shang Wu was in a good mood and was happy to explain to his new disciple. There are a lot of broken copper and rotten iron in there. I killed a killer from Shiyu Tower and threw a sword in there. I heard from Old Man Han, that it was something that was nourished by the sharp spirit of killing soldiers. Soldier killing sharp spirit? Limo's heart moved. Then this Shinfong Cave is not a good place to practice the extreme killing body? Those are not broken copper and rotten iron. Shang Wu, don't be rude to my ancestors of Shun Bing Peak. Elder Han, he put his hands behind his back and looked unhappy. Shang Wu didn't waste time talking to him and stretched out his hand. Where are the things? Futu. The voice fell. Futu came out, dragging a carriage. Liamo guessed in his heart that this might be a steward named Futu who drew money from the Divine Weapon Peak, so he prepared it so quickly. The things were all asked by his master. It seems that he had planned it for a long time, and he picked out what he could get. Shang Wu narrowed her beautiful almond eyes and smiled like a fox who had successfully stolen fish. Old Ghost Han He, it's rare that you are so straightforward. Okay, this matter is over. Congratulations to the host. The investment was successful, and Shang Wu acted as an accomplice to complete a blackmail. Investment feedback: 3 jars of ice and fire wine. Investment feedback: 2 bottles of 6-pattern Qing pills. Investment feedback: 10 kilograms of iron essence. Qing pill. It has the effect of concentrating the mind and calming the heart, and can suppress distracting thoughts to a certain extent. Each pill can last for 2 hours. No more than 1 pill can be taken per day. Excessive consumption will lead to the weakening of 7 emotions and 6 desires and the loss of humanity. Iron essence: 10,000 kilograms of iron, 1 ounce of essence, ordinary weapons. Adding a little can blow hair off. It is a must for forging magic weapons materials. Student Lee was also very happy. I didn't expect that helping the master to extort money could be counted as an investment. It was a big hit. This may not be the best reward he has ever received, but it is definitely the most generous one. The value of the reward has far exceeded the sum of what the master has worked so hard to rob. How can I lose both the people and the battle? I hope that when Shangwu loses, don't cheat me. Elder Han, he snorted coldly. He was talking about the two people's bet to compete for disciples. That bet is much more valuable than this mere card of wealth. No, it can't even be measured in gold and silver. Then I'll give you a chance, lose. Shangwu smiled and gave a thumbs up, then turned it down. Liemo, Master, where do you get your confidence? If I remember correctly, Murong Shiao has the body of a Ming Jiao and is known as a rare genius in Ziang Mansion in 10 years. If it weren't for Ying Bing, Murong Shiao would undoubtedly be the leader of this class of disciples. Elder Han, he is so confident, probably because of the half-demon bloodline. The characteristic of half-demon is that the starting point is extremely high. My disciple is not talented. He has 5 meridians in the Qi and blood realm, and he can already go to the 2nd level of Shinfong cave. I am ashamed. He is just a little better than me in the past. Hani drank a sip of tea lightly. Shangwu was surprised. He is only at the 5th meridian of the Qi and blood realm. So let it go to Shinfong cave to practice? Hani showed a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth. I have my own plan, so you don't have to worry about it. The disciple has a half-demon body, and his bloodline tends to be the dragon, which is known for its strong body. Under his guidance, he practiced horizontal training and gave full play to his strengths. Now, with his body alone, he can lift a huge stone weighing 10,000 pounds. Liemo may go far in the future. So what? The Jiufeng martial art competition is just around the corner. In the short term, he will never be able to defeat Murong Shiao. Isn't it just the next Shinfong cave? Shangwu curled her lips, but she didn't blurt out, my apprentice can do it too. The weapons in the cave are all killing weapons. If they're taken out alone, they may not be a big deal, but if they're gathered together in a regular way, they can hurt people from a distance. Moreover, some weapons have killed countless people and carry an astonishing murderous aura, which is enough to capture people's hearts. After entering is a double test of body and mind. Even she can't reach the bottom of Shinfong cave. Elder Han, I wonder if outsiders can enter this Shinfong cave? Hani paused while drinking tea. Shangwu winked at his apprentice without any expression. Silly disciple, I don't have to fight for everything. Hani glanced over. Of course you can go in, but I advise you to think twice. Except for Murong Shiao, all the disciples in the cave are above the inner breath realm. The former is because of his innate, strong physical body, and the latter can use the inner breath to protect himself. I'll try it outside first. If it doesn't work, I will never show off my strength. Limo's eyes were burning, and he said this to the two of them. Hani shook his head secretly in his heart. No wonder he had a conflict with others just after entering the martial arts hall. Just after making some progress in martial arts, he didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was, and he wanted to compete with others everywhere. This kind of mentality let him suffer a little. You can go in, but your safety is at your own risk. If something happens, you, two masters and disciples, should not blame me. Thank you. Liemo bowed and looked at his master again. Shangwu squinted his eyes and pondered for a moment, then took out a small bell from his arms. If you can't hold on, shake it twice. This is a concentric bell. When one bell is shaken, the other bell will ring. As long as they are not thousands of miles apart, it will have an effect. Our elder Shang seems to be careless, but he doesn't want his precious apprentice to be really hurt. Thank you, master. He took the bell. Liemo walked to the front of Shinfong cave. In front of the Shinfong cave, looking from the entrance of the cave, you can see various weapons placed inside, some shining with cold light, some rusty. When they come to you, you feel as if you're being hit by a blade, and your whole body is tense. Many warriors come in and out. All of them have strong auras. Some are blacksmiths, and some are inner disciples from other peaks. What is your intention in entering the Shinfong cave, and how long do you need to stay? There's an inner door steward sitting there, recording the people coming in and out. However, when he raised his head, he was slightly stunned. The boy in front of him was too young. Liamo said, "It will take at most 2 hours to temper the body in practice." The steward was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand impatiently. "You have just entered the Qi and Blood realm. Why are you here to join the fun? Go on." With his eyesight in the Shun realm, he could tell at a glance that Liamo had just entered the Qi and Blood realm not long ago. Elder Hanha has agreed. Liamo didn't care about the other party's attitude. He was a little fierce, but he didn't have bad intentions. "Elder Hanha," the deacon was in doubt. "Which peak are you from?" he asked. "Liamo, Chuanyu Peak." Where did the disciples from Chuanyu Peak come from? Halfway through his words, the inner door deacon suddenly remembered that this year, the elder Shangwu seemed to have accepted a true disciple. Moreover, he was a very talented person. Well, it seems that he and the master's true disciple, named Ying Bing, climbed to the top of the stone steps together. What was his name? For a moment, he really couldn't remember it. "Write the waist pendant for me." Liamo took off the waist pendant. After recording, the other party nodded and introduced in a gentle manner. "If you want to practice, remember to do it within your ability. The first floor is full of sharp weapons, many of which have never seen blood. As for the second floor, it is the real sharp weapons. Haha, I killed a bandit and his knife was placed on the second floor. Since the other party is a true disciple, maybe he has something to rely on. For example, the new true disciple that Elder Hanha has received has an incredibly strong body and can already go down to the second floor." He was also happy to explain a few words. "What about the third floor?" Liamo asked curiously. "Young man, don't be too ambitious. The third floor is full of famous weapons. Famous weapons have spirits. If you haven't reached the realm of observing gods, you dare not go there." The deacon shook his head and emphasized again and again. "I know." Liamo retracted his waist, bowed, and walked into the cave. Instantly, the feeling of being on edge became more intense. There were many people on this floor, and some of them recognized him. "Liamo. Wow, it's really that Li Jinchuan. What is he doing here? Practicing martial arts?" "Yes. He looks delicate and tender, and doesn't look like he has a foundation in horizontal training. He hasn't reached the inner breath realm yet, so he doesn't need to use the metal and iron energy to refine his inner breath, right?" Everyone was puzzled, but Liamo obviously had no intention of explaining to others, and walked forward 50 steps without paying attention to others. "Huh, I can't walk anymore." Liamo took a long breath. When he got here, his skin began to sting. On his own, 50 steps on the first floor was already the limit. If he wanted to go any further, his body would be irreversibly injured. There are still 10 years left for martial arts enlightenment. Let's start with the jibing Ludi. Liamo cheered up and his heart moved. 10 years of martial arts enlightenment injected successfully. In the first year, you read the extreme slaughter body and learned how to control the sharp energy of the weapon to temper yourself. In the third year, after in-depth practice, you found that if you control it properly, you can temper your internal organs together. In the fifth year, your extreme slaughter body has matured. In the 10th year, you control it in detail and can resonate with various weapons in the dark, and you can practice the meridians. Complete understanding. You have realized the extreme slaughter body to perfection. Instant enlightenment. Liamo immediately felt a new world. If the pervasive, sharp energy of the weapon is compared to water, then he was a landlubber before. Once the water is deep, even if it is calm, he'll be drowned. After mastering the extreme slaughter body to perfection, he became a tide rider. Unless there are stormy waves, he cannot be hurt. Body tempering. Liamo sat cross-legged. The sharp aura surrounding him was also introduced into his body. The sharp aura was very dangerous, but under his exquisite guidance, it did not cause any harm to him, but instead sculpted and tempered his body. If jade is not polished, it will not become a useful tool. Is he practicing? How long do you think he can last? I bet less than an incense stick. 1 stick of incense? It would be good if you can hold on for 100 breaths. Don't you practice martial arts? Why do you care about others? I'm a blacksmith, thank you. Seeing that Liamo was like an old monk in meditation, some people started to discuss. Some people also bet on how long this Li Jinchuan could hold on here. However, the bet has not been set up yet. Li Mo, who was not far away, suddenly stood up. Oh my God, it's not even 30 breaths yet. He can't do this. I made a bet. Haha. Thank Li Jinchuan for helping me make money. Wait a minute, he didn't go back. After hearing this person shout, everyone came back to their senses. Yes, this Li Jinchuan did not turn back, but continued to walk deeper, seeing that he was about to go down to the second floor. What the hell? Is he going to die? No, he seems to be fine. What the hell? Oh my God, he really went down to the second floor. Everyone was stunned. The young man walked briskly through the door at the end of the first floor. The back figure quickly disappeared at the end of the stairs. No, when they opened the market, they didn't expect this to happen. How can this be calculated? You know, many people in the inner breath realm only stay on the first floor. Why is Li Mo taking a walk in his own back garden? This weapon-killing sharp intention should not be entirely emitted by the weapons stored in the Shinfong cave. Is there something at the bottom of the Shinfong cave? Li Mo found some clues. Others may not be able to detect it, but perhaps because of the Xianpin immortal body, he is extremely sensitive to this kind of aura. If he becomes a blacksmith, he will definitely be like a fish in water. Thinking of this, he also wants to explore deeper. Just got off the second floor. There are fewer weapons in sight, but there are still 18 classes of weapons. There are quite a few, and there are gaps. Obviously, they have experience fighting. He suddenly felt his head sinking slightly, and his consciousness was confused. It seemed as if a sense of coldness invaded his heart. The intention of killing. Li Mo took out the Qingxin pill, poured out a pill, and pressed it under his tongue, and the feeling dissipated. He fell a little. You can go forward a little bit. Li Mo continued to move forward. He walked forward another 100 steps. Suddenly, he saw a figure. It was also a young man, wearing a true inheritance costume with white cloud patterns, a purple gold crown on his head, and the skin on his neck could faintly see scaly patterns. The handsome face wrinkled, and the expression was struggling. Murong Xiao? The name appeared in Li Mo's mind, so he looked with the eyes of destiny. Name, Murong Xiao. Age, 16. Root bones, Ming Jiao body. Realm, Qi and blood realm, 5 meridians. Destiny, blue with black. Evaluation, his father is a human, his mother is a transformed dragon. He has a good temperament, but is affected by his own blood. If he can combine the advantages of the two, he will have a promising future. But if he combines the disadvantages of the two, he will bring disaster to the people. Recent encounter. Affected by the killing intention of the soldiers, his demon nature has revived. If he is not removed in time, his temperament may change drastically. Killing intention enters the body. Last time I saw Murong Xiao's destiny, it was still blue with purple. Now it is blue with black. It can be seen that the true inheritance of this half-demon body has reached the critical moment of life and death. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. His name is Murong Xiao, and he grew up with his grandfather. He was not always called a genius. He had scales on his body since he was a child, so he was often bullied by other children. Every time he came back from the private school with a dirty face, his grandfather said that he was too kind and cowardly, and he didn't know how to fight back when he was beaten. But only he knew. When he was beaten by others, what frightened him was not that he couldn't beat others, but a voice of desire in his heart. Hungry, so he didn't dare to fight back. Afraid of seeing blood, he would no longer be able to control his hunger. As he grew older, the desire in his heart gradually faded, but he still maintained the habit of vegetarianism. Murong Xiao felt that he was no different from a normal person. Until today, he reached the second floor of Shinfong Cave. You are a Jiao, a natural monster, but you don't eat blood? Don't kill yourself anymore. Return to your true self, and you will never be bullied by the weak again. The nature that has been suppressed for many years has never disappeared. It's like a pile of hay that is piling up. Once it is ignited, the fire will be out of control. Just when Murong Xiao's consciousness almost dissipated and the scales almost covered his cheeks. The next second, someone opened his mouth and stuffed something in it. It was round, Before he could taste what it was, it rolled down his throat. The magical thing is, his mind quickly recovered clarity. Murong Xiao opened his eyes blankly and saw a boy standing in front of him who was about the same age as him, handsome and smiling. He was holding a porcelain bottle in his hand, and the fragrance of the elixir inside was refreshing. He recognized that it was the boy who was accepted as a disciple at the entrance ceremony. "You are finally okay." Liamo breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my God, that was a close call. There were few people on the second floor, and he was the closest to him. If Murong Xiao was taken away by the killing intent, the first target of attack would probably be himself. "Thank you." Murong Xiao thanked him in a low voice. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that it was the boy in front of him who saved him. What he just took should be some kind of valuable elixir. Otherwise, it would not have such an effect. "Thank you, brotherly, for your help. I was not careful for a moment and was invaded by the killing intent. I am afraid it is not just that." Murong Xiao's expression froze slightly, and he looked up. He felt that the other party's smiling eyes had seen through him. "In fact, I have also seen it in an ancient book. It says that half-demon bodies are usually affected by blood. The higher the level of the blood, the more profound the impact. If it is not controlled, the demon nature will revive. Your blood should be that of a dragon. Just now I saw horns growing on your head." Liamo hadn't finished speaking. Murong Xiao's expression suddenly changed several times. Finally, his face sank, as if he had made some kind of decision. Step by step, slowly approaching, Liamo took 2 steps back with some caution. Could it be that Murong Xiao had a problem with his thinking and wanted to kill him to silence him? Just when this thought came to mind. Then, plop, Murong Xiao knelt down neatly. He knelt quite hard, and the bluestone bricks on the ground were cracked by his kneeling. "Please, don't tell anyone else." Liamo, the eye of destiny evaluates that he is kind by nature, so he's really kind. He even suspected that if he whispered to Murong Xiao's ear, "You don't want others to know about your half-demon body," next, the other party might accept any request he made. "Does an elder Hanha also know about your half-demon body?" Liamo was puzzled again after retracting the little evil in his heart. Murong Xiao said bitterly, "You also know that Ziang Mansion calls me Qiliner. This is actually a lie told by my grandfather." After Murong Xiao's explanation, Xiaoli finally understood the reason. Ming Jiao is a disaster beast. Once it appears, it will set off a bloody storm. Murong Xiao's father brought back a woman, who was Murong Xiao's mother. The two got married soon. However, it was not until she became pregnant. The old patriarch of the Murong family discovered that his son was a ruthless man, even more powerful than Su Xian. A lot of things happened in the middle, but Murong Xiao was born safely after all. The old patriarch knew that he could not hide his half-demon body, so he simply did not hide it, but just let people spread rumors in the city. Over time, everyone in Ziang Mansion believed that Murong Xiao had a trace of water Qilin blood. Qilin is a lucky beast. Over time, Murong Xiao was called the son of Qilin. Liamo was shocked after hearing this. "Your family are all ruthless people. Don't worry, I will keep my mouth shut. But even if I don't say it, you will always reveal it in the future." Alas, Murong Xiao was silent for a long time and sighed. How could he not know it? Even if he passed this test today, what about the future? As a warrior, he can't be a good man all his life. At this time, Murong Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. "By the way, what kind of pill did brotherly give me just now?" "Yes, it's called Ching pill." Liamo gave him the bottle. Ching pill. I've eaten it before, and it didn't have such an effect." Murong Xiao poured out a pill, identified it, and his eyes dimmed again. "This is indeed Ching pill. But it is a 6-pattern one. 6-patterned elixirs, even the simplest healing elixirs, are hard to come by, and their preciousness far exceeds the elixir itself. No wonder the effect is so good. Even though the Murong family is quite powerful in Ziang Prefecture, it is hard to come by. Because even if they are refined, the alchemist usually won't trade them." "Okay, I'll go first. I still have to practice." At this time, Li Mo waved his hand. "Brotherly, your elixir. You keep it first." A man has gold under his knees, and it is not in vain to receive your great gift. As for the matter of blood, I'll look through that ancient book again. Maybe there is a way. Murong Xiao held the porcelain bottle and knelt there blankly. He also grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth. This is the first time in his life that he feels that his imagination is limited by poverty. No way, big brother. 6-pattern pill. And it's not just one pill, it's a whole bottle. He didn't know how much it was worth. Because in the hands of those who need it, it's a priceless treasure. Murong suddenly felt a little regretful. He should have kowtowed twice more after kneeling. Murong Xiao wanted to catch up and at least say a few words of thanks. But he stopped after walking a few steps, because he found that he couldn't go any further where Li Mo went. Brotherly Mo. That's the 3rd floor. Murong Xiao's voice echoed in the cave. With his own physical strength, he could only go to the middle of the 2nd floor. Qi and Blood Realm. The 3rd floor of the lower Ying cave? Just thinking about it is creepy. No, Brotherly just saved me. I can't let him get into trouble. I can't go to the 3rd floor, so I can only ask Master. Murong Xiao got up. He ran out of the Shinfong cave quickly, and a certain classmate, Li, was still unaware of this. As he walked, he saw a message from the system. You have an investment feedback to be collected. Do you want to collect it? No. Li Mo stepped into the 3rd floor and was concentrating. Looking up, there were various weapons scattered on the mountain wall. These weapons were once owned by inner realm masters. Looking at them, it was as if I saw the past of the owners of these famous weapons. Seeing them pierce into other people's bodies, being held by the owner, fighting with the enemy for life and death. Similarly, the sharp aura of killing brought by them is more than several times stronger. There may be others on this floor, but at least it is not within Li Mo's field of vision. It should be about the same here. If I go any further, even if I have the extreme killing body, it will be dangerous. Li Mo found a piece of bluestone to sit down. He first took out a gourd and drank 2 mouthfuls. Ice and fire wine. It tasted like a mountain spring, refreshing and cool, but after entering the stomach, it seemed to burn, making every inch of meridians, fascia, and even bones hot. Let's get started. Li Mo exhaled the wine, chewed up the Ching pill, and swallowed it into his stomach. Exercise. As the extreme soldier killing body started to work, the sharp aura of the soldiers washed over his body. Pain. Li Mo's forehead was covered with sweat, and he gritted his teeth and persisted. He felt that his muscles were like stubborn stones that were constantly polished, gradually revealing the jade light inside and becoming stronger and stronger. The strength of the ice and fire wine was the lubricant, which made the quenching effect even better while promoting muscle reorganization. Sweat soaked his clothes, and white smoke came out of his head. Student Li intuitively realized how painful horizontal training was. But he had practiced. After a little trial, he began to train his meridians. Buzz. Just as Li Mo was practicing, the weapon stuck in the stone wall seemed to be affected and began to vibrate continuously. At the same time, in the courtyard of Shanbing Peak, what horizontal training martial arts did you teach Li Mo? Han he casually asked about the military situation, even though he thought Murong Xiao would never lose. Knowing yourself and the enemy is the key to success. However, Shang Wu's next sentence almost made Han he spit out all the tea. Horizontal training martial arts? I didn't teach you. Didn't teach you? He just opened his meridians yesterday. Where would he have time to learn horizontal training kung fu? Shang Wu held his cheek and yawned boredly. Han's old face twitched. You don't even know what your apprentice is practicing, and you dare to let him go to Shinfong Cave? He thought Shang Wu had prepared some backup plan to win the bet between the two. And Li Mo, wouldn't he have taken a copy of a low-level martial arts like Iron Shirt and stupidly started practicing it? At this moment, Master, it's bad. Murong Xiao ran into the yard quickly, his back wet with sweat. He was not tired, but anxious. Aren't you practicing? What's wrong? Hani glanced at his disciple and frowned. He always felt that his disciple was calm, so he let him go down to the 2nd floor of Shinfong Cave. Why is he so anxious now? Shinfong Cave is right under his nose. What big thing can happen? Brotherly has entered the third floor of Shinfong Cave. Master, go and save him. Murong Xiao said hurriedly. This anxious look. If someone didn't know the truth, they would think that his father fell into the river. Brotherly? Which brotherly? Hani didn't react at once. It's Elder Shang Wu's true disciple, Lian Mo. Han he, question mark. Shang Wu Lian Mo went to the third floor. The third floor is where famous weapons are stored. Whether it's the murderous aura of the former Lord of Weapons or the sharp aura of the Divine Sharp Cave, they're not something that the Qi and Blood Realm can withstand. All the people who were forging iron in the yard couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. They have been dealing with weapons for many years, and many people dare not stay on the third floor for a long time. If you go down to the Qi and Blood Realm, you will die. That's not right. How did he go down? Hani stood up all of a sudden, wondering. To reach the third floor, you must pass through the second floor. A martial arts novice who has just entered the Qi and Blood Realm and has no experience in body refining can't even reach the second floor. But looking at Murong Zhao's expression, it is obvious that he is not pretending. Disciple doesn't know. Murong Xiao shook his head. Perhaps he has a rare treasure, so he can isolate the sharp air. Hani pondered for a moment and thought of this possibility. It should be fine. Shang Wu sobered up instantly, and she took out the heart-to-heart bell from her arms uncertainly. The bell had never rung. Hani said in a deep voice, "Third floor, your apprentice was probably taken away by the murderous aura the moment he went down. With a rare treasure, he may be fine in the short term." As soon as the voice fell, then a red shadow rushed out like a meteor, and where she was originally, there was only a big pit on the ground. Hey, what whizzed past? The inner door deacon, who was registering at the door, wiped his eyes. Who are you? Register. Look carefully at who I am. Oh, it's you. Hani also followed in with it. If a true disciple dies in the cave, even if he is an elder, he will be held responsible. Shang Wu, don't knock down my Shinfong cave. He shouted from behind. This is understandable. There was once a disciple who had just entered the inner breath realm and mistakenly entered the third floor of Shinfong Cave and was affected. The speed of the inner scene was faster than the fire. Really fast. Shang Wu had no intention of hiding her breath at all. The scorching air wave even covered the sharp breath of the weapon. So there were many trembling warriors on the first and second floors of Shinfong Cave. In a short while, Shang Wu reached the third floor, but she suddenly stopped. Shang Wu's tense face relaxed a little bit and gradually turned into confusion. Shang Wu, my disciple saved your disciple's life this time. What are you going to do with this favor? Elder Han, he walked down with his hands behind his back, but before he could finish his words, he choked them in his throat. This elder who had controlled Xinbing Peak for 20 years. After seeing the scene in front of him, he froze on the spot. Before that, he thought that he had finally made Shang Wu, the crazy woman, owe him a favor, so it would be difficult for her to come to Xinbing Peak to ask for money in the future. He never thought, oh, you will see this unforgettable scene. The young man was sitting on the bluestone, surrounded by dozens of weapons, each of which exuded a sense of gentle submission. Those, without exception, were all famous weapons. Every disciple who entered the inner gate was eligible to come to the Shinfong Cave to choose a weapon. If he was lucky, he could get a famous weapon to recognize him as his master. Of course, most people could only go to the second and first floors to choose weapons in the end. For ordinary disciples, being recognized by a famous weapon was a great fortune. You know, even the elders of each peak mostly used weapons that were famous. Getting dozens of famous weapons to recognize their master at one time? Hani would rather believe that his own interview master was old and blurry, and his eyesight was not good. Gudong. Hani swallowed his saliva. I told you, this kid doesn't look like a brainless person. It's good that he doesn't practice. Shang Wu snorted and returned to his lazy look. Hani was speechless. Who was it just now? How many times did he almost hurt someone? At this point, he didn't have time to argue with Shang Wu. He looked at the boy surrounded by famous weapons again and again. Even though he was used to seeing big storms, he couldn't help but doubt his life now. This kid is really practicing. Moreover, he attracted dozens of famous weapons. The sharp intention of the soldiers in this area is almost centered on him. Even if you are in the God-observing realm, you have to think twice. But he is still unscathed. Hani himself is also a master craftsman, and he is extremely sensitive to weapons. But the more you understand, the more you know how difficult this is for the Qi and Blood realm. Oh, by the way, old Hani, does your Shinfong cave have a rule? As long as you get the recognition of a famous weapon, you can take it away. Shang Wu wiped the corner of her mouth, her almond eyes shining. She doesn't even have a famous weapon. Of course, that's because she has a better one. But there are dozens of them. If you take your precious disciple around on the 3rd floor, there may be more. Han He, ? Are you here to buy goods? You remember it wrong. Each disciple can only take one weapon from Shinfong Cave. It wasn't like this before. It was before and now it's now. The effect of Qingxin pill is almost gone. Liemo stopped using the method. Opening his eyes, he looked into the distance where the light was cold. Just when he had pushed the extreme slaughter body to the extreme, he actually had some induction in his mind. The sense was very weak, but it was real. Something was calling him from deeper in the Shinfong Cave. Hey, Liemo, you can pick one of these famous weapons and take it away. Elder Hana's voice came from behind. Liemo came back to his senses and found the 2 people behind him. Elder Hanha looked helpless. The master was drooling at the weapons surrounding him. Why are they here? Thank you, Elder Hanha, but I don't plan to choose a weapon for the time being. Liemo cupped his hands. Dad's biggest hobby is collecting various weapons, and he often said that he dreams of owning a famous weapon. He naturally knows how precious famous weapons are. But the key, he hasn't practiced weapon skills yet, so he can't just pick a famous weapon and take it away, and then choose the corresponding martial arts. That's right, disciple. We're not in a hurry, Shang Wu said, smiling and looking back. When you could go down to the 4th floor Shinfong Cave, we can slowly pick it up. Elder Hanhe, don't you agree? Hani's eyelids twitched. The 4th floor, what's in there, can be regarded as the lifeblood of Shunbing Peak. Let's talk about it after we can get down. It's a matter of time. Shang Wu saw that the annoying old man was defeated and patted his disciple's shoulder proudly. This pat found the clue. Xiao Mo, why are you so hard? Guess what I came to Shinfong Cave for? Liemo had a grudge, but he didn't know whether to complain or not. Well, the jibing Ludi technique is indeed very effective. At least, now it won't hurt if I get slapped by the master. According to preliminary estimates, his physical strength is at least 30% stronger than before, and this is the first day of training. It will be even stronger in the future. Wait until the physical strength is up, and then go deeper. The thing that resonates with me should not be on the 4th floor, but deeper. Liemo retracted his gaze. The cave entrance. That Li Zhenchuan entered the 3rd level of Shinfong Cave. Fuck, how did he get in? No hope. A few years ago, someone who had just entered the inner breath accidentally entered the 3rd level. When he was rescued, his body was covered with wounds and his mind was in trouble. He was drooling even after being cured. He won't die on our peak, will he? That's Shang Wu's apprentice. I suddenly remembered that the clothes at home haven't been hung out yet, so I went home first. The cave entrance was very lively, and many disciples were talking about it. If a Jinchuan disciple got into trouble in Shinfong Cave, it would be a big melon for Qing Yuan's sect. Murong Xiao paced back and forth, anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Brotherly is such a good person. Please don't get into trouble. He was muttering to himself, and suddenly he was refreshed. Why are you all gathered here? Go do your own thing. Hani walked in front, scolding the inner disciples who were eating melons. Shang Wu and Li Imo walked out from behind him. Student Li still had that smile on his face. Brotherly, are you okay? Do you still recognize me? What is this? Murong Xiao took 2 steps at a time and jumped in front of Li Imo, shaking his fingers. 5. Don't you have only 5 fingers? Limo thought it was some kind of brain teaser. What is 5 plus 5? 10. After an intelligence test. It's great that you didn't become a fool. Murong Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, his face full of relief. Liemo, thank you. Before the 2 of them said a few words, Lian Mo was dragged to the carriage by Shan Wu. "Let's go, old dang." Shan Wu was in a very good mood and whipped the colt's butt. The carriage gradually went away. "Brotherly, take care." Murong Xiao waved at Lian Mo. Han, he was surprised to see this. How come his disciple knows Lian Mo, and they seem to be close friends? Never mind, it doesn't matter. The Nine Peaks martial art competition has nothing to do with personal feelings, and there will be a ranking. No matter how talented Lian Mo is, he's just entered the Qi and Blood realm, and the gap between him and Murong Xiao is there. After that, it's hard to say. Shower. In more than 10 days, new disciples will participate in the Sect trials. During this period, you will follow your master to improve your martial arts every afternoon. Yes. At night, the vast Qingyu mountain range was silent. In the courtyard where the outer disciples lived, a house was still lit. Shao Qin held the black crystal, and his realm was restored to the Qi and Blood realm 9 meridians. Half of the black crystal had turned grayish-white. This was not just because of him. 10 meridians. I'm back to the 10 meridians of Qi and Blood realm. Shao Qin opened his eyes again, and a hint of joy appeared on his resolute face. But then, he looked at the black crystal in his palm, which had completely turned grayish-white and looked like an ordinary stone, and couldn't help but look strange. The whole piece was sucked up. I shouldn't be able to do it. You can't do it, but it's because of me. Suddenly, an old voice sounded in his ears. Who are you? My name is a long time ago. 10 minutes later, Shao Qin sat there, surprised and confused. It turned out that the reason why his realm fell was because of the jade pendant on his chest. To be precise, it was the old man in the jade pendant who called himself Qinxing Wuzuan. If what the other party said was true, then this old man was much more powerful than the leader of Qing Yuan's sect in his prime. And the other party also said that he could be his teacher, and he needed to help him reshape his body after he became stronger. It seems that the 7-star ancient Pei did not choose the wrong person. You have persisted for so long without giving up martial arts, and that's why you woke me up. The old voice was full of praise. He was very satisfied with Shao Qin's perseverance and qualifications. In this case, I should give you a gift to become a disciple, so that you don't have any grudges in your heart. The voice fell. The 7-star ancient Pei suddenly lit up, as if a small hole had been opened. A brocade bag floated out of it. This brocade bag contains a flame bird feather. Although it only contains a little blood of the real phoenix, it is still very rare after I have tempered it many times. Wear it on your body, all evil will retreat, and it can also warm your body, with infinite magical benefits. Shao Qin held the brocade bag and felt warm all over. But he still said honestly, if I rely on myself, I don't know how long it will take to revive the teacher. The main it was Junior Brotherly who gave me a black crystal. Black crystal? The old voice was obviously stunned for a moment, and then realized that the crystal in Shao Qin's hand had been completely absorbed. In a barren place like the East Wilderness, black crystals should be very rare and precious. He was willing to give it to you? Yes, Junior Brotherly is a man of high moral character. Teacher, I want to return the favor and give him this phoenix feather bag. Shao Qin said with a burning gaze. Now that he has this old senior with him, he will not encounter too much danger. But this is something given to him by the teacher after all. It's not okay to give it away without the teacher's approval. It's good that you have this thought. When you have achieved something in the future, you can also help him. The old man, called Qinxing Wuzuan, did not stop him. He hoped that Shao Qin was a grateful person, so that he would be more likely to help him reshape his body in the future. Besides, the other party gave the black crystal at will, which means that at least in the East Wilderness, he has some background. Promote Junior Brotherly? Shao Qin smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, he is a true disciple, and I am just an outer disciple. He has personally experienced how talented Junior Brotherly is. He mastered the 6 combinations fist in one day. He can't even be described as a genius. He is simply a monster. The brightest future for a true disciple is to become an elder. Qing Yuan Sect is just a small sect in a prefecture in the East Wilderness. The old voice paused when he said this. Then, he said earnestly, "In the near future, you will leave here and shine in a wider world. As my disciple, don't underestimate yourself. Remember the teacher's teachings." Shao Qin nodded hesitantly. "You are not confident in yourself, and you are not confident in me. Well, I will meet your junior brotherly tomorrow to see how talented he is." Seeing Shao Qin's thoughts, the Qinqing Wu Zun couldn't help but feel a little curious. But soon, he brought the conversation back to the point. "The mental method you practice is not very suitable for you. Listen carefully. I will teach you a chapter of Huaming Heart Sutra." "Thank you, teacher." Shao cheered up. After a while, Qinqing Wu Zun fell into silence and seemed to continue to sleep in the jade pendant. He put the brocade bag in his arms and tried hard to practice the new mental method. Qiushui Pavilion. At this time, the aroma of cumin and oil filled the courtyard. "Barbecue, 5 taels of silver per string. Pretty ones are free." "Yes, you are a beauty. I'll give you 1 string." Liamo took out the charcoal stove used in winter as a grill, skewered the beast meat produced by Jinshou Peak, and roasted it until it sizzled and oozes oil. While grilling the meat, he also hawked it in a funny tone. "My dear apprentice, were you a cook before?" Shang Wu took a bite, and her almond eyes were intoxicated. She had also eaten barbecue. Why can the apprentice's cooking be so delicious? Especially the peculiar fragrance, combined with the burnt fragrance of the meat, it is simply amazing. Liamo smiled and picked up a few more strings. "Wow, she's also a beauty. This blackhorn mutton nourishes Yin and blood, and I'll give it to you. It's delicious." Ying Bing took a bite and chewed it carefully. Bing Tuozi gave a 4-character high evaluation, indicating that the taste was indeed good. Shang Wu loves spicy food and keeps exhaling. Even Ying Bing, who originally liked to eat light food, rarely ate it freely. After all, she could not remember how much she ate while grilling. "Xiao Binger, you know how to respect your teacher the most, so this skewer of grilled fish should be given to me. But you're not my master. You ate a lot. A little girl will get fat if she eats so much. I am in the period of growing up." "Oh, you live with Liam Mo every day. Let him cook for you next time." Shang Wu crossed his arms and was angry. Even after coaxing and deceiving, he still couldn't get a skewer of grilled fish from this little girl. So he was so angry. Ying Bing ate the grilled fish and pulled up a strand of black hair by her ear without hiding that smile. She thought of the past, in the vague memory of Dong Wang. Only a few important people left a deep impression on her. Shang Wu was one of them. If it weren't for Shang Wu, she would not have been able to leave Ziang Mansion alive when Qing Yuan's Sect collapsed. What a pity. Shaking his head, Ying Bing dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind. In this life, those tragedies will never happen again. Good meat must be paired with good wine. Liamo also sat down at the table to eat. He also held a bottle of wine in his hand, which was served in jade-colored white porcelain. Pulling open the seeds, a spicy and refreshing smell instantly permeated. The wine was poured out. It was clearly red and blue in the cup. "What kind of wine is this? It smells so good." Shang Wu twitched her nose and sniffed it, and immediately became energetic. Her almond eyes slightly widened. "Ice and fire wine." Liamo smiled and put the wine bowl in front of Shang Wu. As he said that, he poured another glass. This cup was given to Bing Tuozi. Ying Bing raised her crescent-shaped eyebrows slightly, picked it up, and looked at it carefully. Her eyes, like ice mirrors, reflected the 2-color wine, which was very beautiful. "This thing is produced in Yuchuan Island in the North Sea. There's a spring there, which is half cold and half hot all year round, and has the magical effect of tempering the body. There's a winemaking family on the island, so they use it to make wine, and the wine they brew is also the same, so it is called ice and fire wine. Although that family is a winemaking family, it is also a behemoth compared to Qing Yuan's Sect. Every year, that family will pay tribute to Gu'e Palace with hundreds of fine wines, including this ice and fire wine. She had no use for it at that time, and usually used it to reward potential disciples. Liamo, why do you have this wine? Good disciple brother, where did you get this wine? Shang Wu, who drank the ice and fire wine, had a red face, and whispered for the first time. Her almond eyes blinked gently, like ripples on the water. Li Mo retreated tactically. It was hard to imagine that the delicate woman in front of him could blow up the mountain with one punch. I got a few jars after accidentally entering a secret place. Student Li spoke immediately. Oh, you still have such an opportunity. No wonder you can enter the third floor of Shinfong Cave without any injury. Shangwu didn't think there was anything wrong with this statement. Ying Bing took a sip and understood. She probably had a guess in her mind. Li Mo probably got a legacy from somewhere. Relying on the treasure left in the legacy, he changed his physique. The ice and fire wine was also left in the legacy, used to temper the physique of the inheritor. Maybe it was in Ziang City when he opened his meridians? That's good. At least in the future, he'll have the opportunity to inherit Shangwu's mantle and become an elder of Qing Yuan's sect. This has greatly changed his fate. Okay. Shangwu curled his lips and drank the wine in one gulp. There's still a few jars of ice and fire wine left. If Master likes it, why not take one away? No, you keep it. This wine can temper the body. I have used I won't go up. Then I'll go down the mountain and bring some good wine to Master. Li Mo was a little surprised and took a sip of the wine glass. But the next moment he found something wrong. He remembered that he didn't pour wine for himself, so what he just drank was Ying Bing's cup. Xiao Binger, what's wrong with you? Shangwu tilted her head and found that Ying Bing seemed a little stunned. Nothing. Ying Bing frowned and shook his head gently. Oh, then you have to drink more. This wine is very good for your qi and blood realm. Shangwu said as she picked up the small gourd on her waist and drank 2 gulps. Li Mo coughed lightly, brought her a new cup, and poured another full cup. Well, Ying Bing sipped her wine. Just now, her calm heart seemed to have a slight fluctuation. This is what made her feel strange. The men who pursued her were all talented and unparalleled. Some were gifted and had terrifying backgrounds. And even before becoming one of the 9 heavens, the heaven in the 9 heavens had expressed his admiration for her. Don't even mention pretending to be nice. She didn't even think about it. Over time, people all over the world said that the empress who lived in Gue Palace for a long time was cold in body and mind, without 7 emotions and 6 desires. In fact, she was just unswervingly pursuing martial arts. The world wears away heroes, and love is just a stumbling block. But just now, when she felt strange in her heart, she was not opposed to that feeling. Maybe it's because of the ice and fire bar. Ying Bing drank the ice and fire wine without carefully tasting the taste of the wine. At my current level, I can't ignore the drunkenness. Recovering her mind, she silently guided the alcohol to circulate in her body. During this period, practice well. In a while, the sect will have a trial for new disciples. Don't embarrass me. Shangwu yawned after saying that. Trial? Li Mo looked confused. Shangwu wiped the crystal wine stains from the corners of her mouth. Just put you in the Qing Yuan mountains, collect some herbs, kill some strange beasts, and the like. For the qi and blood realm, it's a bit challenging. Some 9th grade monsters are also difficult to deal with. You and Xiao Binger can take care of each other. Li Mo nodded, and he probably knew what was going on. It's a common plot in novels. Li Mo was a little speechless. Master, Ying Bing is the sect master's disciple. She is treated much better than me. Why does she need to take care of me? It seems that Master accepted him because he was interested in Ying Bing. They just met, but he called her Xiao Binger. Xiao Bing. Ying Bing didn't seem to mind, as if they had known each other for a long time. Who said Master doesn't care about you? Shangwu twitched her nose and took out a booklet. Practice with it. It's just the right middle-level martial arts for you now. It's much better than Lehiquan anyway. The booklet reads, Liao Yuan, Swordsmanship. Don't underestimate it, as it's just a middle-level martial arts. If it's placed outside, it's already a treasure that many sects would keep. Many small sects still treasure inferior or even inferior martial arts. Thank you, Master. You just blame me. After saying that, Shangwu waved her hand, picked up her small gourd, and left Xiushui Pavilion. At the table, Ying Bing put down her wine glass, and her mind returned to calm. The sect trial, what she had to do, no one could help her. She was going to obtain a legacy. Although she didn't know who left the legacy that Lin got, it was definitely a world of difference compared to what she was about to get. After all, no strong person would leave the legacy in the barren East Wilderness. The legacy she was going to open was different. It was not left by a human. In the room, Lin soaked his feet and checked today's investment feedback. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in a portion of ice and fire wine and a portion of roasted exotic beast meat. Investment feedback, a can of 100 Flowers gel cream. Investment feedback, a night shining pearl. 100 Flowers gel cream, top-grade healing medicine, collected from the first drop of dew of hundreds of exotic flowers and herbs, contains excellent growth mechanism, and has a miraculous effect on treating external injuries. Night Shining Pearl. Produced in the North Sea, it is always bright and never extinguished, and it is a must-have for the cave of the master. This reward should be for the master. A round bead appeared in Lin's palm, the size of a fist, emitting a soft light. He had seen this thing before. There was a night-shining pearl hanging on the auction table of Hungtong Trading Company in Ziang Prefecture. Judging from the luster and color alone, it is worse than the one in his hand. In short, it is quite valuable. As for its use, it is not as good as the 100 Flowers condensation cream. Lin applied a little on his body, and it felt cool. The minor scars caused by tempering his body in the Shinfong cave during the day began to heal almost immediately. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in a portion of ice and fire wine and a portion of roasted beast meat. Investment feedback, 20 years of martial arts enlightenment. Investment feedback, 1 black crystal. It's still being too ozy that smells good. Lin couldn't help but sigh. Invite her to drink a little wine, and you will have 20 years of martial arts enlightenment. This stuff, no matter how many years it takes, it's not too much. Obviously, with the same investment, when the master is obviously more fond of wine and meat, the reward from Ying Bing is still more than a little better. I can only say that this is the horror of the red destiny. Well, for the reward, you have to hold Bing Tuozi's jade legs tightly. Are you holding legs? It's a bright money tree. The host has a reward to claim. Do you want to claim it? Lin remembered. He saved Murong Shiao during the day. This should be considered a major change in his fate, right? What good things will be revealed? Student Li was a little excited, and his mind moved. Come. Congratulations to the host, investing a bottle of Qingxin pill and successfully saving Murong Shiao from the devil. Investment reward. A stubborn stone heavenly book seal. Stubborn stone heavenly book seal. Stamp it on any martial arts. It can be deduced and improved, thereby improving the martial arts grade, and can improve the martial arts to the highest level. Improve martial arts? Lin was stunned, and the night pearl almost rolled to the ground. The next moment, a thumb-sized seal appeared on his left hand. The small seal was copper-colored, but it was different from the brass and bronze that Lin had seen. There were tadpole-shaped characters engraved on all 4 sides, full of ancient charm. There are stone heavenly book seals, so are there copper, silver, and gold ones. Lin was thoughtful. The highest level of what he was practicing now should be Extreme Slaughter Body, which is a rare skill, and Fire Heart Lotus Method is a superior martial art. Above the rare skills, there are divine skills. If I get a silver or gold heavenly book seal in the future, I can also upgrade the martial arts I have practiced. Upgrading existing martial arts is much more convenient than switching to other skills. Let's talk about it later. Lin took out the Liao Yuan sword method that his master had just given him. Except for this middle-level sword method, there is no other martial art that can be upgraded for him at present. Gently poke the heavenly book seal on the page. Suddenly, the tadpole characters on it glowed slightly, all drilled into the book and swam between the words. Some of the words were changed in order by the tadpoles, while others were swallowed and spit out new words. Lin looked at it in a magical way. About 5 minutes later, the tadpole words completely lost their luster and disappeared. The swordsmanship recorded in the book also became Fire Crane 1,000 Feather Sword. I have gained 20 years of martial arts insights. If I add all of them to the other 2 skills, I may not be able to break through from great success to perfection. Let's learn swordsmanship first. Xiao rubbed his hands and reasoned with himself. Well, in fact, he just wanted to learn swordsmanship. Who doesn't want to be a handsome swordsman who rides the wind and asks the moon? Let's talk about whether he is strong or not. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. With aspirations, Li Mo injected all his martial arts insights into Fire Crane Thousand Feathers. 20 years of martial arts insights injected successfully. In the first year, you were very interested in learning the Fire Crane Thousand Feather Sword and successfully mastered it. In the 5th year, you were still eager to learn the sword technique. The practice process was very smooth and you finally mastered it. In the 5th year, you were still eager to learn the sword technique. The practice process was very smooth and you finally mastered it. After 8 years, you have entered a bottleneck period. You have not made any progress for a long time, and you have doubted yourself. In the 20th year, you finally summed up the experience of swordsmanship through long-term sitting and grinding, and barely made it. Li Mo opened his eyes. In an instant, the experience of practicing day and night for 20 years, regardless of cold or heat, was vivid and clear in his memory. He looked at a branch outside the window. No, this is clearly a peerless sword. He broke off the branch and waved it with excitement. The branch in his hand had a faint sound of clear wind. The Liao Yuan swordsmanship originally valued bursts. The Fire Crane Thousand Feathers, which was derived and improved, inherited this advantage and took it to a higher level. Every time you hit the enemy, you can leave strength in his body, and then red marks will appear on the enemy's body, like burning crane feathers. When the strength accumulates to the limit, it can burst out at once. Minor success. At most, the strength can be stacked to 9 layers. When you reach the inner breath realm, you can replace the strength with the inner breath. Throwing away the cracked branch, Xiao was very satisfied. After calming down, he couldn't help but think again. 20 years, only minor success? Is it because martial arts are more difficult to study than mental methods or horizontal training? Or is it because he has no talent for swordsmanship? In the future, when there are other martial arts, you can also add some martial arts insights, and you will know when the time comes. Li Mo withdrew his thoughts. Sitting on the ground, he began to practice mental methods. The speed of opening the meridians must be accelerated. My Shinfong immortal body seems to have more main meridians, and the road in the Qi and blood realm is also longer than others. Buzz. After the strange resonance of heaven and earth, Li Mo once again entered the state of unity between heaven and man, and the purest vitality in heaven and earth flowed into his body like water. His consciousness also slowly sank and entered his body. Inner vision. This does not require special practice. After Li Mo comprehended the Fire Heart Lotus method to perfection, he could do it naturally. Of course, for others, it may take until the inner breath realm to master it. In the ordinary Qi and blood realm, one can only rely on diet, practice, and constantly temper one's own Qi and blood, and then impact the meridians all at once. But with the help of inner vision, Li Mo can not only use Yuan Qi to polish Qi and blood, but also use it to wrap Qi and blood and accurately merge them into the meridians. For example, the former is a bucket of water poured out without a single drop. The latter is connected to the water pipe, accurate and efficient. Therefore, the process of Li Mo opening the meridians can only be described as a natural process. There is no so-called bottleneck, and it is even more impossible to get hurt. It looks simple, but in fact, it can be achieved due to many factors. The increase in the strength of the meridians by the Shinfong immortal body, the ultimate learning method of perfection, and the jibing the body are all indispensable. Alas, it's a bit slow. It will probably take until midnight to completely open up the Yangwei. Li Mo sighed in his heart. This can only be said in his heart, because if he says it out loud, he will be beaten if others hear it. Even the outer disciples in the sect are elites selected from the land of a prefecture, and they are replaced one after another to enter the inner gate. The condition is to open up the 12 main meridians and enter the inner breath realm within 3 years. However, in the end, only 1 in 10 people can successfully enter the inner gate. You still think it's too slow? Unconsciously, it's late at night. The moon, which is more than 10 times larger than the blue star, shines a silver glow on the Ching Yuan mountains in the sky. In the room, the fluctuations of the vitality of heaven and earth slowly stopped. Yang Wei is open. Liu Mo looked at it and saw that the moon just moved to the top of the sky. It took 3 hours? If others knew about this, they would probably think they had seen a ghost. But in Liu Mo's body, the meridian that had just been opened was truly filled with a vast amount of blood and qi. Of course, this was within Liu Mo's expectations. What really surprised him was the number of meridians in his body. I should have 36 main meridians. Liu Mo was surprised and happy. For a warrior, the main meridian in the body is equivalent to an engine. This means that the blood and qi he can mobilize in the future will be 3 times that of an ordinary blood and qi realm. The difference in combat power is even greater. There are still 10 days of Sect trials. I don't know if there will be any accidents. Ying Bing's evaluation clearly stated that she had a bad fate. So if nothing unexpected happened, she would have some accidents. If she had an accident, then I, who lived under the same roof, would probably not be able to avoid being involved. Liu Mo felt a sense of urgency in his heart, eager to throw tiles. The blood and qi accumulated by the Yuan qi should be enough to open up a meridian. Liu Mo muttered to himself. I went to the toilet and drank. After drinking a glass of water, he sat down again. The vitality of heaven and earth fluctuated again. It was strange. As long as he practiced, he seemed to have no feeling of fatigue. If it were not limited by the speed of transformation between vitality and blood, it would not be impossible to roll 12 hours a day. Next door, in Ying Bing's room, many things had been frozen. She never lit candles, because when she was practicing, candles were not qualified to burn. When she was in Gue Palace, the lighting used in the entire palace was jade crystal lamps made of mermaid fat. 2 meridians. It's still not fast enough. Ying Bing lowered her eyes and calculated a little. The inheritance place, she was going to require at least 8 meridians in the blood realm. In other words, in these 10 days, she had to open at least 6 meridians. Suddenly, Ying Bing seemed to recall that this year's Sect trial did not seem to be peaceful. She had not yet successfully opened her meridians and was not a participant, but had only heard some rumors. It was said that a small number of disciples disappeared in this trial. That's right, they were not dead, but disappeared, and no one saw them alive or dead. What happened in the process is unknown. The stronger you are, the more confident you will be. I must get one of the life souls of the 9-colored Yuan Phoenix. Ying Bing's snow-like eyes flickered slightly. In her previous life, she entered a secret place by chance, which was born in response to the Shiao, one of the 9 souls of the 9-colored Yuan Phoenix. It was because of this that she showed her talent and changed her destiny. In her later life, this inheritance was still inseparable from her. Later, by chance or by various means, she gathered the 9 souls of the 9-colored Yuan Phoenix, which also became one of her important reliances on the road to invincibility. It can be said that among the major opportunities in life, the 9-colored Yuan Phoenix can be ranked in the top 3. Ying Bing's self-created magic skill, the 9-colored mysterious Phoenix Sutra, also needs to be practiced with 9 souls. Liu Mo, are you still practicing? I am quite persistent. It's strange. When Ying Bing thought of Liu Mo next door, a ripple appeared in her heart, which was once as solid as ice. She didn't hate this feeling, but she hated herself being affected by this feeling. What made her even more unhappy was that she didn't understand the origin of this feeling. Is it because I still owe him a favor? Ying Bing thought for a moment and decided. Take Liu Mo with you when you go to the inheritance place. Any other opportunities there are enough to change the fate of ordinary people. Perhaps it can allow him to walk out of Ziang Mansion and even the East Wilderness in his lifetime. If he can see the true splendor of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, even if it is just a little bit, it will be worth his life. The next morning, Liu Mo woke up refreshed. He had only slept for 2 hours, but he still felt full of energy and vigor. Last night, he practiced until very late. In return, the third meridian was opened, just a little bit away from being opened. Apart from anything else, the strength alone was much greater than before. This was the conclusion he came to when he accidentally broke the chopsticks while making breakfast. Is Bing Tuozi still practicing? Yuan. No wonder she can be the girl of destiny. Liamo put the breakfast in the steamer. As long as you make a fire, you can eat it hot, which is another small detail. Are you kidding? Is this breakfast that Bing Tuozi eats? This is all real money invested. Moreover, with Bing Tuozi's destiny level, it is very likely that he will be able to surprise him. Details determine success or failure. I am simply an investment genius. Student Li happily gave himself such an evaluation. Now he doesn't talk about money. There are 5,000 taels of gold in the system space alone, and there are all kinds of precious and rare items. Maybe they can all be used in the future. A truly successful investor must understand that mosquito legs are also meat. Go to Shinfong cave in the morning and practice the extreme killing body. Li Mo thought in his heart. He believes that a strong body is as important as realm. Although Student Li is determined to be a swordsman. But who says that a swordsman can't wear meat? Moreover, the extreme killing body can improve the connection between the weapon and the blade. When you have a good sword in the future, you can make the swordsmanship burst out with stronger power. Liamo went out. Before he walked far, he ran into a familiar figure. It was Shao Qin. Although he was still wearing the gray robe of an outer sect disciple, his mental state was much better, and he felt like he had cleared the haze and was holding his head high. Inner sect. Moreover, Shao Qin's aura was much stronger than before. Junior brother Li. Shao Qin had obviously been waiting at the door of Chiushui Pavilion for a while. When he saw the door open and Liamo coming out, he smiled with full energy. Thanks to you, I have returned to the 10 meridians of the Qi and Blood realm. Then congratulations, senior brother Xiao. Liamo was not surprised by this and was very happy. Old Xiao was a good person. It was a good thing that he could avoid wasting time and see the light of day as soon as possible. Thanks to my junior brother. Shao Qin shook his head and said sincerely, if it weren't for my junior brother's black crystal, I'm afraid I would have wasted a long time. This is a grace of rebirth. It's good that you have recovered. If you continue like this, you will be able to return to the inner gates soon. Liamo praised, without any doubt. Old Xiao should have activated the 7-star ancient pay. I just don't know whether it is a heritage, a legacy of a strong man, or a strong man himself. Anyway, no matter which one it is, Shao Qin's future achievements will not be low. Just thinking about this, Liamo suddenly seemed to have a sense of it. Someone is spying on him? Liamo's thoughts turned, and he reacted as a matter of course. Could it be Shao Qin's grandfather? I really don't know how to repay you for your kindness. I've had some adventures recently, and an old senior gave me a self-defense amulet. Shao Qin took out a golden brocade bag from his sleeve. The shape is obviously not a product of this era, and the material is not ordinary gold thread. You can still feel a sense of tranquility and gentle warmth through it. Well, the only flaw is that the brocade bag is strung together with a hemp rope. It contains a feather left by a powerful, auspicious beast. It can resist evil spirits and warm the body. Such a good thing, isn't it what Brother Xiao needs? Liamo probably knew who the senior that old Xiao was talking about was. It seems that he really met an old man. No wonder he could take out such a good self-defense treasure. It's not that useful to me. Please don't refuse, junior brother. Seeing his hesitation, Shao Qin spoke anxiously. Liamo understood, but he didn't show it on his face. He took the brocade bag with a smile. Then I'll be very grateful. Thank you, senior brother Xiao. There's no such thing as too many self-defense treasures. I'm practicing the extreme soldier killing body now, so my physical defense will definitely be strong in the future. In short, the physical defense is very high, but it may not be the case when encountering those magic damage. The brocade bag just makes up for the shortcomings in this aspect. At least there is no need to worry about being plotted against by messy means. One investment, 2 returns. Winning. Junior brother, it's good to use it. Xiao Qin smiled as if relieved. He was afraid that Junior Brotherly would refuse. Junior Brother, I'll go first. I still have some chores to deal with. Xiao Qin waved his hand. The teacher is still very weak and urgently needs medicinal herbs and treasures to restore his soul. He has to find a way to find them. Although he knows that those things are expensive, he should at least ask where he can get them. Senior Brother, take care. Li Mo nodded. After wearing the brocade bag, he could immediately feel a hint of warmth. Click! There was a sound behind him. It was Ying Bing who opened the window for ventilation. The ice on the window fell to the ground and broke into pieces. On the way down the mountain, Xiao Qin's footsteps were much lighter. But before he had walked for long, the voice of Qinqing Wu Zun sounded in his consciousness. Such aptitude, is simply the best in the past and present. The tone was full of amazement, and even shock could be heard. This strong man who once said that the lord of Ziang Mansion was just an ant had obviously lost his composure. Teacher, Xiao Qin was slightly stunned, paused, and subconsciously said, Teacher, are you saying that Junior Brotherly has a strong aptitude? No, not him, but that little girl. The old man's voice seemed to be unable to calm down now. Girl. Xiao Qin thought about it, then nodded and said, Oh, teacher is talking about junior sister Ying Bing. I heard that she and Junior Brotherly are childhood sweethearts. They grew up together and are both true disciples. In the future, they should go hand in hand, and maybe they can even create a good story. Old Xiao smiled a little like an ant and was a little envious. Go hand in hand. Qinqing Wuzuan sighed and said, Disciple, you don't know what she carries. People like her are born for the times. Your Junior Brotherly is perfect innately. In a small place like Ziang Mansion, he is outstanding, but it is limited to Ziang Mansion. That little girl may shine in the future. I didn't expect that after my death, I would have the honor to witness the insignificance of such an existence. Xiao Qin was confused. Yesterday, the teacher still looked like a master who looked down on the world. Didn't this attitude change too quickly? It was quite abrupt. But teacher, you just told me yesterday not to belittle myself. Well, if you can reach the realm I once reached, you may have the honor to witness her soaring into the sky. Qinqing Wuzuan said with emotion. It seemed that even being a witness was a great honor. The fire sparrow feather he gave to Xiao Qin, who then gave it to Li Mo, came from one of his confidants. If he wasn't familiar with it, he probably wouldn't be able to perceive it so clearly. Xiao Qin was a little confused. He had never even left Ziang Mansion, let alone the East Wasteland or even the 9 heavens and 10 earths outside. He had no idea what that concept was. Qinqing Wuzuan said again, For Ziang Mansion, Qingyuan's sect is a behemoth, but in the East Wilderness, it is nothing. What I can help you with is to let you have the qualifications to see the vastness of the world. In the future, that girl may have a place in the legends of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. You will naturally understand the difference in the future. The old man paused and said, One person's success will bring success to the whole family. Since Li Mo and Ying Bing have a childhood friendship, his future achievements will definitely not be low. After all, he is no worse than you. Let's get to know each other more. Invisibly, Qinqing Wuzuan's attitude changed, from promoting to getting to know each other more. And this change is just because of junior sister Ying Bing? Junior Brotherly and I are of the same mind. He is my first good friend. Xiao Qin's smile is full of freedom. Since they're good friends, why think so much? You have a good character. I hope you can keep your original intention. Huh? The old man couldn't help but be infected by his smile. But then, as if because he talked too much, his voice became a little unreal. I hope I can find something useful for my soul today. Xiao Qin's pace down the mountain quickened a bit. On the way from Qiushui Pavilion to Shunbing Mountain, I walked for about an incense stick. I could see the mountain gate ahead. At this time, there was a long queue in front of the mountain gate. There was an outer sect deacon sitting there, welcoming and seeing off people with a pile of identity certificates in front of him. Li Zhenchuan. The old woman took the initiative to salute when she saw Li Mo. Although the true disciples had no real power in the sect, their status must be higher than that of the outer sect deacons. Liamo also looked familiar with this old woman. She had touched his bones that day and determined his talent as Class C. The outer sect disciples who came to hand in their certificates were all envious and yearning when they saw his white cloud pattern robe. But no one hesitated, and they handed their certificates to the old woman one by one, carried their bags, and walked out of the mountain gate. What are they doing? Liamo couldn't help but be curious. Right now, it should not be time to expel the outer sect disciples. Why are there so many people lining up to hand in their way certificates, looking like they're going to quit Yuan's sect? Because the sect trial is coming soon, and since it is called a trial, it is dangerous. The old woman stretched out her left hand, and only 3 of the 5 fingers were left. I see. Liamo thought about it for a while and knew what the old woman meant. Not everyone has the confidence to fight for the inner sect. If you stay, you must participate in the sect trial. If you become disabled and fail to enter the inner sect and are finally expelled from the sect, you will have problems with your life in the future. It is not impossible to die in the trial. Many people never thought about entering the inner sect after they entered. The old woman shook her head and put away the way certificate she had just received. Learning some skills in the outer sect, returning to hometown to open a martial arts school, or becoming a constable, this is a very good future in the eyes of many people. Liamo couldn't help but sigh. Martial arts is a river with upstream flow. Most people are not even fish swimming upstream, but just sand carried by the river. If he didn't have a hang, his future would probably not be much better. He would probably return to the county and become a captain of the city guard under the arrangement of his father. He was about to leave, but for some reason, he still used the God's eye of destiny that had been open all the time to look at the people in front of him one by one. Suddenly, the information of many people appeared in front of him. Name, Wu Bing. Age 19. Root Bo Nun. Realm, Qi and Blood Realm, 3 meridians. Destiny White. Evaluation. Bing's martial arts performance is not ideal. Recent experience. I recently received a letter that the 3rd husband of the widow Wang in the village had died, and she was going back to her hometown to pursue love. Looking around, most of the outer disciples who took the initiative to leave Yuan's sect have white or gray destiny. There is basically no investment value. For example, this one called Wu Bing. What reward can you get if you help him pursue the widow Wang? If it's bad, it's a few copper coins, and if it's good, there may be special items, such as the belly band of the widow Wang. Of course, there are exceptions to everything. Name, Lu Hui. Age 19. Root Bo Nun. Realm, Qi and Blood Realm, 3 veins. Destiny, Black. Evaluation, the old grudge is unlucky. Recent experience. On the way back home, I encountered a trap set by a fairy. The hero failed to save the beauty, but was stabbed in the back by the woman and thrown into the river to feed the fish. After reading it, Liamo sighed. It's a life after all. He thought he couldn't stand by and watch everything. Even if it was someone irrelevant, as long as there was no deep hatred, he didn't want to see the other party die inexplicably. Lu Hui. Li Zhenchuan. Lu Hui was stunned and pointed at himself, as if he couldn't believe that Li Zhenchuan, who had ascended to heaven in one step, called out his name. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out what the relationship between him and the other party was. Excuse me, Li Zhenchuan, what can I do for you? When you go back to your hometown, will you pass by Ching County? Liamo came forward and asked. No, Lu Hui said in confusion. Ching County? That's not just not on the way, it's a detour to my grandmother's house. He could have gone home by water, downstream, but if he wanted to go to Ching County, he could only go by land. However, something even more puzzling happened. Liamo actually took out a small gold bar, as thick as a thumb from his sleeve. What about now? On the way. Lu Hui was not stupid, and he reacted quickly. Li Zhenchuan wanted him to go to Ching County for something. That small gold bar looked like it weighed 4 or 5 taels, enough to buy a house when he returned home. House. Well, it's fine if it's on the way. Please help me give a message to Li Dalong, the county lieutenant of Ching County. Please tell me the true story. After a while, Lu Hui took the small gold bar and left happily. On his head, the black destiny suddenly turned white again. His recent experience also became, I took a detour back to my hometown, met the head of Yangwei escort agency on the way, and became an escort. And a crisp voice rang in Li Mo's ears. Congratulations to the host. The investment was successful and saved a life. Investment feedback. 2 years of martial arts enlightenment. Although Lu Hui is not a man of destiny, he is just an ordinary person. But it still brought Li Mo 2 years of martial arts enlightenment. This is a pleasant surprise. Li Mo's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't think so much. Martial arts enlightenment is a good thing. No matter how much, it is not too much. No matter how little, you have to have it. A little bit adds up to a lot. So, Li Mo did the same. 5 minutes later. Congratulations to the host. The investment was successful and a life was saved. Investment feedback. 2 years of martial arts enlightenment. 10 minutes later. Congratulations to the host. The investment was successful and a life was saved. Investment feedback. 2 years of martial arts enlightenment. Half an hour later. Congratulations to the host. The investment was successful and a life was saved. Investment feedback. 2 years of martial arts enlightenment. Don't say it. The world is not peaceful. There are both natural disasters and man-made disasters, and there are many people who encounter accidents on the way home. Some people encounter a fierce tiger and think that the Lehiquan they just practiced can withstand that. Then the slide failed and became a meal. Some people encounter a black shop and are made into human meat buns. In short, Li Mo understood why his father spent a lot of money to hire escorts when he came to Ziang City. These unlucky guys also made Li Mo gain a lot. 8 years of martial arts insights. If he is given another 20 or 30 years of martial arts insights, he may be able to push a certain martial arts to perfection. Before the Sect trial, people will continue to leave the Sect. You can come and see every day and make regular investments. Li Mo was in a good mood. There are still 13 days of Sect trials. Even if fewer and fewer people leave the Sect later, there is still a chance to get 70 or 80 years of martial arts insights. Several martial arts that are enough for him to rely on have reached a new level. Li Mo looked at the crowd again. There are no more guys with black destiny. He took a step with satisfaction and walked towards the divine weapon peak. But it doesn't matter. Come again tomorrow. He had just asked that all the disciples who left the Sect and returned home would come to the mountain gate in the morning. Anyway, he planned to go to Shinbing Peak every day recently and would pass by here every day. Time passed. 10 days later, the young man walked into the Shinfong cave. The cold light in the cave was reflected in his eyes, and his sharpness flashed for a moment. But the harmless smile on the young man's face almost made people think that the sharpness just now was an illusion. Hey, Li Jinshuan is here. Junior brother Murong asked you this morning. TSK, you practice body every day. Junior brotherly, you must have a special physique like junior brother Murong. These days, the disciples of Shinbing Peak have become more or less familiar with Li Mo. It's just because this Li Jinshuan has no airs and treats everyone equally. Last time someone was injured, if Li Jinshuan hadn't taken out the medicine in time, I'm afraid that the inner disciple's hand would have been disabled. In this way, in just 10 days, outsiders saw it and thought that Li Mo was the true disciple of Shinbing Peak. Greeted everyone. Li Mo walked through the corridor and entered the second floor of Shinfong Cave. He did not use the extreme slaughter body, but he did not feel any discomfort. Name, Li Mo. Age 16. Root, Xianpin immortal body. Realm, Qi in blood realm, 8 meridians. Destiny? Evaluation. With an immortal body, the fate is chaotic and the future is unknown. Recent encounter. In Shinfong Cave, the body was tempered to the peak of ordinary soldiers. If it goes one step further, it can reach the level of a sharp weapon. If the body can be as tough as a sharp weapon, I can go down to the 4th floor to see. If it doesn't work, I will use the martial arts to comprehend the extreme slaughter body to perfection. In 10 days, he accumulated 76 years of martial arts. Not to mention perfection, if all of it is put into the extreme slaughter body, it is possible to push it to the transformation realm. But it is not necessary for the time being. The key to horizontal training is the word practice. If you want to make progress, you have to polish yourself day by day. Otherwise, no matter how strong the theory is, it is just theory. Unlike swordsmanship, every improvement will increase the power. Entering the third level, Lian Mo walked to the end, took another Qingxin pill, and then sat cross-legged. The entrance of Shinfong cave. Name. The inner door steward spoke without raising his head when he noticed someone approaching. Yin Huacheng. The visitor reported his name indifferently. The inner door steward was startled and stood up quickly. Standing in front of him was a young man in his 20s, thin, who seemed to be unable to support the cloud-patterned white robe. His facial features were handsome, but his whiteness was a bit sickly. A black mole between his eyebrows made his temperament look much gloomier. Of course, the inner door steward's attitude was not because of Yin Huacheng's true identity. The current master of the Treasure Beast Peak also has the surname Yin. So you're Yin Chuan. I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you, Master Yin? Oh, thank you for your concern. Yin Huacheng spoke lightly, not even interested in giving the inner door deacon more face. However, after taking the way certificate, the deacon still quickly recorded it. May I ask Yin Chuan, what is entering the Shinfong cave? Refining the body, taking soldiers. Yin Huacheng, Treasure Beast Peak, True Biography. Entering the Shinfong cave, tempering the body, taking soldiers. After recording, Yin Huacheng took back the way certificate and stepped into the Shinfong cave. Yin Chuan? Hasn't he been here for a long time? He must have just broken through the barrier recently. Will he have already condensed his internal energy and entered the realm of observing the spirit? It's hard to say. If Yin Chuan wants to refine his body, he should also go to the third level. Haha, then we will run into Li Jinchuan. The people on the first floor of Shinfong Cave couldn't help but discuss in a low voice. But before they could say a few words, the discussion stopped. Because not far away, Yin Huacheng had turned around and glanced at the disciples of Ying Bing Peak present. I don't know why. Being spotted by him, everyone felt like being stared at by a beast. Yin Huacheng narrowed his eyes and said, When did Li Jinchuan appear in the sect? It was the one who just entered our Qingyuan sect during this entrance ceremony. Someone responded. The next moment, he felt a little creepy. Yin Huacheng's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and suddenly appeared in front of him, and the eyes staring at him seemed to turn into vertical pupils. A new disciple, entering the third floor of Shinfong Cave. Are you making fun of me? No. How dare I? The inner disciple swallowed his saliva. Everyone knows that Li Jinchuan is like this every day. On the first day, he scared Elder Hanha to go down and look for him, but he was fine. The people around nodded repeatedly. Yin Huacheng was half believing and half doubting, and anger flashed in his eyes. Standing there for a few seconds, he snorted coldly and turned around. He turned and walked away. Only then did everyone feel that the oppressive feeling in their chests disappeared, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. When his back completely disappeared, someone spat softly. This Yin Jinchuan, is he dealing with those beasts in the Rare Beast Peak? Is he mentally ill? Don't talk nonsense. If he reaches the God-viewing realm, he might be able to hear it. Li Jinchuan is still better. He even invited us to drink. That's not good. Walking on the second floor of Shinfong Cave, Yin Huacheng was indeed in a very bad mood. He paid an unimaginable price for this body, and finally was able to enter the third level of body refining. Now, someone suddenly said, a new disciple, why? Doesn't this mean that all his efforts have become a joke? It's okay if Murong Shiao has half demon blood. Where did Li Jinchuan come from? Could it be that he also has some kind of demon blood? Step. Yin Huacheng stepped into the third floor. The skin and flesh on his body suddenly began to twist irregularly, and his thin body expanded rapidly as if inflated. Dense and fine hairs appeared on the surface of his skin, and his arms became slender in an instant. He became stronger, but there were vague characteristics of beasts everywhere on his body, which looked extremely strange. My 100 Beast blood training is only a few forms away. When that happens, it will definitely be a real unique skill. Feeling the endless power, Yin Huacheng laughed twice and strode forward. The sharp intention hit his body, but was blocked by the iron-like feathers. 10 minutes later, suddenly, he stopped abruptly. I saw a young man sitting cross-legged not far ahead. There were dozens or even hundreds of different weapons surrounding him, all of which were famous weapons. This was probably half of the famous weapons in the 3rd floor of Shinfong Cave. Yin Huacheng's eyes instantly became bloodshot and his pupils widened. Feeling the tremor of the ground, Liamo opened his eyes and looked back. Good guy, I didn't know until I looked back, and I was shocked when I looked back. What the hell is that? It shouldn't be a human, right? No one said there are monsters in Shinfong Cave. Well, anyway, my body is comparable to a sharp weapon. I can try to go to the 4th floor. Liamo hesitated for only 3 1/3 seconds and then stood up, while the monster didn't react, patting the dust off his butt. Without even looking at the famous weapons around him, he raised his foot and walked into the 4th floor. And as he left, those famous instruments were also inserted back to their original positions, clearly separated. Crack! Something seemed to break in Yin Huacheng's heart. It was his fragile Dao heart. He had been trying hard to get a famous instrument, but people were too lazy to even look at it. In order to refine his body, he conducted hundreds of experiments, even turning into a monster, but he still dared not approach the 4th floor of Shinfong Cave. People had just joined the sect, and the starting point was already the end point he had been looking for. Yin Huacheng, the son of the Peak Master, who was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, was a little bit upset. Why didn't you choose me? Why did he? His flesh and blood began to twist again, and there were signs of losing control. Yin Huacheng smashed and smashed crazily, venting his dissatisfaction. But these are all famous instruments. Famous instruments have spirits, and it is not a joke. Was that really a monster just now? Liamo thought about it and felt something was wrong. Shinfong Cave is in Ching Yuan's sect, and there are inner gate deacons guarding the entrance. How can a monster get in? Maybe it was some uglier senior brother. Liamo stopped dwelling on this matter. Step. His footsteps had already stepped on the ground of the 4th floor. The sharp, murderous aura that came at him made him feel almost heavy pressure in an instant, even though his body training had just begun to show results. The flesh body that was comparable to the peak of ordinary soldiers actually felt a slight tingling pain. The escaping breath alone is so terrifying. It is more than 10 times stronger than the 3rd floor. Liamo took a breath lightly, and suddenly even his internal organs felt a slight numbness. Fortunately, he trained his internal organs and meridians together, otherwise he would not be able to hold on now. What kind of weapons are nurtured on this level? Liamo looked up. On the huge 4th level, half of it was frost-condensed, and half of it was hot, causing the air to distort. You have to know that this is in a cave. This scene is too incredible. There are also fewer weapons left. In total, there are only 9 stone platforms, and each of them has a weapon inserted. On the first one, there is a long sword that is red and crystal clear. Liamo walked in and found that there were words engraved in front of the stone platform. The first master of the divine weapon peak, Zhu Zizhong, was inspired by watching the 2 suns flying in the sky, and he forged it based on the Funkong sword, which is ranked 5th on the Kyushu divine weapon list. The weapon is called Ying Bing and named Shiao. This is the first line of words on the stone platform. Ying Bing. Weapons are divided into ordinary weapons, sharp weapons, and famous weapons. Above the famous weapons are the 5th level Ying Bing. A Ying Bing. As for the Ying Bing, Liamo didn't know. He had never even heard of it. But according to the handwriting on the stone platform, if this Ying Bing was just a replica, its original Funkong sword must be more powerful. 9 provinces divine weapon list. The first divine weapon peak master. Liamo was shocked. As far as he knew, It took a long time for the divine weapon peak to produce even a famous weapon. In the past, could Shimming be cast? Doesn't that mean that when this sword was cast, the Diyu dynasty had just unified the world not long ago? There were more words below, so Li Mo continued to read. Qin Xiaoming, the fourth leader of the Qing Yuan sect, took the sword today. Luo Rulong, the sixth leader of the Qing Yuan sect, respectfully requested the Shiao sword. Yu Hong, the 13th leader of the Qing Yuan sect, the Liang sword technique, entered the realm of transformation and requested the Shiao sword. The further back you go, the longer it takes for the peak master to come and get the sword. Li Mo couldn't help but think. This shows that there are fewer and fewer people in Qing Yuan sect who are qualified to control this black weapon. And this sword seems to have been lost for a while. Shang Wu, the 33rd leader of Chuanyu Peak in Qing Yuan sect, killed the top killer of Shiyu Tower and retrieved the Shiao sword. Li Mo scanned the 9 stone platforms. The time among them was obviously different, but the content recorded was almost the same as the first one. 3 of them were empty, and I don't know if they were lost or in the hands of a certain sect leader. He roughly figured it out. All the black weapons placed here were cast by the Ying Bing peak of the past generations. As long as you can get the recognition of the black weapon, you can become its master. When you're no longer able to control the black weapon, you must return it. How can I become a master of weapons? It would be a lie if we didn't say he wasn't jealous. Shinbing. He wanted a handsome long sword in his dreams. There were only 2 swords on the stone platform. One was called Tianshuang, and the other was Shiao. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of swords rang out. It seemed that it had sensed Li Mo approaching. The Shiao sword was inserted into the stone platform, vibrating continuously. The next second, Li Mo's eyes blurred. Not far away, a swordsman appeared, standing with a sword on his back. The swordsman's face could not be seen clearly. He was wearing a simple short shirt, but he exuded a fierce aura. The other party did not speak, but Li Mo seemed to understand what he meant. Please draw your sword. Draw your sword? Li Mo took out a Qing Gang sword from the system space. This was his first time using swordsmanship in actual combat, and he was a little excited. I have just mastered the advanced swordsmanship. How could I be afraid of you? 10 minutes later, Li Mo subconsciously covered his chest and suddenly opened his eyes. Just now, he felt a sword piercing his chest. Although he was not really injured, he still felt a burning phantom pain. With his swordsmanship, he could not even take 5 swords. The Shiao sword stopped humming and fell into silence again. It seems that one must practice a superior martial art to the realm of transformation before becoming a military master. Looking at the words left on the stone platform, Li Mo came to his senses. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and sat on the ground to temper his body. The more advanced the martial arts are, the more difficult they become. 76 years of martial arts enlightenment is not enough to push Hua Qianyu to the realm of transformation. If you save it for 100 years, you could try. Thinking of this, he cast his eyes on the stone wall not far away. The first day I entered Shinfong cave, I felt something calling me, but there is clearly no way ahead. Does it mean that this stone wall should be broken? At the entrance of Shinfong cave, everyone was silent for a while, because Yin Huacheng, who was so arrogant before, was walking out of the cave in a rather embarrassed manner. His eyes were filled with gloomy anger, his cloud-patterned clothes were torn into strips, and his body was covered with bloodstains. His injuries were not serious. After all, those famous instruments were not controlled by anyone, but were activated autonomously. With his physique, he only suffered some superficial injuries at most. But what he couldn't understand was that all the famous instruments were extremely resistant to him, but flocked to a new disciple. It was no less than a goddess who had been chasing for several years, turning around and throwing herself into the arms of a strange man who had just met for a few days. It was so mad. I'm not strong enough. Yin Huacheng clenched his fists and walked to the back mountain of Shunbing Peak. From a distance, he could see that there was a person waiting there. The man was tall and burly, and it was Futu. What happened to you? Futa couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw his embarrassed look. "Where's the new container I want?" In Huacheng put his hands behind his back and didn't answer his question. "He's called Wang Hu, with tiger arms and leopard waist, and the beasts have been fed to him." Futu showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "He even thanked me." "Okay." In Huacheng nodded with a flash of light in his eyes. Futa knew that he was a person who couldn't bear any loss, so he said, "You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You should follow the old rules and wait for the Sect trial before finding someone to attack." "I know my limits." In Huacheng was a little impatient. After a moment, he said again, "Recently, there should be a group of outer disciples who have left the Sect and returned home. You don't even let them go." Futu looked at the other person's expression seriously. In Huacheng snorted coldly. "It's not so easy to return home in glory after getting the benefits of Qingyuan's sect. Those useless people can give me some of their remaining heat, which is their 3 lives of luck. 100 beast blood refining. No wonder it is a forbidden technique. If you practice too much, your brain will be in trouble." Fu Tu sneered in his heart, but pretended to be hesitant on his face. "Don't forget who guaranteed your entry into Qingyuan's sect." In Huacheng's tone was a little threatening. Fu Tu had no intention of refusing, and after showing a hint of reluctance, he nodded. "Okay, I'll help you think of a solution." Fu Tu was about to leave, but before he took 2 steps, In Huacheng's question came from behind. "What's the background of the new true disciple, surnamed Li? He is the only one in Kun Yufeng." Fu Tu squinted his eyes with a smile. "You'd better not think about him. If you make Shangwu angry, Master Yin Feng can't protect you." "Kun Yufeng. Liamo." Yin Huacheng muttered to himself, as if he wanted to remember this name in his heart. "The 4th level of Shinfong Cave. Only the elders of the various peaks, or the Guanshan realm who have achieved great success in horizontal training, can go in and face the Ying Bing directly. That kid must have a rare treasure. Yes, it must be because of the rare treasure." The anger in Yin Huacheng's heart dissipated, replaced by a strong burning heat. Student Li was still unaware that someone was targeting him. 4th floor of Shinfong Cave. The sharp aura of the soldiers was surging, and a strong wind was howling, causing the cave to sound like ghosts crying. If the body had not been tempered and there was no special method, the sharp wind would probably blow away the bones and flesh in an instant. The body of the young man, however, remained motionless. Through the clothes that had long been turned into rags, one could see the skin that was faintly shining with precious light. Inhale. Liamo, whose body was in a stage of breakthrough, was no different from a weapon in the process of being polished. Under the polishing of the sharp aura, the rust gradually faded and the sharpness was revealed. Most disciples of Qingyuan's sect used ordinary weapons. Only a few inner disciples could own a sharp weapon. Some are taken from Shinfong Cave, and some are purchased outside. And now, Limo's body is moving towards the sharp weapon. Suddenly, the dissipated breath suddenly became more fierce. The precious light on Limo's body became stronger and stronger, and finally reached the critical point. He suddenly opened his eyes, a strong sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he opened his mouth and spit lightly. Puff! A small pit actually collapsed on the opposite mountain wall. A breath of turbid air, like a sharp arrow. If it hits a chi in blood initial stage, it may cause serious injury to the opponent, if not death. Liamo stood up, ignoring his tattered clothes. He clenched his hands and felt the full power. Picked up a piece of blue stone and exerted a little force. Silently, the stone powder slipped from his fingers. A body comparable to a sharp weapon. Not to mention the 9th grade beast, the 8th grade beast would probably find it difficult to break my defense. Liamo raised the stone powder in his palm and looked at it in the dim light, feeling more and more satisfied. Well, the skin color didn't change, but it seemed to become whiter. It's like a skin resurfacing treatment. "Thank you." Liamo saluted the 6 Ying Bing weapons, including the Shiao sword, seriously. Buzz! The Ying Bing weapons made a slight buzzing sound, as if responding. Then, Liemo walked to the end of the fourth floor of Shinfong Cave. He held the night pearl in his left hand and knocked the stone wall with his right index finger. The sound was crisp and not dull. Hollow. Liemo raised his eyebrows. With the help of the halo of the night pearl, he found that the stone wall in front of him had a slight difference in color from the rock walls of the surrounding caves, which seemed to be built by humans later. Ponder for a moment. Bang! Liemo punched out like a dragon. The power of the 8 meridians of the Qi and blood realm and the flesh comparable to a sharp weapon burst out. The powerful force directly caused the stone wall to collapse. Sure enough, there is a way. Liemo's eyes lit up. However, he didn't wait for him to be happy. The strong wind roared, as if countless sharp arrows were shooting towards him, and the surging sharp aura of killing seemed to condense into substance. Liemo! Exclamation point. In great shock, he quickly used all his strength to operate the extreme soldier-killing body. Try to open his eyes. I saw that in the corridor that only allows one person pass, there was a strong red and blue light faintly coming from the opposite side. There were 2 pools in the basketball court-size cave. One pool was like magma, and the other pool was like ice and frost flowing towards the outside of the cave. And at the intersection of the 2 pools, a dark hammer stood silently upside down there, dividing the ice and fire pools that met at one place. Boom! It was only a hammer that was shaking, but it was like a stone breaking the sky. The whole Ying peak was shaking. With just one look, Liemo felt his mind explode. In a trance, he saw a strong man with a beard, holding a hammer, smashing the sword embryo on the anvil with sparks flying. Shiao, Tian Shuang, these 2 Ying were forged by this hammer? Liemo's thoughts just came up. The scene in front of him changed again. He saw that the hammer was still held by the bearded man, smashing on the head of a dragon head that looked like a small mountain. The latter's head exploded directly, leaving only the dragon horn. He also saw that this hammer was later in the hands of other strong men, smashing various strong men to death. Even with one hammer, the whole mountain was directly crushed into powder. Boom! Oh no, it seems that there is really an earthquake. Liemo woke up and found out. That was not an illusion just now. The whole Ying peak was really shaking. He hurried out. As he ran, a voice inexplicably sounded in his heart. It was not a human voice, but he could understand the meaning. I'll wait for you. Is it that hammer? Ying Peak, Forging Institute. Swish! A burst of white smoke rose. Hani took off his shirt. Although he looked old, his upper body was really tough and terrifying. He took out the quenched weapon, and it was a 3-pointed knife with a blade swallowed by a beast's mouth, shining with cold light. Master, you have forged another famous weapon. Murong Xiao relaxed and said with respect. Recently, he has been practicing the cloak hammer under the guidance of Han He. Alas, a famous weapon. The elder who once headed the peak of my Ying peak has produced many real masters, and they're all capable of forging Ying. Elder Han, he drank a sip of tea and gently stroked the newly forged 3-pointed spear. Master, you will definitely be able to do it in the future. I'm old. I'm afraid it will be difficult in this life. Han, he shook his head and looked at Murong Xiao with expectation. You have a half-demon body. If you practice well, you may be lucky enough to wield the Pangaea meteorite hammer in the future. Before he finished speaking, rumble. The earth shook and the mountains trembled, and exclamations were heard everywhere. Elder Han, he stood up suddenly, frowning instantly. He seemed to have thought of something, and his figure suddenly shot out. In an instant, Han He's figure appeared at the entrance of Shinfong Cave. The ground is shaking. Run, run. The people who were still in the cave all ran out, wishing their parents had given them 2 less legs. Liemo also ran out. His clothes were tattered like a savage. Murong Xiao came towards him, and seeing that his clothes were torn like this, he hurried up to check. Brotherly, what are you doing? I just accidentally tore my clothes while practicing. Liemo responded, but his heart was in turmoil. It is certain that he caused this noise today. The elders are here. What happened? Murong Xiao suddenly said. Following his gaze, Liemo saw 9 figures standing at the entrance of Shinfong Cave. Master is here. Liemo realized the seriousness of the matter. The unusual movement in Shinfong cave should be caused by the hammer. What level of weapon is that? Brotherly, why don't you come with me to change clothes? Yeah, that's fine. After the two left, at the entrance of Shinfong cave, Hanha, could it be? Qian Bufan asked tentatively. Elder Hanha nodded. Yes, it's the Panjia meteorite hammer. I don't think you look like a master craftsman. What's going on? A middle-aged man with a face that was 7 points similar to Yin Huaqing spoke. It was Yin Huaxian, the elder in charge of Jinshou Peak. Shang Wu half opened her eyes and chuckled. Old things love to lose their temper. As soon as this was said, the other 8 people glared at her. Han He snorted coldly. Shang Wu, you can't talk about the ancestral weapon of our divine weapon peak. The reason why divine weapon peak is called this name is naturally because it has a real divine weapon. The Panjia meteorite hammer. It existed in the Divine Edge Cave before the Qing Yuan Sect was established. Later, the elders of the Divine Weapon Peak would only invite it out when they reached the level of a master craftsman and wanted to cast a mysterious weapon. It was just used, not controlled. The only people who knew about this were the Sect master and the elders of each branch. It's useless to say more. Why don't we go down and take a look? Jing twisted his long beard on his chest and said. The elders looked at each other and nodded. No words were spoken along the way. Not long after, everyone had reached the 4th floor of the Divine Edge Cave, where the mysterious weapons were placed. When they saw the big hole, their pupils shrank. This hole seems to have been opened by brute force. There is no sign of using internal energy and Xingyi. Who did it? The elders looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Obviously, it was not any one of them who opened the hole. Just as they were puzzled, they found that there was something wrong with the expression of Elder Han He. Then, they also looked at the bottom of Shinfong Cave, where ice and fire met. Shang Wu raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Han He, this antique hammer seems to have recognized its master. Everyone! Exclamation point. After discovering this fact, everyone took a breath. Divine weapon. Han He's face trembled, and he stood there stupidly, as if he had lost his soul. Recognize the master. Who did he recognize? Qian Bufan tried to calm down. No one answered. This is interesting. Let the magic weapon recognize its master, but leave it here. Yin Huashuan's eyes flickered. It can't be that he can't lift it, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can a magic weapon recognize a person who can't lift it as its master? Han He couldn't help shaking all over. His voice was hoarse. For a while, the scene fell into silence. After a while, Han He spoke first. I will investigate this matter. If I have any clues, I will come to you at the meeting report to the Sect Master. Please ask colleagues from all peaks to discuss together. Should this cave be blocked? Well, after the Sect trial, the newly promoted true disciples and inner disciples will come to the Shinfong cave to choose weapons. I don't think it's necessary. That's right, new disciples probably can't come here. After a few words of discussion, the elders of all peaks walked out of the Shinfong cave one after another. Only Elder Hanha was left standing, letting the light of ice and fire cast his figure on the wall. After a long time, he looked lonely and sighed faintly. Are you unwilling to be just a forging hammer? Ushui Pavilion. It was slightly cool at night. There were only 3 side dishes on the table today, not made by Li Mo, but brought back from the canteen. Ying Bing held the bowl, her cheeks moving slightly. She only ate half a bowl and put down her chopsticks. Today's meal was really tasteless. Ying Bing never cared about food, as long as it was clean and filling. For her, eating was just because her body needed to eat, nothing more. Her appetite was as weak as other desires. Well, it was true before I had hot pot and barbecue. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. This principle also applies to food. Now looking at these ordinary meals, Ying Bing felt a little empty in her heart. She glanced at the opposite side with her peripheral vision. The boy was mechanically picking up the food, with a face full of doubts about life. Xiao Li's mood was indeed extremely complicated. Panjia meteorite hammer, divine weapon. At that time, Murong Shiao whispered to him that it might be the movement of the divine weapon under the divine edge cave. Limo's expression was extremely wonderful. My swordsmanship is only a little bit successful, but the Shiao sword doesn't care about me. But I clearly haven't practiced hammering, but the divine weapon hammer has a special liking for me. It's not an exaggeration to say that the hammer is the father of the Shiao sword. Is he not suitable for learning swordsmanship at all, but for practicing hammering? In his mind, he couldn't help but think of himself smiling evilly, swinging the hammer to smash the enemy's head. This, impossible, absolutely impossible. Liamo put down his chopsticks and dispelled the picture in his mind. He didn't have the heart to eat. He picked up the long sword and walked in the yard like he didn't believe in evil. Holding the Ching sword, he practiced swordsmanship for the first time. The sword light was flowing, which was quite vigorous. At this age, she has mastered a superior sword technique to a minor success. No matter which elder sees her, they will not be able to help but praise her as a sword genius. Minor success in 10 days. She has some talent for swordsmanship. Ying Bing also thinks that she is still acceptable. Of course, she is still a long way from being a true sword genius, even without the experience and vision of the previous life. It only took her half an hour to master a superior sword technique to a minor success. However, in the sword, there are more terrifying monsters than her. Born with a sword heart and sword bones, any sword technique can be innovated after just one look. At the age of 10, she created a unique sword technique, and at the age of 20, she mastered a divine sword technique to the realm of perfection. Such people really exist. She is also a defeated general who left a deep impression on Ying Bing. And the little princess Yu, who was born with a sword fetus and was born for the sword, is the best in the world in terms of sword talent alone, which is even more terrifying. If Liamo knew what she was thinking, he would probably smile bitterly. Family members know their own business. He has practiced sword for more years than he is actually old. Now, he can only be considered barely good enough. Then his real talent can only be considered as relying on thesis defense. I don't feel any progress at all. I can't even see the dawn of great success. Liamo practiced sword and had to admit one thing. He didn't call it practicing sword. At most it could be called sword dancing because there was no progress after one time. He didn't even know in which direction to work hard. People are not afraid of not working hard, but they are afraid of not finding the direction of hard work. Is he really not the material for being a swordsman? Your swordsmanship focuses on holding back. A familiar, clear voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Before Liamo could react, a hand with 5 slender and pure fingers had already taken the Ching sword in his hand. The longer you can accumulate, the stronger the power you will burst out in the end. Sniff. So you should draw your sword like embroidering, controlling every bit of your strength. Swish. The stronger your control, the stronger the strength you can accumulate. A beauty under the moon, dancing with a light sword. She was focused and serious when she used the sword, and her movements were harmonious and beautiful without being tainted by the mundane world. It was like an ice lotus in a deep mountain pool, slowly blooming after experiencing spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Liamo was stunned, but then he felt a little confused. Bing Tuozi clearly hadn't practiced Fire Crane 1,000 Feathers, right? Is what she said, right? 20 years of martial arts insights injected successfully. Student Lee chose to open it a little. Anyway, the Sect trial is coming soon, and improving the swordsmanship will definitely be useful. In the first year, thanks to Ying Bing's guidance, you found the correct practice direction of Fire Crane 1,000 Feathers. In the 5th year, you worked hard to practice the control of the sword, and finally managed to keep 17 feathers without firing. In the 7th year, the further you go, the harder it is to practice control. Even the slightest improvement requires great effort. You spent 2 years without any progress. In the 13th year, you finally integrated the skills into your body's instincts through hard work and were able to keep 24 feathers. In the 20th year, you successfully left 30 feathers on the wooden man for the first time. The Fire Crane 1,000 Feather Sword technique is complete. Liamo, The water-like sword experience instantly flooded into his mind. But he was not happy at all. Bing Tuozi's advice was really right. What is certain is that she has not practiced this sword technique, but just watched herself practice it once. Then, can she teach herself? Although he really didn't want to use this adjective, Liamo had to admit that his heart was full of, "It's so scary." Puff, puff, puff. A series of muffled sounds. The girl put away her sword and turned around. Dozens of feather marks suddenly appeared on the bamboo behind her, and they exploded into dazzling ice flowers. She didn't even turn her head, but just asked softly, "Have you learned it?" "Liamo, I have." It could be seen that Bing Tuozi didn't mean to tease him. She really wanted to teach him, and she really thought that she could make progress by reading it once. Liamo suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he asked a math problem to a top student, and the top student wrote down 4 solutions without even raising his head. Each one was beyond the scope. Then she asked him sincerely, "Do you understand it? Try it once." The sword was thrown back again. Liamo felt complicated and took the sword to practice. In Ying Bing's slightly lowered eyes, the boy's slightly awkward figure was reflected, and she showed a little satisfaction. Not bad. If he can teach, then he is not too stupid, and he can be regarded as a material for sword practice. Did I practice correctly? Liamo turned around, but found that there was nothing behind him. The window on the second floor was closed again, and a thin layer of ice quickly condensed on the window. It seems that she went back to practice again. How many meridians is Bing Tuozi open now? Liamo pondered slightly. He originally thought that he had already moved very fast in the Qi and Blood realm. Even the Red Destiny might not be able to catch up with him. But what happened just now was to make him guard against arrogance and impatience. Studently put away the little pride in his heart, he also returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. The fire sparrow feather bag on his chest gave off a stable and peaceful warmth. Fire heart lotus method. Start. Tonight, try to open the 9th meridian. Unconsciously, the moon was shining in the sky. Next door. The 9th meridian, it's done. Ying Bing opened his eyes, and the ice crystals on his eyelashes flickered slightly. From the time she opened her meridians to now, it took her only half a month to condense the 9 meridians. In her previous life, it took her 3 full months. Her realm progressed several times faster, but she was more than dozens of times stronger in terms of combat power. Now, she can only use her current body to perform perfect swordsmanship. Her combat experience is the undisputed first in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, not to mention the Ziang mansion. Moreover, she also has the power of tying. Although she cannot control it now, even a trace of the breath that overflows is enough to be used as a killer. I should be able to deal with any variables in the Sect trial. If I get one of the 9 souls of the 9-colored Yuan Wang, I could be called perfect in the Qi and Blood realm. And that mysterious system, Ying Bing couldn't hide a trace of expectation in her eyes. There is no doubt that she will be the first in the system ranking. At that time, she will also receive system rewards to make her stronger. In terms of Qi and Blood realm alone, she is unrivaled in the past and present, looking at the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Time passes. The sun rises and the moon sets. The hardworking student, Li, has already woken up and started working in the kitchen early in the morning. She gave me some advice yesterday, so let's make a richer breakfast today. It is said that I have broken through to the 9th meridian using the Fire Heart Lotus method, and my control over the heat has also become much stronger. Liamo thought as he cooked. That's right. He had already opened the 9th meridian last night. It is said that it is more difficult to open the meridians later, but he has never felt any bottlenecks so far. Every breakthrough is like a natural result. After making breakfast, he ate a little and then went to the mountain gate, as usual, ready to harvest a wave of martial arts insights. Li Zhenchuan, are you here again today? Today, it is still the old woman who is handling the withdrawal of the disciples who have left the sect. Liamo comes every day, and the old lady is very nervous. You want to leave the sect like the outer disciples, right? Nothing. I'm just taking a walk. Liamo just smiled. He greeted the other party, and the next moment, his face suddenly froze. He had just opened the Destiny Eye. Name, Jiang Yu. Age 19. Root Bo None. Realm, Qi in Blood Realm, 4 meridians. Destiny, Black. Evaluation, Common People, Nothing Good. Recent encounter. When going down the mountain and returning home, he met the demon summoners, was planted with beasts, and died after being devoured. Name, Yuan in. Age 18. Root Bo None. Realm, Qi in Blood Realm, 2 meridians. Destiny, Black. Evaluation, Common People, Nothing Good. Recent encounter. When going down the mountain and returning home, he met the demon summoners, was planted with beasts, and died after being devoured. These 2 people are not isolated cases. Liamo looked around and saw a sea of black. The fate of every disciple who left the sect and returned home was all black. Everyone here will die, and even the way of death is exactly the same. The summoning demon sect? Liamo frowned tightly. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly stood in front of the group of disciples. Please stay, fellow disciples. I have deposited 10,000 taels of silver in Fonghua building, but since I joined Yuan sect, I have decided to focus on martial arts, and I don't think it will be used. Since you're going back home, why don't you go out to eat, drink, and have fun for a few days, help me spend the silver, and also put an end to my thoughts. 10 minutes later, Liamo has a lot of investment rebates to be collected. The total martial arts insights add up to 110 years, and there are all kinds of messy things. Well, those disciples who returned home were all tricked by him to Fonghua building. Fonghua Tower is the most lively fireworks place in Ziang City. It is often visited by dignitaries. The cheapest overnight stay is 30 taels of silver. Naturally, it is also a safe place. When they heard that eating, drinking, and having fun in Fonghua Tower were free, everyone was overjoyed. There is such a good thing? At that moment, they almost called Li Imo his godfather. Seeing how excited they were, they probably couldn't bear to come out without having fun for a few days. The Summoning Demon Sect doesn't seem to be one of the 3 sects in Ziang City. It sounds like it shouldn't be a serious sect. Li Imo retracted his gaze and walked towards the divine weapon peak. This world is not a society ruled by law. It's useless to think so much. The real thing is that you could become stronger. Blink of an eye. 3 days later. Qiushui Pavilion. It seems that at most there are 10 meridians. Liamo stood up, pinched his thighs that were a little numb from sitting all night, and opened the bundle beside him. There were 2 clothes inside. One was black and the other was indigo, both made of the finest Songjiang brocade. Student Li immediately saw that this was from his mother's hand. There was also a family letter in the bundle. My son wrote it personally. I am glad to see you. You and Xiao Bing have both become true disciples of the Yuan sect. Great, my son is as brave as me. The handwriting was a little messy. It seemed that when his father wrote these words, he was so excited that he couldn't hold the pen steadily. Liamo laughed dumbly and continued to read. Since you have become a true disciple and practice martial arts, you should be more mature and change your reckless nature. You can't be as naughty as before. A real man should get married and establish a career. It's time for you to consider a marriage. You should also be extra good to Xiao Binger. You 2 have known each other since childhood, and now you are both in Yuan sect. You are both true disciples. This is the fate given by God. The one who is close to the water tower will get the moon first. You should open your mind and seize the opportunity. It can be seen. Dad is a little anxious, and the final stroke is very heavy. I can't wait to hold a big fat boy next year. Liamo. Family members who understand, in the last life, I was urged to give birth and die at the age of 26. In this life, at the age of 16, I still can't escape the stage of urging marriage. Well, it is also common for men into you to get married at the age of 16. This is my problem. Liamo has a headache. It is hard to imagine what Bing Tuozi looks like as a good wife and mother. Let's not talk about anything else. When he thought about the 2 of them sleeping in the same bed at night, classmate Li shuddered. It seems that I have to disappoint my father. Liamo shook his head and changed his clothes. In just half a month, the boy's facial features in the mirror became more three-dimensional, and he looked more sunny and handsome. His originally thin body has now become muscular, a typical example of being thin when dressed and having flesh when undressed. When he put on the tight clothes sewn by his mother, anyone who saw him would have to praise him as a young man in bright clothes and a vigorous horse. Well, if you ignore the mandarin ducks playing in the water on the clothes. Ying Bing, mother sewed new clothes for you. Liamo held the clothes and knocked on the wall, the door in the wall. It is the rainy season recently, the air is humid, the door is frozen solid, and it makes a banging sound when knocked. Put it at the door. A voice clearer than ice came from inside. Liamo nodded and went to heat up breakfast. Not long after, footsteps were heard on the stairs. Liamo turned back subconsciously, and the bun in his mouth slipped silently. Her jade-like face was slightly drooping, looking around in the morning light. Her black hair stood up, and her high ponytail swayed behind her. The slim-fitting clothes made her figure more exquisite. Not only her legs were longer than her life, but the black gauze also clearly outlined the lines of her legs. Black silk? Liamo reacted and realized that it should be a material called Wuyun yarn, which was thin and tough, cold-resistant, and high-temperature resistant. At the same time, it was expensive. This kind of protective equipment was much more expensive than weapons. The person who invented this thing is really a genius. I'll wait for you at Wangya for an hour. Try to come as soon as you can. Ying Bing spoke suddenly. Wangya? What? Liamo didn't know why she suddenly said this. Bing Tuozi obviously didn't want to explain to him. Liamo was curious, so he opened the eyes of destiny. Name, Ying Bing. Age, 16. Root bone, Tying Moon Phoenix body. Realm, Qi and Blood realm, 10 meridians. Destiny, red with emperor bones, black ice as life, autumn water as God, with the appearance of Phoenix heaven. Evaluation, fate has many disasters, but it can always turn misfortune into good fortune. At this time, the feathers are not yet full. When the wind and clouds change, it will surely hang high in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the phoenix will come to the 6 directions and 8 wastelands. Recent experience, participating in the Sect trial, planning to go to the inheritance site of the 9-colored phoenix to obtain the Xiao, one of the 9 souls of the phoenix. In order to repay the favor, I plan to bring a burden with me. Looking far from the carriage, you can already see the Jinsho Peak. Jinsho Peak is the last peak of the Qingyuan Mountains and is closest to the wilderness. There's a large crowd in front of you, with inner and outer disciples clearly divided. But without exception, they are all new disciples who have not participated in the Sect trial. As soon as the carriage belonging to the Sect master stopped, it instantly became the center of the crowd. Is that the master's true disciple Ying Bing? This junior sister looks so foul. Keep your voice down. I heard that she has reached the 8th meridian in the Qi and Blood realm. I heard from the true disciple of Elder Qian Bufan that she was given a set of Wainsha inner armor because of this. How long has she been a disciple? 8 meridians? What a monster! No one can win the first place in the Sect trial in the first year after entering the Sect? That would be too amazing. Who is that next to her? Li Zhenchuan. I joined the Sect with her. I know. Li Zhenchuan is a good man. Hearing the discussion of other disciples, Li Mo's mouth twitched slightly. Thank you, I don't like to leave my name when doing good things, so you don't have to give me a good guy card. Wangya. It seems to be deep in the trial ground. Scanning the map, Li Mo found the place where Ying Bing and her agreed. The deeper the trial ground, the stronger the strength of the beast. Wangya is a very remote place, and on the way, you have to pass through many territories of late 9th grade and even peak 9th grade beasts. If you don't have 2 brushes, you really can't get involved. 1 hour, Liamo looked at Ying Bing, who walked to the front of the crowd, and secretly cheered himself up in his heart. Don't take us as time travelers as cheaters. Suddenly, Liamo found that there was a familiar gaze staring at him. Wang Hu. At this time, Wang Hu still had that unruly look, but a hint of sickness between his eyebrows made him look gloomy. Looking at Liu, he blankly put his hands across his neck and made a throat-cutting gesture. What's wrong with this guy? Liu was speechless, but instinctively felt that the latter's state was not right. So he moved his mind and swept the destiny eye over. Name, Wang Hu. Age, 16. Root bone, tiger arms and leopard waist. Realm, Qi and blood realm, 8 meridians. Destiny, black. Evaluation, a little talented. If he studies hard, he may achieve something in the future, but he is narrow-minded, vindictive, arrogant, and domineering, and is prone to extremes. Recent encounter. The beast species is deeply planted, has gone astray, and its own blood and essence are not enough to support it. It is ready to devour the blood of the beast and gradually lose its mind. Beast species. Liu raised his eyebrows slightly. What puzzled him was not Wang Hu's fate, but that the other party had contact with the summoning demon sect. Before the sect trial of the outer sect disciples, if they do not leave the sect, they are not allowed to leave the mountain gate. If the other party has been in Yuan's sect, where did the beast species of the summoning demon sect come from? This sect trial is probably unusual. Liu pondered for a moment. Well, if everything is normal for the matter of the Destiny Girl, then it is abnormal. According to the normal routine, it should be Bing Tuozi who turned the tide, and there may be a wave of desperate counterattacks. But now that he knows, Master, Liu ran directly to where the elders were sitting. Shangwu was taking a nap. When he heard his disciple's voice, he scratched his hair sleepily. Have you eaten? I'll invite Master to dinner after the trial. I have something to report. Liu spoke up and said his own judgment. But he found a reason and covered up the destiny eye with other reasons. When the 3 words, demon summoning sect, appeared in his mouth, Jing and Qian Bufan immediately became serious, and even the sleepiness in Shang Wu's eyes disappeared. Are you sure it's a member of the demon summoning sect? This is not a joke. Qian Bufan's voice was low, and there was a hint of worry between his eyebrows. My father was a county lieutenant, and once caught a demon from the demon summoning sect. I just feel that the aura is similar, and I can't be completely sure, but I think this matter is serious, so it's better to report it to the elders. Even if it's a misjudgment, it's better than knowing it and not reporting it. Liu's words are reasonable. Xiao Mo is a man who does things properly. Jing pondered for a moment and said, it is 90% possible that the boy named Wang, who has practiced the evil skills of the summoning demon sect, the blood training of hundreds of beasts. The claws have reached my Yuan sect. Yin Huaxian, the elder of the Jinshou Peak, stood up suddenly. It seemed that he was ready to catch Wang Hu and torture him. Yin Hua, look at you. You're anxious again. Jing stopped him, looked at Liu with a little more satisfaction, and said, we know. You go back to participate in the trial. Everything will be fine as usual, just as if nothing happened, something happened. Yes. Liu followed suit. Old Shui probably had other plans. In Yuan's sect, if the elders couldn't handle something, it was useless for him to think too much. Half an hour later, Qian Bufan stood in front of everyone with his hands behind his back, explaining the rules of the trial. Ordinary beasts are not counted in the score. 9th grade early, middle, and late-stage beasts are 1 point, 3 points, and 15 points respectively. Of course, there are also 9th grade peak beasts, which are 100 points, but without the combat power comparable to the inner breath realm, it is best not to try it easily. If you successfully kill a beast, or when you have no choice, you can release a signal arrow, and the inner gate deacon will go there. After Qian Bufan finished speaking, he returned to his seat. After the words fell, the disciples received the whistling arrows and selected the weapons they were good at. Then more than 1,000 people marched into the forest. Junior brother Yin Hua. Jing suddenly spoke. Yes. Yin Huaxian nodded. He blew a bone whistle, and hundreds of birds flew out of the rare beast peak. Some flew into the forest, and some circled in the sky. In a cup of tea, a whistling arrow resounded through the sky. Then an inner door steward returned, dragging the body of a black leopard. The black panther was as big as a calf, with eyes as big as copper bells, and a ferocious look still frozen on its face. The fatal wound was in the throat, and the throat was sealed with a sword, and no blood was shed. Because the wound had been frozen. Ying Bing, 1 point. Qin Bufan nodded in amazement. There are quite a few disciples who can kill the 9th grade beast, but it is difficult to do it so cleanly and neatly without using any extra strength. Yin Huashuan's eyes flashed. I suppressed my realm to the Qi and blood realm, but I couldn't do it to this extent. Jing was amazed. Xiao Binger seemed to have no practical experience before. Shang Wu's almond eyes lit up. The first time he killed a beast, it was like killing a chicken. There used to be many extremely talented disciples who were obviously very strong, but when facing a beast, they were frightened by its momentum and could not exert more than 30% of their strength. And some people become stronger when they meet a strong opponent and become more courageous as they fight, such as herself. Shang Wu called it the innate fighting holy body. My dear disciple, why haven't you moved yet? Master held his chin with one hand, half opened his sleepy eyes, and seemed to be falling asleep again. Woo! Another sound of a blasting arrow rang out. Liamo, kill a 9th grade early stage beast. The beast, dragged back by the inner door steward, made many elders fall into deep thought. After looking at it for a long time, Jing hesitated and said, "Is this thing a winged snake?" Let's be honest. If old Shui hadn't just used the scales of the winged snake to make medicine, he really wouldn't have recognized what this thing was. This snake corpse had its head blown to pieces, its fangs broken, and all the bones broken, causing the long snake body to be squeezed into a ball, like a can that was crushed by someone's foot. Too brutal. Completely two extremes from Ying Bing. Qin Bufan held his fat belly and fell into deep thought. Junior apprentice Shang Wu. Isn't Li Mo practicing swordsmanship? He has also mastered the Liuo fist. Shang Wu spread her hands, indicating that this had nothing to do with her. Yin Huaxian picked up a fragment of snake tooth. The strongest part of the winged snake is its snake tooth, but it was smashed along with the body by a punch. This kid's current realm is not lower than Ying Bing, and he has practiced some kind of horizontal training method. Jing's scalp tingled. The elders had no objection. With their eyesight, they could tell a lot from the traces of the battle. From the result of the battle against the early 9th grade beast, Li Mo's performance was not inferior to Ying Bing. But the elders opened their mouths, not knowing whether to praise or not. This fighting style is too similar to someone. Qing Yuan's sect has a headache, with just one Shang Wu. What if there's a second one? Alas, old Shui, you are confused. Why didn't you accept Li Kid as your disciple at that time? My quota for true teachings is full, but Elder Qian has a quota, so why doesn't he accept me? I wanted to accept me at that time, but junior brother Shang Wu got there first. You are so confused. Is it too late to stop him from going astray now? The elders sighed. Shang Wu stood up, one hand on his waist, and the other hand clenched his fists, making a creaking sound. You can steal my girl, but whoever beats me will be my precious disciple. The stage was suddenly quiet. At the same time, in the forest, a 9th-grade early-stage beast can't even scratch my skin. Liamo glanced at his fist. It said that you should hit the snake at its weakest point, but he just wanted to test the limit of his body. The result was that he didn't even use the power of Qi and blood, and smashed the python with small wings with one punch. It's strange. Liamo had never killed a chicken before. The first time he killed a beast, he didn't feel nervous or uncomfortable at all. He punched calmly, as if he had had countless similar experiences. Is this also the benefit of the Xianpin immortal body? Liamo couldn't help but complain. It seems that he could do everything very quickly except practicing swordsmanship. He shook off the blood on his fist. Wang Yuya. Liamo looked at the map. Then he took out the Qinggang sword and walked deep into the forest. In the huge, dense forest, sporadic shouts were heard. From time to time, new disciples could be seen fighting with strange beasts. Liamo did not stop. On the way, he encountered several strange beasts of the early 9th rank, but the ending was the same as the previous winged snake. All of them were killed with one sword, and Liamo did not even use swordsmanship. Soon, they came to the area called Zishelin on the map. There were strange-shaped stone pillars standing in a row, like dry trees without branches, and there was a river more than 10 meters wide in the middle. This river flows down from Wangya. I just need to go upstream, Liemo thought in his heart. There were footsteps in front of him, and he looked up and saw an inner door, Deacon dragging a sheep-shaped strange beast with scales and black horns back. Old friend, black-horned sheep. Although it often appears on the dinner table of Chioshui Pavilion, it is actually a late 9th grade beast. Although it is herbivorous, it is extremely aggressive and powerful. But now it was killed by a sword. Was it killed by Ying Bing? Liemo recognized it immediately. The sword cut its throat cleanly, and the wound was frozen, without even a drop of blood. Even before the black-horned sheep died, it probably didn't know it was going to die. Yes, it is indeed the work of Ying Jinchuan. The deacon nodded. He stood there, just looking at Liemo, and didn't move his feet. Liemo was a little puzzled at first, and then his brows relaxed. He also felt it. The next moment, suddenly, a huge black shadow emerged from the water and suddenly jumped high. It turned out to be a huge turtle with an uneven back. A late 9th grade beast, the thornback turtle. Turtle blood can be used as medicine. Turtle meat is extremely delicious, and even turtle shells are good things. The bathtubs in Chioshui Pavilion are made of them. Of course, as a late 9th grade exotic beast, the thornback turtle is also very ferocious. There are basically no other fish in the waters where it is. It is also a late 9th grade exotic beast. The inner door steward watched with interest. These two true disciples entered Qingyuan's sect at the same time and both climbed the 100th level of the heavenly stairs. Ying Jinchuan can kill a black-horned sheep with one sword. I wonder how this Li Jinchuan will perform against the thornback turtle. Of course, they are all late 9th grade exotic beasts, and the thornback turtle must be more difficult to kill. If it retracts all its limbs into the turtle shell, the Qi and Blood Realm warriors can probably only stare blankly. Just as he was thinking this, Liemo on the opposite side had already moved. The Qing Gang's sword suddenly burst out dozens of sword lights, and each sword was wrapped with the blood and energy that was not released. The swordsmanship is not bad. The inner door steward couldn't help but reveal a trace of admiration in his eyes. Even if it was placed in the true teachings of the Qingyuan sect, this swordsmanship was amazing. If he hadn't seen Ying Bing's swordsmanship, he would probably be even more surprised. Sensing the danger, the thorny-backed turtle on the opposite side roared and immediately retracted its limbs. Dozens of feather marks, transformed by the 1,000 feathers of the fire crane, exploded on the turtle shell, instantly filling the turtle shell with tiny gaps. Not only the turtle shell was missing, the Qing Gang sword also broke open several rice-size holes. Liemo. This sword is an ordinary weapon issued by the sect. It should be enough to kill the 9th grade beast. Unfortunately, I met a hard-boned iron turtle. If I had used a little more strength just now, I'm afraid that the sword would break before the shell is cut. Roar! The thornback turtle seemed to be scared, turned over, and fled into the water again. Don't run. Liemo chased after it without hesitation. You were so aggressive just now, and now you want to leave after breaking my weapon? Li Jinchuan, that beast is cunning. As soon as the deacon finished speaking, Liemo had already chased into the water. Seeing a series of bubbles rising, the deacon felt anxious. Once in the water, the thornback turtle was more than 10 times more difficult to deal with. Even the 9th grade peak beast dare not tangle with this thing in the water. Liemo's swordsmanship is good, but in this water, I'm afraid that only 50% of his ability can be used. Just when he decided to go down to save people immediately when he saw that the situation was not right. Gurgle boom. The river surface suddenly exploded with turbid waves, and a huge figure was thrown up. Liemo's figure followed closely. The whole person flew down like a meteorite hitting the earth. The pupils of the thornback turtle were full of fear, as if at this time it had already smelled the breath of death. But this time it couldn't go back to the water, so it could only use the same trick again and retract its limbs and head into the turtle shell. Exclamation point. The inner door deacon watched with his mouth wide open. The thornback turtle was thrown out of the water? But this is not the end. The next moment, something even more horrifying happened to him. Liamo did not use a sword this time, and his muscles were tense to the extreme. The six-combination fist of Lehiquan was fully developed, and the blood and chi of the 10 meridians were stimulated to the extreme, and it also brought the killing spirit of the extreme soldier body. A punch was thrown. The fist landed on the turtle shell. The turtle shell was like a fragile eggshell, which was smashed into a dent and shattered. The force even penetrated the turtle shell and shook a large area of spider web cracks on the ground. I want to be a swordsman. Xiaoli clenched his fist, feeling extremely sad and angry. Hearing his roar, the deacon's already stiff face twitched wildly. He looked around and saw dark red blood slowly flowing out of the broken turtle shell. The thornback turtle was obviously killed by a punch, and it died very unpeacefully. Looking at Liamo again, the clothes on his arms were completely shredded, his body was steaming with hot water, and the muscles that were accidentally exposed were like cast iron. You, swordsman? In other words, the thornback turtle was beaten to death by you. If it is still alive, it will jump up to protest. After a cup of tea, the bodies of 2 strange beasts were placed under the stage at the entrance. One of them, everyone immediately knew that it was a black-horned sheep, and it must have been killed by Ying Bing. But seeing the lump behind it, in a hurry, the elders couldn't recognize what species it was. Is this a thornback turtle? Replied to the elder, it was a thornback turtle when it was alive. The elders' expressions were more exciting than each other. Ying Bing is amazing. So far, he has killed all the strange beasts with one accurate sword. It's as if he knows where the weakness of the strange beast is. Liamo, they really didn't know how to evaluate him. Junior brother Shang Wu, are you sure you taught him swordsmanship, right? Shui Jing confirmed again. Why would I lie to you? Shang Wu twitched her nose. The inner door steward also testified. Li Jinchuan did use a sword, and his swordsmanship was superb, but the quality of the weapon was too poor to break the tortoise's shell. When he killed the tortoise with one punch, he was still shouting something like he wanted to be a swordsman. Doesn't that mean that his fist is harder than the tortoise shell? The elders fell into silence again. After a long time, Elder Han he slowly spoke. After the trial, let Liamo go to Shinfong cave to pick a weapon. Among the famous weapons, there are the most swords, and he is not short of one. If you really don't like what you find, you can pick 2 from my personal collection. Hee, I still need your consent. Shang Wu raised his chin and said, So and so score. The deacon standing in front of the scoreboard wiped his sweat and picked up a pen to write and draw on the scoreboard. Everyone glanced at it. On the scoreboard, Liamo and Ying Bing almost crushed everyone, leaving everyone far behind. The gap between the 2 of them was very small. Ying Bing only led by a slight advantage of 5 points. As for the 3rd place, Wang Hu, another place in Zishuan. Lin Jang was covered with wounds, and the spear in his hand was clumsy and weak. Fighting with him were 2 huge, fierce wolves covered with ring patterns. Judging from the aura, one was in the early stage of the 9th grade, and the other was in the middle stage of the 9th grade. In terms of strength, the Jiahuan wolf was not strong among the 9th grade beasts, but was very cunning, never appeared alone, and would cooperate with each other. If it drags on, it will be disadvantageous to me. Lin Jang frowned. Even if the trial ends here, the winner must be decided as soon as possible. He is now seriously injured. If he attracts more Jiahuan wolves, he is afraid that he will be in danger. In the true biography, Murong Shiao is half demon, and Ying Bing is even more so. Even a genius will despair when facing her. Liamo, I heard that he has a very good relationship with people. In short, he is the only one who is unknown. Lin Jang broke through to the 6th meridian of the Qi and Blood Realm, and practiced his spear skills to a small degree, which was enough to deal with most of the mid-level 9th grade beasts. He wanted to make a splash. He was unwilling to stop here. Let's fight. Lin Jang had a trick that he wanted to use on the late-level 9th grade beasts. He stirred up his Qi and blood, and suddenly thrust his spear straight, tearing the air at a speed. The Jiahuan wolf, with a slightly stronger breath, was pierced by a shot. However, the early-level 9th-grade beast had no intention of helping its companions to avenge, but instead roared. "No, it's calling the wolf pack." Lin Jang's expression changed instantly. But he had just used his killing move, and his strength was weak for a while, so he didn't have time to stop it. The next moment, something strange happened. A woo. Woo woo woo. The roar calling the wolf pack turned into a wail the next moment. A figure walked out of the stone forest carrying the scorched wolf. "You are the true disciple, right? Your name is Lin Jang." The voice was half smiley, with a sense of oppression. Wang Hu. Lin Jang recognized the person. It was a bit impolite to say. When Wang Hu entered the entrance ceremony, he rolled down the stone steps like a rolling gourd and rolled directly from the inner gate to the outer gate. This matter is known to everyone in the sect, and it is hard not to recognize him. Now it seems that the opponent's true strength is not as good as his own. "Thank you, Brother Wang." Lin Jiang exhaled. "Haha, you can kill it and I can catch it. Is that okay?" Wang Hu broke the neck of the scorched wolf. "Of course." Lin Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. It is already very good that this 9th-grade mid-stage trophy can be counted as his. Gulp gulp. Lin Jiang had just fired the whistling arrow when he heard a loud drinking sound. He turned his head and frowned even more deeply than before. Wang Hu had bitten open the neck of the scorched wolf and was drinking the smelly wolf blood in big gulps, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Lin Jiang couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Two scorched wolves. One is Lin Jiang, and the other is Wang Hu. The nearest deacon arrived, did a simple inspection, and then carried the two wolf corpses away. The deacon's figure went away. "I'll take my leave." Lin Jiang bowed and planned to leave. Wang Hu made him feel uncomfortable, and seeing the scene just now, he really didn't want to have too much contact with him. He had just taken 2 steps. "Who said you can leave?" There was a rustling sound behind him. Lin Jiang stopped and turned back. His pupils suddenly shrank. I saw that Wang Hu's arms were expanding at a strange speed and growing colorful hair quickly. The eyes that looked over were almost devoid of human emotions, only the bloodthirstiness and ferocity of a beast. Just now, did Wang Hu deliberately lead the closest deacon away? "You!" Whoosh! Before Lin Jiang could speak, a gust of evil wind had already hit him. At the same time, not far away, what's going on in front? Liamo was naked, shuttling between the stone forests. Don't get me wrong, Xiaoli doesn't have any special hobbies. He mainly feels sorry for the clothes that his mother sewed. Anyway, he can't keep them to fight later, so he simply puts them in the system space. Hearing the fierce fighting sound coming from the front, he quickened his pace. Then, as soon as he passed by, he saw 2 figures fighting. Lin Jiang was clearly at a disadvantage and was in a very awkward situation, with blood flowing all over his body. If he continued like this, he would probably lose too much blood if he was not killed by the opponent. What kind of beast is Lin Jiang fighting with? No, this is not a beast. Liamo found something wrong. The god of destiny swept over. Name, Lin Jiang. Age, 16. Root bones, mantis legs, green snake spine, magpie shoulders. Realm, Qi and blood realm, 6 meridians. Destiny, blue and black. Evaluation, this person has decent talent, but he is too eager for quick success and is too rigid to break. If he wakes up in time, he may be able to reach a higher level. Recent encounter, after a fierce battle, he encountered Wang Hu, whose mind had been devoured by the beast species before he could adjust his breath. Although he did not die, he was seriously injured and could not recover. Is that Wang Hu? Liamo raised his eyebrows slightly. Taking the beast species can actually turn people into such a ghost? Also, Wang Hu is clearly killing him, but the destiny I said that Lin Jiang would not die in the end. Is it the elders? Liamo's heart was enlightened. It should be the elders who have been silently paying attention to Wang Hu's movements. I don't know why, but I didn't attack directly. But I couldn't watch a true disciple die in vain, so I saved Lin Jiang in the end. Elders, saving him is also saving him. I'll get 1 more blue investment if I attack. Wang Hu, you and I have no grudges. It's a great sin for fellow disciples to kill each other. Stop now. I can still pretend nothing happened. Lin Jang's breath was getting weaker and weaker. He knew that he had no chance of winning and could only hope to make the other party hesitate. Jiao Huanlong has no grudges against you. The strong prey on the weak. You are weaker than me, so you have to become my blood food. What's the sin? Wang Hu licked a trace of blood on the tiger's claws, and the fierceness in his eyes became more intense. Lin Jang bit his teeth and knew that there was no possibility of peace talks between the two sides. Either he dies today, or Wang Hu dies. The evil wind hit again. He had to barely raise all his strength and prepare to use his killing move again. However, due to excessive blood loss and physical exhaustion, his shot was not as powerful as the last time. Halfway through the stab, Wang Hu on the opposite side grinned and actually grabbed the spear with his palm. Then his palm, which had already grown sharp claws, slammed down. Not to mention the head, even a piece of bluestone would be smashed into pieces by this palm. Lin Jiang sighed in his heart. Is his life going to end here? Bang! A loud noise. Lin Jang was surprised to find that his head was not smashed as expected. Instead, Wang Hu on the opposite side staggered back several steps, leaving deep pits on the ground with each step. A young man with a sturdy upper body, like a cheetah, blocked in front of him at some point. Li Jinchuan. Lin Jiang was confused. Liamo, you are still so nosy. Okay, you came just in time. I was just worried that I couldn't find you. Wang Hu completely lost his pretense of calmness just now. After seeing Liamo, he became more and more like a mad beast. Some people, just by appearing, will make him break his defense. Don't shout, stand still. Wait for the inner door deacon to come, and wait for the Sect's decision. Liamo frowned slightly. Saving Lin Jiang. His investment has been completed. I don't know what the elders are planning. He is too lazy to do anything extra. You are looking for death. This attitude fell on Wang Hu. It was like not taking him seriously. So, he completely lost control. Not only his arms, but his flesh and blood began to swell and grew thick hair, and a tiger tail also sprang out, sweeping back and forth like a steel whip. There is no human at all. It's just a standing tiger. The scarlet eyes seemed to want to eat Li Mo alive and suddenly pounced on him. Brother Li, be careful. Lin Jang felt cold in his heart and shouted loudly. He could feel that Wang Hu's aura was even more terrifying than before. I'm afraid that the 9th grade peak beast is no more than this. He immediately took out the whistle arrow and fired. Seeing that Li Mo did not dodge, he spoke anxiously again. Brother Li, leave quickly, otherwise none of us can leave. Bang! A muffled sound. The huge tiger claw collided with Li Mo's fist. The contrast was huge, but the result almost made Lin Jang's eyes pop out. The furry tiger arm instantly exploded with blood mist, as if it was broken without bones. Liamo was neither sad nor happy. He grabbed Wang Hu's head again and threw him to the ground with a flip of his palm. Boom! The ground shattered. It's such a long prelude. I thought you were going to do something big. Practicing evil skills is a trick, and not practicing is also a trick. Why do you make yourself look like a ghost? Liamo said lightly. Wang Hu rolled his eyes and lost consciousness. I don't know if he was knocked unconscious or if he fainted from grief and anger after hearing what Liamo said. Soon, Wang Hu's beastly state disappeared and he turned back into human form. His breath suddenly disappeared, like an old man with a candle in the wind. Not far away, Lin Jang's mouth was so wide that he could at least swallow 2 eggs. Wang Hu, who was equivalent to a peak 9th grade beast, was killed in 1 second? Was it really just one move? To be honest, he even felt that Li Mo didn't use his full strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have knocked Wang Hu unconscious, and it would have been easy to kill Wang Hu directly. Everyone obviously joined Qing Yuan's sect together. Why is he so strong that makes people despair? What's more, he was considered to be a disciple with skills, and he had studied in the martial art hall for a long time before entering Qing Yuan's sect. When Li Mo entered, he didn't even have his meridians opened. He was an ordinary person who was completely powerless. At that time, he could easily beat 100 Li Mo. How long has it been? Just when Lin Jiang doubted his life. A wooden box was handed to him. Yes, for external application. At the same time, Yang Wang's clear voice was heard. By Hua condensate, it has miraculous effects in treating external injuries. This, Lin Jang came back to his senses and looked up to see the sunny, smiling face. He did not hesitate and silently applied the medicine to the wound. At the same time, investment successful. Invest half a bottle of Baiwa condensate. Get feedback. A copy of Wushu Jin's Hangzhou. Do you want to receive it? No. After replying to the system in his mind, Li Mo waved to Lin Jiang. Okay, you wait for the deacon here. I'm in a hurry. I'll leave first. After that, he strode towards Wang Yuya. Brother Li, take care. Lin Jiang looked at his back and couldn't help but feel awe and admiration in his heart. The wound medicine was very effective, and the bleeding stopped immediately after he applied it. Not only did he save his life, he was even able to continue to participate in the trial, saving lives without expecting anything in return. Should a truly powerful person be humble? Lin Jiang stood up again, thinking. Chevron_left. Entrance to the trial ground. A white-headed magpie stood on Yin Huashuan's shoulder and chirped. Yin Huaxian pondered for a moment and said, That Wang who is indeed practicing the blood refining of 100 beasts. He has just completely liberated his beast species. In an instant, all 12 meridians are fully opened, and he has also transformed into a tiger and leopard, which is roughly equivalent to a 9th-grade peak beast. Then my apprentice is in danger? The elder of Rui Peak stood up suddenly. When he knew that Lin Jiang and Wang who had encountered each other, he had already wanted to take action, but was persuaded by several elders. What he was afraid of was that he would act rashly and scare away the big fish behind Wang Hu. Don't worry, Elder Lu. I haven't finished yet. Yin Huaxian looked strange and said, Li Zhenchuan just passed by. Wang Hu has been subdued by him and is now being escorted back by the nearby inner gate steward. Li Mo again? The elders looked at each other. After defeating the late 9th-grade alien beast, he subdued Wang Hu, who was equivalent to the peak 9th-grade alien beast. The latter also possessed the wisdom of the human race and was more difficult to deal with than the alien beast. To be honest, although Li Mo and Ying Bing stood at the top of the stone steps at the same time, the elders still believed that Ying Bing's talent was much stronger in all aspects. After all, the master's true teaching, Ying Bing's terrifying progress, has shocked them numbly. Unexpectedly, Li Mo actually had some intention of keeping pace with him. Not long after, the inner gate steward threw the unconscious Wang Hu on the stage. Didn't Li Mo come back with him? Shui Jing was the first to ask. He was worried that Li Mo was injured, but he still insisted on continuing the trial. Some injuries will leave a root of disease if they are delayed for a long time. Replying to Elder Shui, according to Lin Zhenchuan, Li Zhenchuan was not injured. It should be true, because he subdued Wang Hu with only one move. One move? Shui Jing then paid attention to Wang Hu, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He soon discovered that Wang Hu's entire arm was twisted and broken. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like he has experienced a fight of equal strength. Instead, it looks more like he was crushed by a stronger beast. Let's not talk about anything else. Just based on this fierce fighting power, it is enough to be compared with Ying Bing. Could it be that this kid's roots contain the blood of some powerful beast? Qian Bufan couldn't help but doubt that he was dazzled on the stone steps to heaven. You are the only one who is wrong, but we are not all wrong. He should have mastered the physical training. Hani shook his head. Half a month after entering the sect, he has mastered the physical training. It seems that his guess that day was correct. Old man, you are confused. Shang Wu smiled so hard that her almond eyes narrowed into a crescent. Hani thought of the bet between the two, and his old face instantly turned black. I have to admit it. Although Murong Shiao is also very good, the gap with Li Mo is simply not comparable. Competition? It is unknown whether he can block a punch from Li Mo now. What's more, he will also improve, and the speed of improvement will only be faster. With these two people, Qing Yuan's sect will prosper. Yin Huashuan's eyes burst into a strong spirit. The elders nodded in agreement. The first batch of founders of Qingyuan's sect all came from Zhongzhou. At that time, although the Qingyuan sect was only in Ziang Prefecture, it was actually the leader in the entire East Wilderness. I never thought that they would have another genius comparable to the founder. And there were two of them. When they grow up, the Qingyuan sect will probably be in the same sky as the sun and the moon. Jing said with a smile. Li Mo rescued his fellow disciples and subdued Wang Hu. He will be given a score for killing a 9th-grade peak monster. I don't think you have any objections. No one objected. Even if Li Mo is given a few more points, it is reasonable. So, the scoreboard became Ying Bing, 119 points. Li Mo, 116 points. Not long ago, Ying Bing also killed a 9th-grade peak monster. So there is still a slight gap of 3 points between the two. We'll have to think about the future. Right now, there are still people thinking about us. Jing spoke up, drawing everyone's attention back. The person behind Wang who didn't make a move until the end. The demon from the Summoning Demon Sect is really alert. Maybe Wang who is just a casual move by the other party? If you ask me, just dig 3 feet into the ground, and I don't believe we can't find the demon's trace. Not appropriate. This will waste a lot of troops, and it will also alert the enemy, and it may not be worth anything. The elders discussed for a while, but they couldn't agree. In the end, they decided to send the man to Rui Peak for detention and interrogation. Wait for the sect master to come out of retreat, and then make a decision. Anyway, the other party didn't care about Wang Hu's death. Most likely there will be no more trouble in this trial. Let's talk about it after the sect trial ends safely. At this time, another deacon dragged 2 strange beasts back. A scorched wolf king, a lion bear. Both are late-stage 9th-grade strange beasts. Before he even got close, the elders recognized that this was definitely the work of Li Jinchuan. With this record, Li Mo's score reached 146. Instantly overtook and became the first. My dear apprentice is the first. Shan Wu snorted lightly, took the deacon's pen, and directly changed Li Mo's score, and then posted it at the top. She folded her hands and raised her chin. Who dares to say that I can't teach my apprentice? The elders, they're confused. On the other side, at the end of the stream and stone forest, brother, save me. An outer sect disciple was thrown to the ground by a ferocious lion and bear, unable to resist. He could only look at a figure standing on a stone pillar with a pleading look. Although that person was not a deacon, he was also wearing the clothing of the true disciple. The outer sect disciple could never have thought of it. The fellow disciples he called with a whistle arrow just watched coldly, watching the show, without any intention of taking action. Even there was only sarcasm and indifference in his eyes. It was Yin Huacheng who volunteered to be in charge of the Wangyue Cliff area. Yin Huacheng was in a very bad mood now. Because Fu Tu did not do what he promised him, those disciples who left the sect did not return home directly, but ate, drank, and had fun in a brothel in Ziang Mansion. Just now he learned that Wang Hu was dead. This means that he will not get any training materials in a short time. And the cause of both things was the same person. Li Mo. The veins on Yin Huacheng's forehead were throbbing, and his eyes were switching back and forth between vertical pupils and human eyes. At this time, a crow landed on his shoulder and cried a few times in a low and hoarse voice. Let me not cause trouble. The aura on Yin Huacheng's body became more and more terrifying. At this time, the outer disciple finally stopped moving. The lion bear, who was feasting, turned around quickly after hearing the noise. However, as soon as he looked at Yin Huacheng, his originally fierce eyes instantly turned into fear and he lowered his body. Puff! The lion bear's bright red heart was taken out. Yin Huacheng swallowed it in big mouthfuls. I wanted to keep you for a while. You made my materials yellow, so you can pay with yourself. He changed it to a black suit and disappeared from the spot. Moon-watching cliff. Along the way, Li Mo actually didn't spend much time looking for strange beasts to kill. No matter how generous the sect's rewards are, they are certainly not as good as Bing Tuozi's inheritance. Listen, 9-colored Yuan Wang. If he hadn't held Bing Tuozi's jade legs, he would have missed such a high-end opportunity in this life. It smells so good. While thinking, Li Mo had already climbed up the moon-watching cliff. Looking down from here, it is a cliff of thousands of feet with clouds and mist below, and you can't see the bottom at all. Not even a flying bird can be seen. Qing Yuan. Here is the origin of the entire Qing Yuan sect. If you look far away, you will find that the entire Qing Yuan appears very abruptly. There is no beginning or end, and it doesn't look like a natural landform at all. Where is the inheritance site? Li Mo glanced around and did not find the so-called inheritance site. That's right. This moon-watching cliff is not a place that is rarely visited by people. It is said that young couples often come here for trysts at the Jinsho Peak, and there are many anecdotes and legends about this place. If it was so easy to be found, it would have been made public long ago. How did Bing Tuozi find it? Could it be that he also had a telepathic connection with the hammer in the Shinfong cave? Is the opportunity here also calling her? By the way, you're not going to jump from a moon-watching cliff to the Qing Yuan. How deep is it? Li Mo walked to the front of the peak to look around. Suddenly, he was in a trance. In the dark, it seemed that a shocking sword intent was slashed down. The sword intent was like a punishment from the sky, which could break any obstacles in the world until the target was completely killed. At this moment, Li Mo felt that his body, which had been polished by the extreme soldiers, was extremely fragile, and there was no difference from the mortal body. Ooh, Qing Yuan was cut out by a sword? This horrifying thought came to Li Mo's mind. The sword that was cut out countless years ago still has the sword intent. The sword light chilled the 19 states. In front of this sword intent, it seemed that it was no longer an adjective. What kind of strong man is this? In the future, Bing Tuozi may also be such a strong man, or even stronger than this. Li Mo remembered the evaluation of Ying Bing in the eyes of the god of destiny. In the future, he will become the strongest man in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Compared with her now, at least in the Qi and blood realm, he should not be too far behind. Thinking of this, Xiao Li sighed. Why am I not a good material for sword practice? Try it again with a good sword next time. The slightly chilly wind blew from the moon-watching cliff. Ying Bing tied up her slightly messy long hair and looked at it with her peripheral vision. Ling Xiao's sword Dao is indeed majestic and magnificent, and it penetrates mountains and rivers. The master who now controls this Dao should still be guarding the spirit at the sword tomb. The person who slashed this sword, even if she was in her prime, was worthy of respect. Later, that master passed on Ling Xiao sword Dao to a deposed princess of the Dayu dynasty. It was a coincidence. She and the female sword fairy who inherited Ling Xiao sword Dao and later became the first person under the 9 heavens knew each other when they were in humble positions. Because she was regarded as a deadline in her previous life, she was unable to enter Qing Yuan's sect in the first time. There was a time when they supported each other and worked together. That was the first time Ying Bing learned sword. Chu Long should have been exiled to the East Desert now, but she definitely doesn't know who I am. Ying Bing unconsciously revealed a light smile. At this time, she climbed up the moon-watching cliff. Seeing Li Mo, covered in animal blood, on the edge of the cliff. Ying Bing was slightly stunned. As expected, Li Mo should still be in Zichuan now. After all, he might encounter a 9th-grade peak beast later. Even if he is in the 12th meridian of the Qi and blood realm, he can never easily deal with it with his great swordsmanship. Considering that this road is not easy for Qi and blood realm, she deliberately gave Li Mo an extra hour. But he actually came earlier than herself? You are finally here. Li Mo smiled heartily, without any surprise. It seems that Bing Tuozi had a very easy time on the road. Even his hair was not messed up. His clothes were torn. Well, he also tore them himself. Well, you heal first. I will wait for you. Ying Bing nodded lightly. An enlightenment rose in his heart. Li Mo should not have been entangled with any beasts on the road. Instead, he didn't care and avoided fighting when he encountered a strange beast and ran directly to the moon-watching cliff. Healing. Li Mo was stunned for a moment, then smiled. I'm not injured. This is all the blood of strange beasts. If you don't believe me, look. I encountered two not too strong, strange beasts blocking my way, and I was in a hurry, so I didn't care so much. He took a few steps closer. Ying Bing frowned slightly and actually reached out and tapped his chest. It was really the blood of a strange beast. Could it be that he didn't encounter any trouble along the way and only encountered two strange beasts of the early 9th rank when he climbed up the moon-watching cliff? This luck is a bit too good, but this is equivalent to giving up the trial. Ying Bing certainly didn't care about the rewards of the Sect trial, but Liu clearly didn't know what he called him to do, but he still chose to come at all costs. Ying Bing looked up and saw the handsome face with a sunny smile. She did not see any complaints or impatience in the other's eyebrows, only the joy of completing the agreement in time. It seemed that he believed in himself very much and asked him to come for a reason. Why? Ying Bing could not understand this young man. Liu was a little uncomfortable. Bing Tuozi's fingers were still poking his chest. It was cold. Two true disciples. Am I here at the wrong time? Suddenly, a hoarse voice that was unpleasant to the view floated over with the cold wind. Liu and Ying Bing turned around almost at the same time. They saw that the road they came from was also the only way to climb the moon-watching cliff. A figure in black clothes and black robes with an iron face had been standing there at some point. I just wanted to settle accounts with Li Jinchuan. I never thought there would be an unexpected gain. Even Ying Jinchuan was here. Speaking of Ying Bing, the voice of the black-robed man trembled with uncontrollable excitement. Swish! A whistling arrow flew through the air. The other party was just about to put the word bad guy on his face. Liu naturally didn't waste his words and directly shook his head. However, the black-robed man was unmoved, but instead joked. Li Jinchuan, you might as well use your brain to think about it. If I hadn't made all the preparations, would I be here? Ying Bing, I really don't want to let you and him be against each other, as long as you... Ring. 2 bells rang. Liu shook the concentric bell expressionlessly. Liu. Instantly, the black-robed man's voice changed. If he could wear a mask, he could see the face under the mask. His expression changed drastically, and he broke out in sweat. Of course, he knew who this bell would call. You deserve to die. Indistinctly, a beast roar was heard, echoing in the abyss. However, the opponent had not yet made a move. A flash of sword light had arrived. The sword intent was icy and bone-chilling, domineering and decisive, making people's hair stand on end. Ying Bing actually threw the long sword in his hand. The black-robed man was confident that he could withstand this sword, but he had to admit that Ying Bing's strength was far beyond his imagination and was simply not enough to be described as a genius. If he could withstand it, even if he was in the realm of observing the gods, he would be injured. The air was quiet for a moment. The black-robed man finally chose to stop and dodge sideways. However, at this moment, Ying Bing did not look at the black-robed man, but looked at Liu. Jump! Liu seemed to realize what she was going to do. Ying Bing suddenly felt that she could not understand this young man anymore. This was the unfathomable abyss. Why didn't he have even a trace of fear? Or was it because of his trust in himself? Okay, Ying Bing has never been a shy person. Since Liu agreed, although she could not understand what the other party was thinking. But she did not hesitate to pull the hand and stepped into the air. The cold wind suddenly became biting. Everything around quickly became blurred. All senses became dull. On the moon-watching cliff, a man in black robe rushed over, and his black robe had been torn. He looked down from top to bottom, staring blankly at the figures of the boy and girl who clasped their hands and disappeared in the clouds. In his eyes, there was only disbelief. Jump into the abyss. They didn't even hesitate. Yin Huaqing's mind went blank, and his pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle. He had seen many people's ugly faces before they died, but he had never seen anyone rushing towards death without hesitation. He didn't even know how deep this abyss was, and there was still a strong pressure in it. Once he fell in, his chi and blood, internal breath, form and intention, and even the inner and outer world would be suppressed. Even the sect leader who had reached the external scene would not dare to go down without preparation. 2 Qi and blood realms, 10 to 1 death. Madman, you two are crazier than me. Yin Huacheng punched the ground, and a deep regret rose in his heart. The reason why he dodged the sword just now was because he was afraid of getting hurt. If he got hurt, he might be exposed. But it's better than stealing a chicken and losing the rice. This means that not only did he not get the best training materials, but he also committed the serious crime of murdering the true disciple. The elders are coming soon. Yin Huacheng forced himself to suppress the surging emotions in his heart. He quickly took off his black clothes and threw them into the Qingyuan with Tianyan, and then changed into the clothes of the true disciple. After doing all this, he was ready to send a message to the elders. However, before he could make any move, boom! A fiery meteor fell only 3 feet away from the cliff. The impact caused dust and smoke to rise, sand and rocks to fly, and it even gave people the illusion that the entire moon-watching cliff shook 3 times. The smoke and dust dissipated. The woman's fiery red palace dress fluttered, and her black hair fluttered in the shape of the wind. "Where is my disciple?" The voice was no longer drunk, and it sounded a little strange. Gudong. Yin Huacheng's throat was dry from the burning fire, and he couldn't utter a single word of the prepared words. Disciple just arrived too. Shangwu, if you have something to say, please speak up. Other elders also landed on the mountain peak. Let's find out what happened first. Yin Huaxian took a deep look at his son. Yin Huacheng felt more confident, and then he spoke. Wangyue Cliff is the area that disciples are responsible for. When they heard the sound of the arrow, they came immediately. But when disciples arrived, Wangyue Cliff was empty. After the words fell, everyone's face suddenly became extremely ugly. There is only one way to Wangyue Cliff. When they came, they didn't see Liemo and Ying Bing, and there were no people on the top of the cliff, which could only mean everyone looked at Qingyuan, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. This long sword belongs to Ying Bing. She must have encountered an enemy she couldn't handle, so she fought hard. Jing looked grim and walked out with a long sword. The sword was wrapped in frost, but it still exuded a chill. Those 2 little guys are not ordinary Qi and blood realm. If they join forces, they can at least hold us back, not to mention defeating the inner breath. The one who attacked them is in the Guanxin realm. Qian Bufan's words fell. No one thought that the demon of the summoning demon cult behind Wang, who actually targeted the 2 true disciples. Bang! Suddenly, Yin Huacheng vomited blood and flew backwards. Seeing that he was about to hit the tree, he was drained of his strength by an invisible force, and his body turned several times before he staggered and stood firm. Yin Huaxian supported her son and frowned. Shangwu, no one wants this to happen. There are casualties in the trials every year. It is inevitable that you will be unable to take care of such a large area. Does everyone want to trouble the deacon? Shangwu's narrowed eyes flashed with fire. She did not move again, but said coldly, "Don't let me know that you have anything to do with this." Yin Huacheng was as if facing a great enemy, and his face turned pale instantly. "Shangwu," Yin Huaxian said angrily, "I understand your feelings, but don't make random accusations." Shangwu turned a blind eye to his anger. "Okay, now is not the time for internal strife." Qian Bufan asked, "Yin Hua, is there any news about the birds you control?" "Wangyue is close to Qingyuan, so the birds can't get close. I will search around. If I find anyone suspicious, I will notify you as soon as possible." Yin Huaxian nodded. Jing exhaled heavily. Searching for the monster is secondary. The most urgent task is to determine the life and death of Liemo and Ying Bing. If they're still alive, how to rescue them. Silence. The elders fell silent after. They knew nothing about the situation below Qingyuan. There are almost no records about this place in the sect. Many people in Qingyuan's sect strongmen have suspected that there are rare treasures below, so Qingyuan has a constant pressure all year round. Many people have tried to explore, but they either failed or retreated halfway. If you jump down from here, you may never see anyone alive or dead. Suddenly, ring, or rang twice. A strange look flashed in Shang Wuxing's eyes, and she quickly raised her wrist. It's the Tongxin bell. Liamo is still alive. Stop her. Shang Wu, nephew, don't jump down in a hurry. The person is still alive. Let's discuss a way, and we will definitely be able to rescue them. Shang Wu planned to rush down to save people. The elders hurriedly stopped him. The scene was very chaotic for a while. Only Yin Huaqing and Yin Huaxian, father and son, showed a trace of surprise on their faces. Yin Huaqing was about to say something when he was glared back by his father's gloomy eyes. Go back to Jinshou Peak. Yes. Master should know that I'm still alive. Liamo held the Tongxin bell tightly and thought to himself. After flying in the clouds for a long time, people seem to lose the concept of time and space. What is certain is that they fell very deep. The pressure became heavier and heavier, and Liamo could hardly perceive everything around him, as if everything had disappeared with the whistling cold wind. Only the coldness of the little hand in his palm gave him a sense of reality. Liamo glanced vaguely at the owner of the little hand. In her narrowed eyes, there was still the cold and pureness that had never changed from beginning to end. I don't know if she is confident, or she's not afraid of death at all. At such a high place, if it's not the girl of destiny, she will definitely die. I guess there will be nothing left. At such a high place, even if there are protective objects below, I'm afraid she may faint and get hurt. That unknown inheritance place cannot be explored without Ying Bing. If it was so easy to be found, it would not exist until now. So, Bing Tuozi must not be in trouble. Thinking of this, Li Mo pulled her closer. Soft jade in his arms. A gentle and powerful heartbeat transmitted from the soft body. Ying Bing, ? She didn't move, just looked at the boy in confusion and turned her back down. Is he going to be a meat cushion for me? Even if her heart was calm, she couldn't help but feel a little ridiculous at this time. At such a high place, if he really fell directly to the ground, what's the point of you cushioning? She had never been so close to a person of the opposite sex. In her previous life, no man dared to approach her within 3 meters. Ying Bing bit her lip lightly. If she moved, she might change the direction of her fall. She didn't push the boy away after all. I don't know how long it took. The strong feeling of weightlessness finally disappeared, but there was still no sense of reality under their feet. They did not land on the ground. Liamo finally regained consciousness. He suddenly found that behind him was a cloud with 7-color brilliance. It was because of this strange cloud that they did not suffer any harm. And these rosy clouds all flowed out from the cracks of the stone door not far away. Thank you, you can let go. A cold voice sounded in his ears. Liamo didn't come back to his senses for a while. That beautiful and flawless face was very close to him, and he could even feel the warm breath. Because he hugged too tightly, he could still feel Bing Tuozi's heartbeat through his clothes. It is well known. When people fall into the water or fall from a high altitude, they will subconsciously grab everything they can hold on to. Student Li was a little embarrassed for a while. He seemed to be worrying about nothing and doing unnecessary things. Liamo coughed lightly, let go of her, and stood up, pretending to look around. Where is this? I haven't heard of such a place under Qing Yuan. You asked me to come to Wangyue Cliff just to bring me here? Yes. Ying Bing nodded, without much explanation. How do you know this place? Liamo asked casually. When people are embarrassed, they talk a lot of nonsense. Ying Bing lowered his eyes and said lightly, I came here in a dream. If you regard what happened in the previous life as a dream, it is not wrong to say so. After her rebirth, many things have changed. But fortunately, the call of this place to her has never disappeared. Even if other people have 100 lives and jump down from Wangyue Cliff, they can't come to this inheritance in Qing Yuan. Even if they come, they can't enter the inheritance smoothly and can only be trapped in the glow. Let's go. Ying Bing subconsciously put his hand on his waist but touched nothing. Use mine. The words fell. In her hand, there was an ordinary green steel sword with some rice-sized gaps on it. It seems that it was not as easy for him to come to Wangyue Cliff as he said. Ying Bing suppressed his thoughts, nodded slightly, and walked forward with the sword. Liamo followed her side, alert to the surroundings. Since it is inherited, then maybe there's still some kind of test? The thought just fell. Woo! A piercing wind blew, causing a chill in the depths of the soul. Come down, accompany me. Why are you still alive? Chance, peerless opportunity, take me in with you. The overlapping whispers floated from the wind. Be careful. Don't be too far away from me. Ying Bing's clear voice came. What are these? Liamo looked around with the light of the Xiao Bridge. He found that the dark clouds were surging, and from time to time, hideous and painful faces flashed by. In the past, Ying Bing would definitely not bother to explain. But today, he actually explained his doubts for him. When a warrior reaches the realm of observing the gods, he can observe the mountains, rivers, sun and moon, exotic flowers and plants, various exotic beasts, and even the wonders of heaven and earth to temper his spirit. When he reaches the state of observing the gods, he can even leave his body and control things with his spirit. Therefore, if a warrior above the realm of observing the gods dies, his heart is obsessed, and a wisp of spirit is not destroyed, it will turn into an Yin object. Yin objects cannot see the sun, so there are so many here. Student Lee understood. It is easy to imagine that many people must have had the idea of exploring Qing Yuan and put into practice. There are many strong people among them. Obviously, they all failed. A wisp of obsession remained here forever, guarding the 9-colored Yuan Huang inheritance that he could never enter again. Yin objects. The cold wind carried the Yin objects and attacked from all directions, and Ying Bing beside him suddenly made move. Clang! This was the first time Liamo saw Ying Bing take a serious move. The sword light surged, blooming hundreds of sword flowers. Each sword flower accurately hit a Yin object and repelled it fiercely. Perfection realm, flower-seeking, sword technique. However, this attack was enough to make the inner breath realm retreat, but after hitting the Yin object, it did not cause any damage. It just beat the opponent back into the clouds, and it would come back again soon. Go faster. Yin objects are not afraid of swords and weapons. Ying Bing hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, a trace of warmth and peace came from behind. On Liamo's chest, a feather shape lit up in the brocade bag. Fire sparrow feather. Pure yang and positive, it is the nemesis of evil and turbid things. Liamo threw a punch lightly. There was actually a thin layer of fire sparrow yang, chi, attached to the fist. Hee. The Yin object on the opposite side obviously did not have a complete consciousness, so it did not realize the seriousness of the matter. Swish! It was as if ice and snow met boiling oil. The thick, ink-like figure of the Yin object began to melt and disintegrate almost instantly. It instinctively wanted to retreat, but it was directly pierced by Liamo's punch. Puff! The Yin object dissipated. There's a trace of Phoenix clan breath in that brocade bag. It should be left by some bird with the blood of the real Phoenix? Ying Bing's tense body relaxed a little. In this way, there is no need to distract to take care of him. But why did Liamo stand there all the time and not move? Student Lee was a little stunned, because just now, the system actually sent a prompt. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested, helped Murong eliminate obsession and get rest. Investment feedback, 1 year of martial arts enlightenment. Liamo! Exclamation point. Killing evil spirits can actually be considered as investment feedback. No wonder they say that saving the souls of the dead is considered meritorious deeds. So, Liamo looked at the shadows rolling in the mist, his eyes showing some eagerness to try. Even mosquito leg is meat. The reward should be asked for. Liamo was about to continue, and found that Bing Tuozi was looking at him with a frown. Ahem. Many of these evil spirits are predecessors of Qing Yuan's sect. Since it is a piece of cake, let them rest in peace. Student Lee said seriously. Ying Bing pursed her lips slightly, with a faint twinkle in her eyes. In the end, she didn't urge him, but waited quietly by the side. If there were any evil things coming towards her, she would drive them towards Liamo. It was cool. Liamo was very satisfied. Men and women work together, and the work is not tiring. But after 2 incense sticks, The evil things were basically cleared away, and even the air seemed less cold. In return, a series of investment feedback was obtained. Roughly speaking, the martial arts perception has been 86 years, plus the original. It has almost reached 200 years. There are also some sundries. There are remnants of soldiers, elixirs with different effects, gold and silver, and even a few land deeds. I don't know if they are still valid now. Thank you. Liamo smiled from the bottom of his heart and bowed to Ying Bing. Yeah. Ying Bing sheathed her sword, and a strange feeling in her heart arose inexplicably. Sometimes she couldn't understand why Liamo did such a useless and time-wasting thing. But the feeling after finishing it doesn't seem to be annoying. Shaking her head, she took a few steps forward and finally stood in front of the moss-covered stone door at the gate of the inheritance site. Pressing the stone door with her bare hands. Buzz! A strange vibration came. Dust fell, and the stone door slowly opened. The peach-colored luster flowed out, filling the surrounding space. The light suddenly became brighter, and Liamo subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it, looking into the door through his fingers. Behind the stone gate is a cave. Trees, rocks, insects are in a crystal state like red gems. Magnificent, dead silent. No one has been here for a long time, but everything in the cave seems to be wrapped in red crystals and frozen in a certain moment forever. The glow is getting stronger and stronger, and has condensed into substance. And at the source of the glow, there is a lifelike, magical tree. Not far away, there is a bathtub-sized pool filled with a pool of rose-red liquid, exuding a strange fragrance that makes people's pores open. This is the entire inheritance of the 9-colored Yuan Phoenix. Everything is no different from when Ying Bing came in the previous life. She let out a long breath. The 9-colored Yuan Phoenix is very important to her. It can be said, if there is no 9 souls of the 9-colored Yuan Phoenix, the Blood Phoenix Sutra she relies on is rootless duckweed, not even as good as the unique skills. The reason why she was able to be reborn was because at the last moment, she used the forbidden technique in the Blood Phoenix Sutra that was in the guessing stage. Nirvana. Now, she got the Xiao earlier, and she didn't need to explore. She knew all its wonders. In this life, she will fly higher, faster, and farther. Ying Bing retracted her excited mind and said softly, "The water in that pool is stained with a trace of the blood of the auspicious beast. You can go in and soak in it. The benefits to your future are immeasurable. At least your body training skills can be taken to a higher level." A trace of the blood of the 9-colored Yuan Phoenix. It was because she soaked in this pool in her previous life that she completed the opening of the meridians. And since then, she has been immune to all poisons and has been assisted by God in the Qi and Blood realm. Now it is not necessary. Thank you very much. You should also go and accept your inheritance. Liamo smiled and was in a good mood. Although Bing Tuozi didn't say it explicitly, he knew in his heart that this so-called auspicious beast blood was most likely the blood of the 9-colored primordial phoenix. Even if there was no investment feedback on this trip, it was still a great harvest. The rewards given by the system are very few and far between, and can be compared to this pool of spring water. Although Bing Tuozi looks aloof, he still cares about us in his heart. He was not hypocritical. He stepped directly into the pool. In an instant, a strong vitality came in from every pore of his body, like a small fish swimming in the major meridians around him. It was so comfortable that it made people feel like their souls were cleansed. In this way, I have also completed this favor. Ying Bing thought that after she had paid off the favor, she would feel relieved. But for some reason, at this moment, she felt a little empty. However, Liamo's success has greatly changed his fate. In the future, he may have a place in the East Wilderness. Suppressing his emotions, Ying Bing lowered his eyes and looked at the small tree. The small tree was obviously less than 1 person tall, but it faintly revealed a sense of grandeur. The branches were bare, and it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Ying Bing bit his fingertips. Snap! The blood dripped into the soil and flowed into the roots of the small tree. A magical scene happened. With the first drop, the withered trunk began to rejuvenate. With the second drop, new buds began to appear on the trunk. With the third drop, the new buds turned into branches and began to grow rapidly. With the fourth drop, the branches began to flourish, and a small bud emerged at the top of the tree crown. Until the ninth drop of blood fell. The bud finally bloomed completely. A clear cry like a broken jade. Xiao Pa. Ying Bing's eyes fell on the flower bud, where a palm-sized pocket phoenix stood. The phoenix was lifelike and very agile. If you didn't know the secret, you would think it was a living creature. She stretched out her hand, wanting it to jump onto her palm. However, the phoenix suddenly flapped its wings and flew away quickly. Ying Bing. Something changed suddenly. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly turned back, following the phoenix. This is Liamo. The phoenix landed on the boy's shoulder, jumping and hopping, looking very close. She used her own blood to water the 9-colored Yuan Huang Xiao Pa, and it actually chose Liamo. Ying Bing couldn't believe the scene in front of her, and even suspected that it was her hallucination. Her tiny Huang body could successfully awaken Xiao Pa. It shows that her physique has a close connection with the 9-colored Yuan Huang. He should be the chosen successor. This is something she's extremely sure of in her past and present lives. But Liamo, why? The phoenix bird transformed by Xiao Pa actually gave up on herself and chose him? Could it be because, is there a real phoenix in that brocade bag? Huh, where did the bird come from? Liamo was soaking in the hot spring. He opened his eyes and saw a beautiful little bird jumping on his chest. He wanted to ask Ying Bing what was going on and whether he was in danger, but he found that the latter's expression was extremely complicated. Liamo's mind skipped a beat. This was the first time he saw Bing Tuozi with this expression. Is this your inheritance? Liamo asked. Ying Bing nodded faintly. Yeah. Liamo. The cave suddenly became quiet, and only the breathing of the two could be heard. The scene was very awkward for a while. This, Bing Tuozi, you shouldn't be thinking about killing people to steal treasures, right? Liamo stood up from the pool and asked tentatively. We are like brothers, childhood sweethearts. Ying Bing's mood was originally indescribable, but the boy's nervous expression made her feel funny. She raised her eyebrows. Why not? After she said that, Liamo relaxed. Don't lie to me. You are not that kind of person. Ying Bing looked up at him without saying anything. Yes, if the boy didn't trust her completely, he wouldn't have jumped down with her. Liamo suddenly asked, This is very important to you, right? Yes. Ying Bing nodded and couldn't help but fall into memories. The 9 souls of the 9-colored Yuan Huang helped her through many difficulties. Rather than being an opportunity, it was more like an inseparable part of her life and fate. Among them, the Xia soul accompanied her the longest. But now, a part of her life has chosen someone else. The mood of Miss Huangtian Empress was extremely complicated. Then this should be a very powerful thing. Liamo looked at the jumping bird in his palm. The little thing is pretty. Ying Bing's eyebrows were fixed for a long time, and finally they dispersed. But since it has chosen you, it belongs to you. Liamo blinked and asked, After all the effort, you won't be unwilling? Yes, but it has chosen you. Ying Bing regained her composure. Besides, without it, I am still me. Very domineering. Studently admitted that he was a little bit impressed by his handsomeness. After a lot of effort, he wanted to tease Bing Tuozi, but he ended up showing off. Otherwise, she is the girl of destiny. Laughed in silence. Liamo blocked the little phoenix bird that wanted to get close to him. The little phoenix bird felt a little wronged, and he could actually see some human confusion. Go to where you should go. Follow her, you can still see me often. Liamo threw it lightly. The little phoenix seemed to understand what he meant, and flapped its wings and flew back to Ying Bing. Ying Bing raised her head. Her jade-like face finally lost its calmness. She looked at the boy with surprise and even confusion. Ying Bing asked as if she was meeting him for the first time. It is a fortune that can change your fate and give you the opportunity to stand at the top of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It's not too late for you to regret it now. I know. Liamo smiled from the bottom of his heart. The more precious it is, the better his investment return will be. What will the system give him for this precious inheritance that is enough to change Ying Bing's fate? But it's not easy to see that you have something important for the first time. Ying Bing stared at him with her clear eyes. The boy's smile was as sunny as ever, without any reluctance, and even a little expectation. In her 2 lives, she has seen too many things. In the face of opportunities, couples plotted against each other, fathers and sons turned against each other, and brothers killed each other. She was used to it. It was because she never fully trusted anyone again that she could go so far. But today, there seems to be an exception. It's not like you to be hypocritical again. Hurry up and accept the inheritance. The incomprehensible meaning in Ying Bing's eyes changed several times, and finally there was a touch of softness. Okay. The little phoenix flew into her brow and turned into a rose-red pattern on it. 10,000 auspicious colors suddenly burst out. The rosy clouds rushed out of the cave, blooming with indescribable magnificence. Outside, the sky was getting darker, but Yuan suddenly lit up, like a galaxy formed by the rosy clouds. The clear and melodious phoenix bird's cry echoed endlessly, resounding through the sky. Yuan's sect, Ziang mansion, and even the entire East Desert could hear it clearly. On the top of the moon-watching cliff, the elders stared blankly at this. The scene happened, and the shock was beyond words. Something has happened in Yuan. Quickly inform the leader. At this moment, Yuan's sect has undoubtedly become the most dazzling existence in Ziang mansion, and the rosy clouds almost robbed the brilliance of the bright moon in the sky. Ziang mansion city. In an ancient and quaint room, the old man was dressed in gorgeous clothes, and his feet were placed in the arms of 2 little maids to keep warm. Suddenly, he saw that the window screen had changed color. He slowly stood up and asked, "Why is the rosy clouds outside so dazzling?" Replying to the mansion master, "It is the direction of Yuan's sect." Yuan. The old man pondered for a moment, and his expression changed a lot. "Write a letter and invite Elder Yinhua of Jinshou Peak to come to the mansion for a chat." "Yes." The housekeeper agreed, but he was a little hesitant. "Well, tell me if you have something to say." "Princess Chulong, she is missing." After the housekeeper finished speaking, he was sweating profusely and did not dare to look at the expression of his master, the lord of Ziang mansion. After a long while, a faint voice came. "We must find her even if we have to dig deep." "Yes." Biluo Lake, a ship as big as a mountain, lying across the river, is not much smaller than the surrounding islands. The dark flag fluttered in the wind, and it was written in a clear and sharp way. Red Whale, the Red Whale Gang, one of the 3 sects of Ziang Prefecture, is the weakest of the 3 sects on the surface. But its members are from all walks of life, and it is said to have 100,000 people. I don't know how many forces in the underworld are connected with it. A burly bearded man was standing at the bow, with his hands behind his back and looking into the distance. Did the Yuan sect produce a rare treasure, or was some kind of inheritance opened? "Boss, I think it's the latter." The white-faced, beardless young man behind him spoke. "I don't know why." As the leader of the Red Whale, the bearded man who was a strong man in the outer scenery realm did not refute the doubtful young man's words. The Yuan sect has a long history, and it can still have a legacy in the world. Then this kind of legacy must be extraordinary. The only people who are qualified to receive the legacy are the chosen ones of heaven, and I am afraid there will be a potential dragon list. The bearded man said in a deep voice. He has always wanted the Red Whale Gang to go to the next level in his hands and replace the leader of the Yuan sect. This is very likely. Shengwan Winsong is old after all. With me here, this small Ziang mansion has 1 or 2 monsters. So what? Can it be better than me? The young man in a red robe licked his mouth. What the senior said is right. The worry in the eyes of the leader of the Red Whale disappeared. On an extremely high mountain, there is a huge tower with hundreds of floors, as if you can reach out and touch the sky. Yintian Sect, the world-famous hidden dragon list, and the 3 lists of heaven, earth, and man all came from here. on the observatory at the top of the tower. The old man with white hair kept looking up at the sky for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, her eyes twitched slightly, and the old voice murmured to herself. It was originally the 9 heavens in a different position, and the moon was prosperous, but why is it in chaos again? She took out a jade plate from her arms, on which there were countless jade pieces the size of a fingernail, sliding slowly. As she urged, the speed of the jade pieces moved faster and faster. Suddenly, it got stuck, and the whole jade plate fell into darkness. The old woman's face also dimmed with it. Ahem, ahem. Master, what's wrong with you? Mars, Mars. Are you talking about the Mars chaos recorded by the ancestors? The old woman sighed, and her pale face looked even older. The bright girl pursed her lips. Her heart was in turmoil. The Yin Sect can know the destiny, observe the rise and fall of the ages, and even add fuel to the flames. This includes the founding of Du and the ascension of Emperor Wu. Mars chaos represents one thing. The Yin Sect will not be able to see the secrets of heaven. Master, the prince wants to see you. Another disciple came forward to pass on the message. Tell him that I will not help him find Princess Chulong, and I can't find her. Ching Yuan Sect. With such a big event, the Sect trial was naturally terminated early. In the Ching Yuan Mountains, wherever the glow shines, all the beasts, no matter how strong or weak, are fleeing, and some are even lying on the ground trembling. There is no point in continuing the Sect trial. At the moon-watching cliff, the thin old man walked to the edge of the cliff. Shangwan Wensong was still wearing the gray linen clothes, and he looked more like an old farmer next door than the head of a sect. Sect Master. Sect Master. Northern Ming territory. The elders came back to their senses from a shock. How long have Ying Bing and Li Mo fallen into Qingyuan? Shangwan Wensong asked softly. About 2 hours. Shuijing's brows were completely free of worry at this time. Master, the 2 of them should have entered a secret place in Qingyuan's sect, and they should have taken the inheritance. I think so too. Hani's expression was very interesting. It cannot be said that old man Han He's qi cultivation skills are not good, and the expressions of other elders are not calm either. Since the establishment of Qingyuan's sect, no one has had the opportunity to see the true face. The rosy clouds are shining on the world. This is probably a heritage that even they can't imagine. The only doubt is who got the opportunity. Ying Bing? Or, haha, my dear disciple really makes me proud. Shang Wu put her hands on her waist, and her almond eyes reflected the crystal rosy clouds. My disciple has inherited the inheritance, and he will definitely be the master in the future. If he becomes the master, I will be the supreme elder. Then I can spend the sect's money however I want. Shang Wu wiped the corner of her mouth, very happy. The elders, Miss, we don't know who will inherit the inheritance yet. And our leader is still alive. Are you planning how to make trouble in the future? If Shang Wu becomes the supreme elder. Everyone took a deep breath. Qian Bufan said righteously, if the sect leader wants to use the resources of the sect, the elders of each peak must vote. I think that girl Ying Bing has a greater chance of getting the inheritance. Elder Hana said. The elder of the Xiao peak also nodded. The cry just now should be female. Shang Wu. Can you tell the male from the female by the voice? Shuijing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This inheritance may be shared by 2 people. The glow of the sunset finally filled the entire Qingyuan. The boy and girl stepped onto the moon-watching cliff again. Mo smiled brightly and with satisfaction. Ying Bing's eyebrows flickered faintly, adding a bit of holiness to her beautiful face. But Mo's smile was too brilliant. For a moment, everyone couldn't tell who had the chance. Where's the inheritance? Shang Wu quickly came to Mo and looked him up and down, sniffing him with her twitching nose. It's not with me. Mo spread his hands. Then why are you smiling? It's not with Mo. Everyone turned their attention to Ying Bing. The disciple did get a legacy, and it's very old. Ying Bing nodded. She knew the origin of the 9-colored phoenix. But in everyone's eyes, she should be receiving the inheritance for the first time, and she should not know its origins so well. Of course, this does not affect the shock of the elders. Because of two words, ancient. It is not advisable to worship the ancient and despise the present. For example, the skills may be innovated by later generations, but the inheritance is definitely more precious the older it is. If it has no origin, it would have been annihilated in time. How could it be passed down to the present? Our Qing Yuan sect is afraid that there will be a monster who can be on the hidden dragon list. Qing Yuan has a long history, but countless people have explored it and found nothing. I didn't expect that we would see this inheritance see the light of day in our lifetime. With great talent and great luck, Ying Bing's future achievements are unimaginable. Everyone could not hide their emotion and excitement. The elders looked at him like a treasure. Ying Bing pursed her lips and looked at the boy not far away. But he smiled even happier. Congratulations to the host. The investment in Ying Bing was successful, giving her a great inheritance in her life. Do you want to receive the reward? Bing Tuozi was the center of attention, and Xiaoli was not envious at all, because just now he received the investment feedback from the system. If it were not inconvenient now, he would not have been able to help but receive it immediately. Go back and receive it. Go back and receive it. Li Mo rubbed his hands and couldn't wait to go back to Qiushui Pavilion. At this time, Shengwan Winsong finally spoke slowly. Okay, Ying Bing, you can grasp your own opportunity. If anyone asks, there is no need to say more. From now on, Wangyue Cliff will be closed. Qiushui Pavilion. Master Li hummed a little tune and started his busy day. The ingredients were the meat of the exotic beast that he had hunted today. When he was in a good mood, he was very interested in cooking. His talent as a cook should be a little bit stronger than his talent as a swordsman. Spicy ginger-winged snake, braised thornback turtle, stir-fried blackhorn sheep with green onions, braised charred wolf, plus a small green vegetable. 4 dishes and 1 soup delicious. It smells so good. As soon as the dishes were served, a figure in palace dress appeared at the door and quickly came to the table, stretched out his hand, and picked up a piece of mutton and put it in his mouth. Master, didn't you go with the elders to discuss matters? Li Mo handed her a pair of chopsticks. Qing Yuan's sect was in a turbulent period. The matter of Bing Tuozi accepting the inheritance was a hot topic in the sect. If everyone used to regarding Bing as the future leader, now they are completely regarded as the first generation of Qing Yuan's sect's ancestor. If Bing Tuozi was not only 16 years old, the elders would have wanted to worship her. At this critical moment, the demon of the summoning demon sect has appeared again. The sect master immediately summoned all the high-level officials to the Qing Yuan main peak to discuss matters. The old men are talking nonsense. I am too lazy to listen. Shang Wu sighed, frowned his beautiful eyebrows, and was full of disdain for the old guys. Li Mo? Well, we can't expect the master to make any constructive comments. The sect master has given me a task to do. I agreed reluctantly. Shang Wu held his cheek and picked up his chopsticks quickly. Li Mo blinked. Master actually listens to the orders of the old man. The sect master? He asked me to move to Qiushui Pavilion so that I can teach you more conveniently. Shang Wu held her chin with one hand and snorted. If Xiao Binger wasn't here, I wouldn't bother to come. Li Mo smiled bitterly. He probably understood what the sect master meant. Rather than saying that he came to teach himself, it's better to say that he came to take care of Ying Bing. Although the master is unreliable, he is really good at fighting. If he gets angry, he can even pull off the sect master's beard. With such a bad star like her, the safety factor of Qiushui Pavilion has risen sharply. The meal was finished. Xiao Binger, what kind of inheritance did you get today? Shang Wu asked in a low voice. Ying Bing put down the bowl and chopsticks. She was surprisingly less indifferent to this carefree elder of Kun Yufeng. As she used her blood and qi, a layer of rosy light gradually surrounded her. Shang Wu's eyes showed surprise, and he casually threw a wine glass over. The wine glass was fixed on the rosy glow by the gentle force and slowly turned. The wine in the glass was also controlled by Ying Bing to flow out, condensed into a water ball and turned around his body. The Qi and blood realm can release the internal breath. No, this is much stronger than the internal breath. Shang Wu was amazed. Well, it's just a trivial application. Ying Bing nodded slightly, and the rosy glow suddenly swallowed and spit. Pa! The wine glass exploded with broken porcelain pieces. Attacking can hurt people invisibly with the rosy glow swallowing and spitting, and defending can turn the strength into 1,000 pounds with a little effort. Shang Wu clapped his hands, and he also felt that it was very powerful. Liamo looked at the broken porcelain on the ground with melancholy. My green jade porcelain wine glass. Suddenly, he had a sudden idea. Bing Tuozi, how much water can you control? Water. Ying Bing walked to the water tank and attracted the rays of light. Suddenly, the gurgling water turned into a water dragon, circling around her body easily and freely. Liamo's eyes lit up. He put the bowl he had just finished eating into the water flow wrapped in the rays of light, letting it swirl with the water flow. Ying Bing, ? Liamo, it's quite clean. Student Li looked like he had discovered a new world. Looking at the boy's eyes full of wonder and admiration, Ying Bing's slightly frowned brows relaxed, and suddenly felt that this feeling was not unpleasant. There was even a little sense of accomplishment in her heart. Can I add 2 more bowls? Yeah, of course. Wow, awesome. Shang Wu held her chin with one hand, looking at the boy and girl not far away, with a smile flowing in her drunken eyes. Bing Tuozi, this name is quite appropriate. By the way, I seem to have forgotten something. Never mind, it shouldn't be important. The moon is on the branches. In the room, Ying Bing wrote beautiful words on the bamboo slips. After being soaked in the Yuan blood pool, the body has been reborn and is suitable for body training. The aptitude for swordsmanship is barely acceptable. If you work hard enough and get guidance, you may be able to cultivate a unique sword technique to perfection. If you have a pure heart, observing the divine method is the most important thing. You must practice the method of being upright and peaceful to avoid going astray. What she wrote was to Li Mo Dang the evaluation before. It is also the plan for his future development in the future. Ying Bing has decided. In the future, when he goes out of the East Wilderness, he will take Li Mo with him. I don't know why. He has changed so much in this life. Is it because of his rebirth that triggered the butterfly effect? No matter why, it doesn't matter. Anyway, in this life in the cave, he gave the inheritance to himself. This is a fact. Maybe he is still unremarkable now. But as long as he has his own help, there is no worry that he can't change his fate in the future. What makes Ying Bing a little relieved is that although Li Mo does not have a very talented and outstanding place, he does not have any fatal shortcomings that need to be made up. In short, he is a clean sheet of paper with enough plasticity in the future. As long as the operation is proper, it is also very likely to lead him to become a true genius. For now, it is enough to gain a place among his peers in the East Wilderness. Put away the bamboo slips. She returned to the bed and drew the bed curtain. Soon, the coldness was rampant, and the ice crystals slowly spread out with the bed as the center. Although she had obtained the Xiao in advance, but before the inner scenery, she had not formed the inner world, and she could not control the power of Tying after all. Even because of the addition of Xiao, her physique was further strengthened. The power of Tying increased instead of decreasing. This also means that her realm will grow faster. In the Xiao, there's also a magical method that focuses on the use of inner breath. Xia Huang Qi. She had known about this martial art for a long time, but it was useless without Xiao before. When the ranking settlement mentioned by the system comes, she should be able to enter the inner breath realm. Next door. By the way, what about the reward for my first place in the Sect trial? Will it be blackmailed by the master? Student Li pondered for a moment and gave up thinking. It doesn't matter. Compared with the reward taken from Bing Tuozi, it's nothing. As we all know, the reward from the system is usually better than the investment. Today, he should be regarded as investing the inheritance of the 9-colored Yuan Wang in Ying Bing. The feedback should be something better. A thought came to his mind. Name, Li Mo. Age, 16. Root, Shinfong, immortal body. Realm, Qi and blood realm, 10 meridians. Destiny? Evaluation, with an immortal body. The fate is chaotic, and the future is unknown. Recent encounter, soaked in a 9-colored Yuan Wang essence blood spring in Ching Yuan. The physical talent increased greatly. The body refining talent became stronger and won the first place in the Sect trial. You have an investment feedback to be collected. Do you want to collect it? Collect. Liamo did not hesitate. Investment feedback 1, Gilded Heavenly Book Seal. Investment feedback 2, World Seed. Investment feedback 3, Formless Glazed Neck. Liamo. Probably it seems not unexpected. A big batch. And it's 3 investment feedbacks at once? Student Lee was surprised and excited. The rewards taken from Bing Tuozi this time seemed to be of high quality and quantity. For a moment, Liamo was a little overwhelmed. Bing Tuozi's legs were indeed easy to hug. Bing Tuozi must be rewarded tomorrow. Let's take a look at them one by one. Liamo cast his eyes on the first reward. Gilded Heavenly Book Seal. It can improve the grade of magic skill and any martial arts below the magic skill. Even the grade of the magic skill can be improved. Student Lee took a breath of cold air in ignorance. To be honest, he had only heard about the magic skills. You know, Ching Yuan sect has such a long history, and the first generation of ancestors came from Zhang Shen's Hao. The highest martial arts in the sect are just unique skills. If you practice a medium-level martial art to perfection, you can be considered a strong man in Ziang Prefecture. If you practice a superior martial art to perfection, you can establish a school. Yes, as long as you keep up with your realm, Shaoli can be considered a well-known master in the prefecture with just the fire crane 1,000 feather sword technique. About the magic skill, Liamo only heard from the storyteller that 100 years ago, there was a strong man named Qianxing Wuzuan in Zhongzhou who fled to the East Wilderness with a magic skill. At that time, countless strong men from outside the domain came, and local sects like Qingyuan sect did not even have the qualifications to intervene. Even Dayu Zunshinwei personally went down. In the end, I don't know who got the magic skill. In his cognition, the magic skill is the sealing of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Above the magic skill, this is completely beyond Li Mo's imagination. It's a pity that I don't even have a magic skill now, so I'll save it first. Li Mo's heart was excited, just like a poor guy who suddenly picked up a box of gold bars. Although the gold bars are good, they can't be spent for a while. He now has the best martial arts, but it's just a unique skill. Using the Gilded Heavenly Book Seal on a unique skill is a complete waste of Heaven's gift. There should be something in the Heavenly Book Seal that can upgrade the unique skill. Then you can upgrade the unique skill to a magic skill first. And a mere magic skill, Bing Tuozi may explode for me at any time. Student Lee has always had a good mentality. I read so many novels in my previous life, and I've seen pigs run even if I haven't eaten pork. Calm down, calm down. Liamo looked at the next reward. World Seed. A small world in its infancy, currently in a state of chaos, will gradually grow and improve with the strength of the host, and will have the opportunity to evolve into a real big world in the future. A big world. Just these 5 words are enough to show the value. Liamo was really stunned this time. No, we have just started practicing martial arts. Is the standard of the future already moving towards the direction of Panga God, creating the world? The world seed will continue to become stronger as he becomes stronger. As the small world becomes stronger, it will also feed back to him. Finally, the world is me. In his world, the concept of strength is no longer important. He is both the way of heaven and the master. With a thought, he can turn the world upside down and move the stars. The vast 9 heavens and 10 earths also started from the world seed. Is it expanding naturally, or is it growing up by relying on someone? Liamo's thoughts diverged, and he couldn't help but make associations. Well, this is not something he can explore for the time being. In his perception, his little world is not even a seedling. Receive it. Liamo's thoughts fell. The next moment, the surrounding environment changed like water waves. In a trance, he saw countless colors surging, reorganizing, changing and bizarre. In a flash, all the colors disappeared, leaving only endless nothingness. When he came back to his senses, he found that he was standing in a pure white space. In all directions, there was endless white fog. The space under his feet that had been opened up was only the size of a basketball court, several circles smaller than Shiao Pavilion. But this space belonged completely to him. Sword. Liamo looked solemn and made a move. Suddenly, a magic sword flew from nowhere, with a sharp breath and sharp edge. He was dressed in white, like snow, like a true peerless swordsman. Suddenly, he shouted, "Sword opens the gate of heaven." Instantly, endless sword energy surged out, sweeping across the heaven and earth. If you ignore the fact that this heaven and earth is only 10 feet in radius, this sword is still quite cool. It's so cool to be a swordsman. If I could use this sword outside, just one move will do it. Student Lee sighed. His kendo talent has not changed much. It's just that Histriona personality has broken out, and this world is just cooperating with his performance. It looks a little empty here. Decorated a little. Liamo is interested in taking care of his private space. 10 minutes later, Student Lee used all the images he had accumulated from reading novels to transform this place. The empty ground has pavilions and towers, and the whole place is crystal clear, highlighting a low-key and stylish appearance. In the pavilions and towers, there are ancient wells, chessboards, alchemy furnaces, and a series of extraordinary things. Liamo even wants to get some exotic flowers and plants. Unfortunately, I can't seem to create life at the moment. Liamo reacted. Even if he is the master of this world, there are things he can't do. For example, creating life. You can bring in life from outside, but that life cannot be stronger than me. Things created inside cannot be taken out for the time being. Liamo fiddled with it for a while and got to know the small world a little better. Late at night, consciousness exited the world seed. Liamo glanced at the moon outside. He just estimated that he had been in there for an hour, and the time outside was about the same. Well, for now, the time flow rate of the two worlds is about the same. By the way, there's also a feedback. Just now, I had a lot of fun. Liamo almost forgot the last feedback. Formless glazed face. The ever-changing can isolate all means of detection. The introduction was concise and to the point. Liamo took it out directly. It was a glass-colored metal mask. After putting it on, he looked at himself in the mirror and found that his entire temperament had changed. If he changed his clothes, he himself could not recognize that the person behind the mask was himself. For example, everyone has a temperament, but as long as he wanted, after putting on a mask, he could give people a sense of mystery. Not only can the temperament be switched, but also the appearance of the mask. Swish! Next in a moment, the Wuxiang Liuli mask turned into a dragon head mask. Swish! The dragon head turned into a cute pig head mask. The voice of speaking can also change. As soon as Liamo opened his mouth, his voice became deep and deep. He nodded with satisfaction. He regained his mind and began to practice. It was afternoon. Just as Liamo was about to finish his meal and open up the 11 meridians, a guest came to Chiao Shui Pavilion. Elder Han He, an old acquaintance. Liamo and Ying Bing. Why didn't you go to Shinbing Peak today? As soon as the old man came in, he frowned and asked Shangwu, "Why go to Shinbing Peak?" Shangwu was lying comfortably in a rocking chair basking in the sun, and accidentally scratched his ears. They're the top 3 in the Sect trial. Old Han, he was not happy. Why is it said that every inner Sect disciple can go to Shinfong cave to choose weapons? Because those who can enter the inner Sect can basically get a good score in the Sect trial. They will also get a chance to enter Shinfong cave to choose weapons. Of course, as the top 3, the rewards are more than that, but the Sect is busy now, and some rewards have not been distributed in time. It seems to be the case. Shangwu tilted her head and remembered. Elder Han, he was too lazy to say more to her. Seeing that Ying Bing and Liamo were there, he said, "Let's go, follow me to Shinbing Peak." Elder Han He, I have a request. Ying Bing suddenly spoke. Well, you say. Han He, who was about to turn around, stopped. Informing the disciples about this matter did not need him, the head elder. The reason why he came in person was because of Ying Bing, the treasurer of the sect. Of course, her opinion should be considered. Ying Bing said, "I want to postpone the day of going to Shinfong cave for a few days." "Why?" Ying Bing glanced at Liu Mo and said softly, "Disciple thinks that the swordsmanship can be improved, and then I can get a better weapon. In this case, it is not impossible." Hani raised his eyebrows, as if he was quite surprised by her improvement in swordsmanship, and then nodded. "Of course it can be delayed for 3 days at most. After 3 days, Shunbing Peak will be the season with the most violent earth fire in the year, and no one can enter Shinfong Cave. Disciple knows. 3 days. Ying Bing is confident that Li Mo's swordsmanship will rise to a higher level. It is expected that it will not be difficult to gain recognition from a famous weapon. After Elder Hanha left, "Elder Shangwu, do you have any plans for Liu Mo these days?" Ying Bing asked. Shangwu narrowed her eyes slightly, thought for a while, and said, "Apart from cooking, there is nothing important. Then I'll trouble you to lend him to me for 3 days. I want him to learn swordsmanship from me for 3 days." Ying Bing said softly. After all, she is not Li Mo's master. If she wants to teach him something, she has to ask the real master. "Xiao Binger, I trust your swordsmanship, but in 3 days, you can't learn anything, right?" Shanwu nodded in agreement and was a little curious. "I have this." Ying Bing took something out of his sleeve. 3 sky blue incense sticks. Lingxi incense? The sect master even gave you this? He is really willing to give. Shanwu opened her eyes slightly, obviously knowing the value of this thing. This is not a product of the East Wilderness. Instead, it was produced in central Shenzhou, made from a rare treasure called Lingxi wood, ground into powder and then refined with other precious materials. Ignite this to comprehend martial arts, and your intelligence will double. However, Lingxi wood grows slowly, only 1 inch in 300 years, so the output is extremely rare. There should not be many left in the sect now, which were left by the first generation of ancestors and saved by the heads of successive generations. He gave Ying Bing 3 at once, which was enough to show his importance to her. Shangwu scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. It seems that in addition to giving his apprentice 2 martial arts books, he also ate and drank here. "Wait, do you mean to use Lingxi incense on Xiao Mo?" Shangwu came back to his senses. "Well, it's useless for me to keep this thing." Ying Bing nodded. "Okay, I'll leave it to you then. TSK, TSK. This kid is really lucky." Shangwu nodded with a smile. She didn't use the good stuff, but it would be the same if her apprentice used it. "Learn sword from you." Liu Mo just opened up another meridian. 11 meridians, the small world expanded a few feet. Then Ying Bing pushed the door in. "Well, follow me down." Ying Bing looked calm and turned to go downstairs after speaking. What happened suddenly? Liu Mo scratched his head and seemed to understand. Bing Tuozi is not a person who is good at speaking. She didn't say what happened to Qing Yuan, but she must have remembered it in her heart. That's good. With Bing Tuozi around, he can save a lot of martial arts insights. Although he knew that he was not a material for practicing swords, Shaoli did not intend to give it up completely. Besides, he has no other martial arts to practice now. The open space of Qiushui Pavilion. In the copper furnace, green smoke curls up. The smell of this fragrance makes one feel clear-headed and active in thinking. Liu Mo knows that this is a good thing. From great success to perfection, it means that you have truly turned martial arts into your own thing and no longer stick to the moves. Even, there's no need to use sword moves. Similarly, any sword move is approaching the true meaning of a sword. If one is mastered, then all are mastered. Ying Bing put his fingers together and gently wiped the bamboo next to him. Immediately, traces of crane feathers appeared on it, but they were not fiery red, but ice blue. Liu Mo opened his eyes slightly and couldn't help but marvel. Fire crane thousand feathers was actually turned into ice crane thousand feathers by the ice ball. This shows that this superior sword technique has been completely understood and mastered by her. I haven't seen her practice it. Your sword technique has reached the state of perfection. You should be able to freely control the time, quantity, and location of the burst of strength. You can even turn thousands of feathers into one, focus on one point, and drip water through the stone. The voice fell. Pa! One of the crane feathers suddenly exploded, and the power was 10 times stronger than a single burst. What you should do now is to forget the moves to pick up the sword. Okay. Liamo took out the blue steel sword with cracks all over it. He was about to make a move when a cold and soft little hand grasped his hand, followed by the faint fragrance of a girl. Ying Bing held his hand tightly. Liamo! Exclamation point. This is different from the feeling when jumping into Ching Yuan. At that time, I was free-falling, my brain was blank, and I had no time to think about anything else. Now, don't be distracted. I will only take you once. A clear voice sounded in my ears. Really, teach by hand. Even among her disciples in her previous life, there were many talented people, but she only gave them a few words of advice. Ying Bing had never taught someone so seriously before. Okay. Liamo collected his mind and studied seriously. A quarter of an hour later, Ying Bing let go of his hand and stood silently beside him. She took out a ruler from somewhere, looked at him calmly, and said with her red lips, "Practice." Liamo. Bing Tuozi meant that he would use the teaching stick to hit his palms because he practiced incorrectly, right? 5 minutes later, Shaoli got the answer. It was not the palms. I am so old, and I still use spanking. Liamo protested, covering his buttocks. It didn't hurt, but it was embarrassing. Ha 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 ha. Shang Wu laughed so hard that he rolled on the recliner, and tears came out. Ying Bing was unmoved and lowered his eyes and said, "Forget the moves. You just used a sword move again. The force comes from the ground. From the meridians, you could do it without a sword move." He didn't mention a word about the buttocks. Just no discussion. Okay. I'm not going to make a small joke. You really don't think of me as a cheater, right? Martial arts enlightenment. Start. 5 years of martial arts enlightenment injection. Successful. First year, you accepted Ying Bing's guidance, got inspiration, and began to strive to pursue the purpose of swordsmanship and forget the existence of sword moves. 5th year, after hard practice, you have forgotten most of the sword moves, and the first 3 moves are no longer bound by form. Good guy. With Bing Tuozi's guidance, 5 years of martial arts enlightenment have only made such little progress. If you work hard behind closed doors, I don't know how much it will cost. I'm done. Liamo picked up the sword and started practicing again. Really, watching him draw the sword, Ying Bing's eyes were a little surprised. However, after a few swords, Liamo stopped. Can you teach me again? Okay. Ying Bing was silent for a moment and nodded in agreement. So, the Bing Tuozi sword class started again. Wait for a while. I got it. You teach me again. This scene was repeated over and over again. Ying Bing felt indescribably strange. It felt like Liamo was both smart and dull. He was clumsy when teaching, and often had to adjust his instructions himself, and even often made some mistakes that she thought were very low level. But when he closed his eyes and thought for a while, it was like he had an epiphany, and all the omissions and mistakes disappeared. After a while, he had to teach the rest again. What she didn't know was that Shaoli was saving his martial arts insights. 3 days later, Bing Tuozi, who had just broken through to the 12th meridian, had another dream on that night. She dreamed of the time when she was in charge of Guay Palace and had not yet ascended to Phoenix Heaven. At that time, the battle between the righteous and evil in Zhongzhou was in full swing. The court sat on the mountain and watched the fight, adding fuel to the flames, hoping that both sects would suffer losses. Guay Palace was both righteous and evil, and rarely intervened in the affairs of the martial arts world, but it gathered nearly half of the powerful female cultivators in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, so both sides were trying their best to fight for it. But the Dayu dynasty obviously did not want to see Guay Palace join either side and destroy the balance. So, the prince, who was already regent at the time, prepared countless betrothal gifts that would make the big forces jealous and went to Guay Palace. This prince is willing to marry the master of Guay Palace and live together forever. This was not the first time someone came to propose marriage, but it was the most aggressive one. However, The ending was no different. The other party could not even block 3 swords. I have no interest in the weak. Someone always disturbs her, which is very annoying. She actually has no interest in imperial ambitions, fighting, and killing. Besides stabilizing the peak of martial arts, she has nothing else to worry about. So she should have said so at that time. But later it was spread. It became, the Lord of Gue Palace likes men who are stronger than her. This rumor was still circulating until she became the Queen of Phoenix Sky, but no one dared to challenge it anymore. I often dream recently. I can't control my spirit after all before I reach the realm of observing the gods. Ying Bing stood up and wiped the frost off her shoulders. The sound of sword dancing came from outside the window, and she opened the window. In the sun, the boy danced with the sword. The sword shadows sometimes turned into hundreds and thousands, and sometimes merged into one. It was so smooth and graceful, like a crane stretching its body. Ying Bing watched quietly, with a smile on her lips that she didn't even notice. She should be a good teacher. Of course, it was also related to Li Mo's talent. It was strange. With someone to teach, he would make rapid progress, but without anyone to teach, he would be mediocre. But in short, with all his stumbling, his superior swordsmanship was actually reached the realm of perfection. Originally, Ying Bing thought that it would be great to be able to achieve perfection. It can be said that it was far beyond expectations. After half a month, when the system ranks the geniuses in the East Wilderness, maybe I can really see him in the middle of the list.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.